It's that time of year again. Welcome to the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium at Washington Community High School. It's the 2022 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And a great field this year. It's going to be another fun week of basketball. Can't think of much better way to start out than with two state finalists from last year. Yorkville Christian in the IHSA's 1A class and Metamora in the IHSA's 3A class. Hi everybody, Joey Wright and John Camosa coming on the air just as the national anthem gets ready to fire off. But John, real quick, we'll sneak in a thought. How excited are you for this year's tournament?
Oh, I'm pumped, Joey. Anytime the TOC rolls around, I mean, it's just great basketball here to start the year. And two really sound teams coming in. Metamora, like you said, last year in 3A, just falling short to Sacred Heart Griffin, and a heartbreaker in the state championship. Yorkville Christian in 1A dominating through that class, so should be a good matchup. Absolutely.
As our starting lineups are introduced, wonder if we'll have an anthem before the first game. They didn't let us know, but in any case, Yorkville Christian, you know, we can talk about last year. It makes sense to talk about last year. Head coach Aaron Sovern led this team to a lot of success. They cruised through the IHSA's 1A class, but they've lost so much from last year, John. Functionally, it's a completely different team. David Douglas Jr. is going to be a key piece of the starting rotation, but other than that, it's a completely new roster by and large.
Yeah, I think, you know, outside of David Douglas Jr., you lose players like Jaden Shute, who's now over at Duke. Vassar, just a really good shooter. So this is a Yorkville Christian, and this year you could say almost a rebuilding year, some new faces out there with Metamora, Joey. Only losing Zach Schroeder. They bring back pretty much their entire team. They're primed and ready to try to make a run as Danny Greaves got this team fired up.
Metamora last season, 30-7, 13-1 in the IHSA's Mid-Illini Conference. And John, the last game we did together was their state championship game on the radio against Sacred Heart Griffin. A heartbreaking loss in double overtime. A shot straight out of a Disney movie wins the Cyclones the state championship. An SHG team that, by the way, could win a football state championship yet again this week. But, you know, it could have gone their way on that day in March. Just wasn't to be, but they've got so much back and a lot of optimism for Danny Greaves and his squad.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Danny Greaves really keyed in, not only after that game, but during this season, he said, you know, in the late moments of those games, it wasn't necessarily our mental mistakes or plays. We got to be stronger. Sacred Heart kind of dominated the boards late, and you could see that early on. Players like Ethan Kaiser, Tyson Swanson, Drew Tucker have certainly bulked up, so he said that was the big thing going into this year, hitting that weight room hard.
Absolutely. We're ready to go in the Tournament of Champions. It's going to be David Douglas Jr. and Ethan Kaiser in the circle. Kaiser, they call him Hair Jordan. He wins the tip-off, and we're underway in the 2022 TOC. Got you on the air just before tip-off. Didn't even have time to mention the shot clock. You see it above the rim. It's at 19 seconds now. That's new in the IHSA this season as Ethan Kaiser hits the game's first basket. John, you can use the shot clock in tournaments. You have to apply to the IHSA, and they've approved Washington, number of other Thanksgiving tournaments as well. And you see a lot of up-tempo offenses at these types of tournaments, but it's just all the more incentive to go quickly.
You know, in tournaments like this too, Joey, you got a lot of fans out here want to see some exciting games. They want to see that fast-paced offense as we see early on. Some great ball movement by Metamora leads to Ethan Kaiser basket, but it's definitely going to speed games up.
Absolutely. Off-balance shot from Douglas doesn't go. A foul or a jump ball rather under the basket, and that arrow is going to favor the Mustangs.
And Joey, not as much size on this Yorkville Christian roster this year. You could see some guards getting to the basket, and here it leads to an early basket.
Knocking it in is Jalen Alders, 6-foot senior. Ties us up at 2. And now Kaiser's going to take a 3. Scored a basket earlier. Again, an off-balance look. Doesn't go. Rebound hauled in by Tyler Mason. Big-time junior for these Redbirds. Kaiser has it on the right wing, and the Redbirds will reset. 3 on the way from Matthew Zobrist. And Zobrist was a big part of that Redbirds team down the stretch last season.
Yeah, and that's one thing with Tyler Mason and Matthew Zobrist. Like you said, Joey, they really stepped up in not only the regular season, but some huge postseason games late as here goes Zobrist.
Watch out, Zobrist in transition with one hand. The sophomore stands at 6'4". Ethan Kaiser's a senior. Senior heavy roster when you look at this Metamora starting lineup. Zobrist is the future.
Yeah, and that's one thing with graduating Zach Schroeder. They turn to guys like Tyler Mason and Matthew Zobrist to handle that ball, and right here early on, Metamora filling that role for Schroeder.
Turnaround jumper falls from Trey Lombardo, senior for the Mustangs. 4 up early on. Tournament of Champions. Such a good field here in 2022. Free throw line and a kick to Kaiser. Kaiser's 3 is good. Ethan Kaiser knows this court well, John. Metamora and Washington's one of the best rivalries in the area, and Kaiser looks every bit the Division I talent he is early on, committed to play at South Alabama. Watch out, transition. Here we go, running and going up and under is Mason. Kaiser comes in and a foul.
Yeah, and even with the shot clock this year, I don't think that necessarily hurts Metamora's offense. They love to run up tempo. They like to get in transition, and especially work the ball around, try to find those open threes, and you could see that early on from the Redbirds, off to a quick start.
First free throw from Mason off the front iron. Still no substitutions if you're just joining us. Glad to be with you at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented this year by OSF Healthcare. KB Strong, such a big part of this tournament as well. We'll talk about their efforts for glioblastoma fundraising and research as the tournament goes along. Here's Douglas to Lombardo. Lombardo didn't have a lot of options. His kick to the wing, and a 3 falls from Abram Fields.
How about Yorkville Christian early on, not shying away from the state runner-up team in Metamora, trying to fill some of those gaps with players that they lost due to graduation, but right now, we got a good game early on.
You heard on that 3 from Abram Fields. A little bit of audio from the hoop. Basket mics, a new innovation to Clutch Sports Media's Tournament of Champions coverage. Just operational right now on the right basket. That's a bit of a hiccup. We'll correct as the week goes along, hopefully by the end of the night. Of course, both these teams will be here all week, so we'll have an opportunity to hear that. And Kaiser going to draw contact on the inbound.
Well, especially with this loaded talent coming into the tournament, with those basket mics, Joey, I think you might be able to pick up on some loud dunks you hear across the audio there.
You'll hear a lot of dunks, a lot of swishes, maybe even some players jawing at each other under the rim. It's going to be a lot of fun. Kaiser knocks in his first free throw. And we'll await the second. Kaiser looking good. He's up to 6 points to lead all scorers. Can't get the second. Lombardo the rebound. Yorkville Christian hanging in it in the early stages. Mentioned the turnover. Lost 8 players to crosstown rival Yorkville, but Douglas is going to pull up a deep 3 and knocks it in. And David Douglas is going to carry this team this season.
And that's one thing carrying over to last year, even losing some of that talent. Yorkville Christian loves to get in transition, speed the game up, and then knock down those threes. They're showing that early in this first quarter.
Yorkville with an early lead. Metamora responds on a shot that looked exactly like the one that lost them the state title in March. Hit everything it could have. And Ethan Kaiser's been such a pest on those inbounds.
Yeah, they're putting some good defensive pressure here on Yorkville Christian. Another thing that Metamora really prides himself is the defensive end.
Three didn't hit anything there from Jalen Alders. Pushing in transition is Mason, lost it. And Yorkville chugs ahead. Seen a lot from Alders in the early stages. Alders has 2 points and a find to Douglas behind the back and a foul.
How about that move by Douglas? Almost looked like he wanted to go up, try to dunk it. Turns around, able to draw that contact and get to the line. But this is a player, Joey, that's really developed even from last season. He kind of knew coming in, he's going to have to be that guy that they can turn to, and David Douglas, he's showing that.
David Douglas looking really good in the early stages. Believe it or not, he just has that one basket, that deep three a little bit ago. Now 4 points and a foul. Knocks in the second. And I mentioned earlier Douglas is going to carry this team. Carry, I don't like that connotation because Yorkville does have some players. Of course, you know, they lost a lot from last season, but this is a state championship winning team. Great program. Aaron Silvern's a great coach. Three won't go off the back attachment from Zobrist. And we've seen in the early stages, Fields looking good, Alder's looking good. Trey Lombardo's gotten a lot of touches. Three from Douglas falls.
Yeah, he's definitely hot behind the arc. Douglas stepping up, and Joey, back to your point there, it's the next man up mentality. You get some players to kind of fill those roles. They know that, hey, we're a team that we could try to get back to state, and playing a team like Metamora to start, this is a big test.
Tyson Swanson there for Metamora. I think we've committed a crime, John. We're through almost 5.5 minutes of action. Haven't even mentioned Tyson Swanson and Drew Tucker for Metamora. That seems unfair. As another three falls, that time from Abram Fields, pardon me. But Swanson and Tucker, such a big part of Metamora's approach last season. 22 and 24. Almost easy to confuse the two, conflate the two at times because they play so similarly. Nice cut to the basket from Tyler Mason, but Swanson and Tucker, the 6'3" senior duo, going to be big this year for Metamora.
Yeah, they certainly are. And Joey, like you said, two players that play extremely similar. They do. I mean, they love to shoot threes, you know, drive to the basket, just play hard-nosed defense, and that really helped Metamora, especially power them to last year's state championship game, looking to do the same this year as they return as seniors.
Driving was Fields, lost it. Metamora chugs ahead. Watch out. Here's Tucker, lays it in. Tucker and Swanson, not huge dunk candidates, at least based on what we saw last year, but Metamora is a team that loves to run in transition.
Yeah, they do, and they showed that right there from Tucker. But Yorkville Christian not backing away from the challenge. It's a close game, back and forth as we anticipated.
Here's Douglas swimming to the basket. David Douglas, Jr., allowed 10 points. Haven't seen the shot clock become much of a factor. It won't on that possession. Kaiser the rebound and a dish to Mason. Mason. Floater won't go. Pops it out. Zobrist looking. Tucker shooting. And again off the back attachment. Another rebound. Metamora playing well along the perimeter, and that opens it up for Tyson Swanson to score.
And I think that's big in a game like this, back and forth, those second chance points. Metamora fighting to get those rebounds, which leads to a basket from Swanson.
Three on the way from Douglas, won't go, and Lombardo can't catch up to it. It's out of bounds. So the shot clock will turn off with 28 seconds left. Metamora, your 1 point leader. Metamora likes to go quick. Both these teams do, John, but do they slow it down here and hold for the final shot?
I think with that shot clock off, you can run the clock all the way down. So we'll see if Metamora holds for a two or three here.
So Metamora will hold. 13 seconds left. Up top, it's Tucker. Tucker looking, finding Zobrist. Zobrist for three, got it. 4 seconds left. Douglas is going to hoist something up from half court. It doesn't go. Rims out.
Almost. But what a find in the corner to Zobrist, getting him wide open there. Metamora buries another three. Really entertaining first quarter.
Absolutely, and a good now opportunity to thank our sponsors. A lot of great sponsors on board at the TOC this year. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Today's tournament is also brought to you by the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Today's coverage is brought to you by Offering. Offering a number of dealerships around central Illinois. Visit Uftring today. And today's tournament is also brought to you by Teamworks in Washington and by Titan Industries. As we get prepared to get back to the KB Strong as well. Foundation named in honor of the late Washington boys basketball head coach Kevin Brown. The tournament now bears his name, and we'll tell you all about the KB Strong's mission and their goal to raise awareness and money for glioblastoma as the tournament goes along. 3 on the way from Kaiser, no, and the rebound and the putback for Matthew Zobrist.
Zobrist looking really good early on. It's the rebound and a putback right there.
Now Yorkville will chug ahead. Jalen Alders kicking it back to Abram Fields. Metamora has pulled away. They lead by 6 points, 25-19. Say pulled away because it's their largest lead of the day. There's Tyson Swanson. Swanson looking and finding Luke Hopp. First time he's had his name called tonight, fresh into the game. And a 3 falls for Tyler Mason. Aaron Sovern wants a 30-second timeout. He's got it. And Metamora, if they start heating up from beyond the arc, it's not going to be good for Yorkville Christian.
No, and that's where they, a lot of games last year started off back and forth. Metamora really starts clicking on all cylinders. And right now, like you said, Joey, if Metamora starts hitting their stride, finding open men for threes, could be a long game.
Tonight's coverage brought to you again by OSF Healthcare. OSF Healthcare Children's Hospital of Illinois is ready to provide all levels of care throughout the health and wellness journey of kids and teens. From routine care to highly specialized care or support for a healthy lifestyle, it is the only children's hospital outside of Chicago caring for the most complex health issues. Visit osfhealthcare.org/kids to learn more. OSF Healthcare, the presenting sponsor of this year's Tournament of Champions. What does Yorkville Christian look to do out of the timeout, John? What are the Mustangs drawing up?
Yeah, I think you need some good ball movement here. Try to just find an open shot. Right now, haven't had an answer for that defensive pressure as Metamora gets the ball back again.
3, no. Rebound kicked out to Kaiser. Kaiser for 3, got it. Ethan Kaiser, flashbulbs popping off as he knocks it in. At least one of them was. Someone took a picture of that. Metamora trying to disrupt the inbound, out of bounds.
I think early in the game, Metamora kind of sat back in more of that half-court defense. Now they're putting on full-court pressure, really kind of stifling Yorkville Christian here. And I think a big key to this game right now, too, where Metamora's owning is the rebounds. Right now they're getting second-chance looks, and like you said, Joey, in your earlier comment, if they start hitting threes, that's where Metamora really finds their groove.
Big possession here for Yorkville Christian, down 12. A reminder to stay tuned at halftime for our studio show, brought to you by Uftring this year. It's Tournament Central, back and enhanced. Gavin Russell's going to be in our halftime studio to catch up with someone. Not sure who he's got lined up, but it'll be a good interview. Metamora pushing in transition, stepping through and scoring is Zobrist.
And we saw really good things from Zobrist last year, and he's only developed even more this year. He's looking really good to start in this game.
Leading all scorers with 12. Douglas, a step back 3. And the rebound brought in by who else but Zobrist. Metamora playing a little quick. They slow it down and score. Tyler Mason. And a timeout called by Aaron Sover. Yorkville Christian wants to talk things over.
Metamora really turning up the heat. They start pulling away in this game in the second quarter.
The public address system reading an OSF read. We'll sneak one in too. OSF on-call urgent care understands there are times when you don't know where to turn, like when you're traveling or for a sports injury. Their 24/7 virtual visits are a unique option for treating minor illnesses and injuries anytime, day or night. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. OSF Healthcare, the presenting sponsor of this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Joey Wright and John Camosa in with you. Our entire crew doing a great job here at the Tournament of Champions. Jonathan Michael, our producer and director, Charlie Schermerhorn, alongside him, helping out. Our camera operator's doing a great job. And we'll talk about it all throughout the week, John. What a great tournament this is. It's a highlight of our year. Great to be back once again. Feels like a state tournament with these two teams going at it.
It does, and I can't think of a better way to start a Tuesday, finish up on a Saturday, spend your Thanksgiving here just watching some great high school basketball. So much talent comes in through the years, how many NBA players have came through here in the likes of Zion Williamson, Andrew Wiggins, Anthony Davis. It's always just such a great tournament.
You look back at the 2019 field, been thinking about it all week. Walker Kessler, E.J. Liddell, Jalen Williams. That won't go. Loose ball. Adam Miller was there. The 2019 field was stacked. Last year's field was really good too. It'll take a little bit before some of those guys reach the NBA and great programs overseas, but you look back at the 2019 field, last field before last year's tournament because of the pandemic. I mean, you can see this tournament year in and year out. It's almost assured we'll have some NBA talent.
Well, I think it's really nice too, especially for our local teams, Metamora, Washington. In here, you get a chance to play, some highly touted, nationally ranked teams or teams that have, national recruits. So it's really good to play that early on in your schedule as you go into conference play.
David Douglas looking like a star there, as is Ethan Kaiser. Rattles that one home. 38-21, Metamora in the blink of an eye has opened up a 17-point lead. Douglas spinning, doesn't get that one. Rebound hauled in by Luke Hopp. Hopp playing big minutes here in the second quarter. 3 just short from Zobrist. Nick Walker brought the rebound in. Not a name you heard last year, new to the varsity level this year.
How about that move from David Douglas? Gives him a little spin, step back.
Douglas counters on the offensive end. Back to a 15-point game. Doesn't feel like a 15-point game. Metamora, though, can get you in so many ways. Kaiser off there, and the rebound to Hopp, and a turnover. Here's Alders. Slowing it down. Douglas wanted the 3, will pass it up. Mustangs will settle for a 3, and it's good from Zach Marini.
As Yorkville Christian missed a beat from last year, even losing some players, they love to shoot the 3s, and they are knocking them in.
High-scoring game thus far. We've still got 3:30 to play in the opening half, and it's 38-26. Do you think the shot clock has helped with that somewhat, John? These are two teams that like to get up and down, but Metamora, the first of 40 points, and we've still got 3:15 to play.
It could affect some teams throughout the week in this tournament, if teams play a slower style offense, but Metamora, Yorkville Christian, known for playing fast-paced offense, so we haven't really seen the shot clock play a factor at all in this game.
Metamora's on pace for over 100 points. What's the easiest difficulty on 2K? It's like they've turned it down, and the offense is looking really good. David Douglas is as well, and Yorkville Christian not out of this game by any means. 16 for Douglas. We've not seen a lot of defense, to be frank.
Just a lot of 3s, a lot of fast-paced offense.
Easy find, Luke Hopp. Luke Hopp's a junior, stands at 6'8". Tallest player on Metamora's roster. Don't love to give heights out doing a TV-style broadcast. Folks can see it for themselves, but it's just proof that Metamora's got some length even outside of Kaiser, as Douglas is fouled hard at the free throw line.
Took a little bit of a shot there, but he's all right. Tucker didn't think so. It looked like he got the block, and all the guys in the stripes there are always right, huh?
That's right. You heard the crowd erupt. Some liked the call, some didn't, but it will give David Douglas Jr. some needed free throws. Gets the first. Haven't had a lot of substitutions thus far. Caden Hartnett in for Metamora, was the quarterback for the Redbirds during football season, wearing number 11, the number vacated by Zach Schroeder. such a big part of the state run for Metamora last year. Different stories, though. Yorkville Christian lost so many guys. Metamora essentially just lost Zach Schroeder when you talk about key guys from last season.
And you know that going into another season, you get to the state championship, big shoes to fill with Schroeder there. He was that focal point on the team, that veteran leader, but Metamora knew they were going to have Zobrist, Mason, players like Caden Hartnett step up. They certainly showed that in this first game of the TOC.
See what the Mustangs do here. Down under 2 minutes to play in the half. Douglas steps back. Doesn't get the roll, and the Redbirds push ahead. Swanson stops, or rather Tucker stops, won't take the three. Now it's over to Mason. Down low, and that high-low has been so effective. Lukop always seems to be open on the block.
Finds a way to slip through the defense back there, and that's his second backdoor cut where they've left him wide open. And they really don't have a player on Yorkville Christian's roster that can match his size as he gets to the rim again.
Douglas off 1 foot. Yes, got it. Douglas, 19 points. Such a big part of this offense. Metamora slowed down some. Not sure if they'll get to 50 before the half ends. They get a little help there from Tyson Swanson.
How about that play from Swanson? Just kind of soars above everybody else, able to pull it back down and go right up with it. Good move.
Yorkville had a chance to go 2 for 1 if they hurried. Here's Fields. And the shot clock will turn off. Metamora will have one final possession. Although last quarter they were in a similar spot and left a little time for Yorkville that almost worked out. Douglas almost did a half quarter. Here's Mason bringing it up. Running point for the Redbirds. Could be the final possession of what's been a quick-moving first half.
Yeah, if there's one thing we can say, Joey, we haven't seen basketball since last March, but certainly has been a quick first half.
Here's Swanson looking for a three. Doesn't have it. Last touched by Metamora. So again, Yorkville Christian will have a chance to beat the buzzer. 3 seconds left. Trey Lombardo to inbound. Finds Douglas. Douglas floats it up and leaves it short. And that's how the first half of the Tournament of Champions will end. 46-31's the score. Metamora, your leader. As we'll thank our sponsors, starting with OSF Healthcare, the presenting sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. A new day in cancer care is on the horizon at OSF Healthcare. The 2024 opening of the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria will bring innovative technology, treatments, clinical trials, and research that saves lives. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington, proud to welcome everybody to the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a diverse city, mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Tonight's coverage is brought to you by Uftring. Uftring, good number of dealerships around Central Illinois, proud supporter of local high school sports. Uftring, proud sponsor of the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Teamworks, also a proud sponsor of our coverage. Teamworks in Washington, the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see him for all your apparel and sporting goods needs, and by the KB Strong Foundation, of course. Such a great mission to raise awareness and money for glioblastoma research. Glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Link to their website is on the screen now. And Titan Industries, proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions as well. Uftring, also a proud sponsor of our Tournament Central halftime and pregame show. And we'll go down to Uftring Tournament Central now. Gavin Russell is standing by. Our producer, John Michael, is telling me now that Gavin is ready. And Gavin, we will go down to the studio here. Working out a few kinks here for our first game of the tournament. And we'll go down to Gavin on John's cue. Gavin, take it away.
First year working it. I mean, the excitement around this tournament is incredible, but your personal excitement, share with our audience a little bit.
Obviously, I'm super excited for the tournament as a whole. Some individual things I'm looking forward to are, one, the current game going on right now with Metamora and
Yorkville Christian.
Yep. So obviously, really excited to see Ethan Kaiser. Have not gotten a chance to see him in person, so that's really exciting. Another thing is the duo with Moline, with Owen Freeman and Brock Harding, the two Iowa commits. Very excited to see those two play. Very rarely you see two college commits on the same team in the area, so it's going to be a lot of fun to see that.
It sure will be, and there's a lot of Division I talent at this tournament, so if you're not too familiar with the Washington Tournament of Champions, you definitely want to look into it a little bit more. You can go on the website, washingtontoc.org. Learn quite a bit more about these players because, again, as you mentioned, you've got Brock Harding and Owen Freeman just on one team. So if you're a Hawkeyes fan, there's the future of your team right there. Not to mention you've got players going to Cal Poly. In this game we're watching right now, Metamora's Ethan Kaiser heading to South Alabama. That's another Division I. You've got the Fears brothers, Jeremy and Jeremiah. Both are going to go play Division I basketball, perhaps both at Michigan State. We'll have to see, but so many exciting players in this tournament, all for a great cause. We're going to talk all about this throughout the week, throughout all of the halftimes and in between games. There's a lot of different things we can talk about, but kind of starting with this game, Teddy, right at first, Metamora, Yorkville Christian, great way to kick it off to start the TOC this season. Metamora, they runnered up last year in Class 3A. Yorkville Christian won the 1A state title, so I couldn't think of two better teams to kick off the tournament.
Oh, 100%. Metamora, they came out the gates very fast. Ethan Kaiser has been playing insane. I think he's got over 12 points already, and so does his teammate. I'm blanking.
Matthew Zobers.
Matthew Zobers, yep. Yes, he's also come out really, really hot, and this team is firing on all cylinders. Defense, offense, it's really just going really well for them.
It really is, and Metamora lost next to nothing from last year's team. Zach Schroeder really being the main loss. They had a couple of bench players, Luke DeFrance and Solomon Schwartz a couple, but the bulk, 4 of the 5 starters back. I mean, just talking in the way of general experience, how big is bringing back a team like that with so much chemistry?
It's huge. If you've ever played like an organized sport and you know like the chemistry you can have can really help you win games, and having like multiple years on a varsity level, that can especially help you.
Yeah, it sure can, and that's something that Metamora has a lot of. They've got a tough Mid-Illini Conference slate this year, so we'll kind of talk through that throughout the week when Metamora is playing. For Yorkville Christian, on the other hand, they did lose a lot, and they had a really good team last year. KJ Vassar, Jaden Shute, who's now at Duke. They lost quite a few players, but I think one of the things that sets them apart, they're a team that's pretty dynamic. You saw David Douglas Jr. in that first half. Although they trail, they're still very good basketball.
Oh, 100%. And he has been playing electric as well. He is keeping this game as close as it is right now, just for his play and his teammates around him, and especially him. He has over 14 points here in the first half, so that's doing numbers for him.
They have some ability to get inside, but also have the ability to hit the long ball as well. So two exciting programs out there playing. Metamora and Yorkville Christian not going to miss the second half with Joey Wright and John Camosa. But in the way of some other teams, you mentioned Moline, and Moline is one of the best teams in the state. Of course, if you're watching from Illinois and the IHSA, you certainly definitely are going to follow the Moline Maroons. But in way of some other games you're interested in, some other players, who are you looking at?
Arguably one of the biggest games of the tournament is St. Rita versus Joliet West. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a great game. Two of the best teams in all of Illinois, maybe even all the country, to be honest. Like very, very good teams, very talented. I'm looking forward to that one.
That's going to be a great game. That's tomorrow at 6:15. You're not going to want to miss that one here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We have so much more to discuss, but the game is about to be back on. You don't want to miss the second half. Metamora and Yorkville Christian. So for Teddy Ball, I'm Gavin Russell from the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. We'll send it back to the booth now. Joey Wright and John Camosa on the call for the second half of Metamora and Yorkville Christian.
Thank you, Gavin and Teddy. It's Uftring Tournament Central. We'll be hanging out down there all week long at halftime and between games here at the Tournament of Champions. Joey Wright and John Camosa up top. It's 46-31. Metamora leading at halftime. And John, it's Metamora. It's everything we thought we would have seen from Metamora. Not missing a beat, picking up right where they left off last year. Runner-up in the IHSA's 3A class. Yorkville Christians look good too. They won the 1A state title. But Metamora just getting up and down the floor and looking really good from the perimeter.
Yeah, I kind of took the words right out of my mouth there, Joey. Picking up right where they left off, should I say. Fast tempo offense, getting wide open for threes, cutting to the basket, getting rebounds. I think that's going to be big in the second half for Yorkville Christian, losing some of that size from Jaden Shute last year down low. They're going to have to box out and try to get some rebounds with these mismatches to stay in this ball game. But right now, Metamora with the upper hand, and they look to continue to pick up that tempo here in the second half. But I think we're in for another exciting back-and-forth game here in the third and fourth quarter.
Should be a good one. Thanks to everyone watching on ClutchSportsIL.com. Glad we're spending some time with you here on this Tuesday night. So we're about ready to go. Both teams getting ready for the second half. John, Yorkville Christian not out of this game yet.
Well, certainly not. And I love this matchup. David Douglas with Drew Tucker on him, a great offensive player, matched up with a really good defender.
Here's Douglas. Lost his footing, and Metamora in transition. Mustangs able to get back, and that'll neutralize the attack. Here's a two on the way, or a three that would have gone, pardon me, as I settle into the second half. It's Tyler Mason coming in and scoring for the Redbirds. So they're back up by 17. That's their tied for their largest lead tonight. Up next, by the way, John, sorry to cut you off. That doesn't go from Yorkville Christian. Perhaps our game of the day. It'll be Wisconsin Lutheran and Moline coming up. That should be a good one. John Michael and you will take us through that one.
And that's a Moline team that I watched over the summer at the Richwood shootout, and they looked really, really impressive. So they look to have a big year after falling short to normal community last year. Looking forward to that game.
Should be a good one. Still some business to take care of here, though, as Lombardo finds Douglas. First time we've seen Metamora come out and apply the double team that far out. Douglas breaks free and is fouled on his way to the basket. There's a weird horn. Did you hear that? I don't know if we've heard that yet.
I wasn't paying attention to the backboard, but was that the shot
That
clock?
might have been the shot
I think
clock.
that
I wasn't either.
I was kind of keyed in on that matchup there with Douglas going to the rim, but I think that was our shot clock.
It's a lesson for all of us, is we've got to pay attention to the shot clock. Now, if you're just joining us, of course, we're well aware of it. Talked ad nauseum about it earlier. And that's what a lot of coaches will tell you with the shot clock is, offensively, so many teams go quickly. It doesn't have that big of an effect. But defensively, now if you can guard for 25, 30 seconds, you can force your opponent to really panic in that last 5-10 seconds of a possession. And Douglas almost made something happen there, got fouled and got to the line for one, but you really just got to play hard defense for 25, 30 seconds.
You do, and Joey, I think you and I, as much basketball we've covered, you're not used to the shot clock at the high school level, so still trying to get adjusted to that.
I will say the shot clocks look good above the baskets here at Washington. David Douglas calls out an audible. Alders kicks back, and it's Fields. Seniors and sophomores make up the Yorkville roster. In fact, they don't have any freshmen or juniors. You're either in your second year or your fourth year at Yorkville Christian High School. Not a lot of in between. Not any in between. As the shot clock expires, there it is again, and we play on. And Metamora takes advantage. Tyler Mason.
And Joey, we talked about that in the first half. It wasn't really a factor going from the first and second quarter. You could see right out of halftime, Metamora's really stepped up their defensive pressure, forcing now twice Yorkville Christian to get a shot off right at the buzzer.
See if Yorkville can move a little quicker here. Douglas tries to step through. He lost it out of bounds, but they'll say it was last touched by the Redbirds.
Maybe that was a halftime talk between Coach Greaves and his team. Hey, let's put a lot of defensive pressure on them, force them to take shots at the last second.
Three on the way, just short. Kaiser can't bring the rebound in, and Alders hauls in the loose rebound. Metamora won the race to 50. Yorkville nearly back over the line.
How about this defensive pressure from the Redbirds?
I'm watching the shot clock now. It's down to 10. Mustangs still don't have a shot they like. Douglas is going to fade away, and too strong on the three. They nearly run into problems again. And an alley-oop finished with a stop and score. Tyson Swanson. John, you and I did a lot of big Metamora games down the stretch. We were on the call together for Metamora and Rock Island last year. We'll hold that thought. We'll get some breaks in, thank our sponsors. But you and I have seen Metamora play some big games. These are big games too. Brought to you by OSF Healthcare in Peoria. When the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country, with proton beam therapy and only the second one in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Also glad to be in the city of Washington. City with a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. A lot to do here if you're watching our stream and planning to head over to the tournament maybe in days to come. No shortage of options for things to do and places to eat in Washington. Beautiful town just outside of Peoria. Ethan Kaiser pokes that one back out of bounds. It kicked off a fan. Hope everyone's all right down there.
Especially being right on those sidelines. Got to watch out for those basketballs coming.
Football pass down the court. Intended receiver was Brady Sover. Good crowd on hand here at the TOC tonight as well. You see right side of the bleachers there, top of your picture. As Kaiser stuffed by the rim. Can't complete the and one, but it'll go to the line. Top of your picture, you see, or you saw, some Washington fans. Washington, the third game tonight.
Always a great crowd on hand when the hometown team is playing, and Washington looking forward to this season. Senior Jake Stewart is a quarterback for Washington's team. Looks to be that veteran leader. How many exciting threes did we see from Washington last year as well, to touch on them in the middle line? Jake Stewart, really good piece there for the Panthers.
Panthers are going to be a fun ball club. It's going to be a good Mid-Illini conference. You look across Morton, Pekin and Dunlap. Canton, I'm told, should be improved as well. And East Peoria will be in the Tournament of Champions as well. The Raiders have made some big strides. We'll see them tomorrow. And Limestone has Willie Coleman at the helm. Former Manual coach is going to make an impact on that program.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really exciting Mid-Illini, like you said, Joey. Looking forward to this season. And obviously you can see the strides these teams make starting early in November, or I should say late November, with these holiday tournaments.
Clutch Sports Media, also the official streaming partner of the State Farm Holiday Classic in Bloomington Normal in late December. We'll be in Macomb as well for their annual holiday tournament at the same time. And it will be interesting, John, you're right, to see how some of these teams develop from now to then in their seasons. Kaiser trying to shovel ahead. What a pass! Behind the back and a score! Tyson Swanson.
How about the awareness there from Mason? Great behind the back pass as Swanson finishes at the rim.
Swanson scored, but you're right, Mason did the hard part. Tyler Mason really came on for the Redbirds last season and proving that it was no fluke. Metamora's got some big seniors. Kaiser, Swanson, Tucker, of course. But then you look at their sophomores and juniors, and Tyler Mason, a junior. Matthew Zobrist, a sophomore. 3 on the way. Kaiser got that. They're going to be a tough out this season, and next year they'll have some pieces back as well.
And I think a game like this, especially to open your year, we talked about that tough loss that they had in the state championship. That was the game that they were right in. They wanted to take that game, and I think when you can open up your first game the following year, it really is big for your team. Get that momentum built early. Right now is Metamora with a big lead.
Metamora's opened this one up to 29 points. Kaiser to the corner. And again, they find Hop down low, and Hop is fouled. Will go to the line for 2. Hop off on the first. That basket, Mike, and a score on an offensive rebound from Nick Walker. Nick Walker came into this game late, and he's off to a nice start for the Redbirds. I believe that's his first basket tonight. Walker, another one of those juniors for the Redbirds. Open 3 from Zach Marini. And the Redbirds push ahead. Walker with a beautiful dish and a score. Drew Tucker.
Really good awareness there from Walker. Gets it off. Kind of got it stuck on his knee there, but still able to dish it there to Tucker.
Walker with a nice pass. What struck me about Metamora in the early stages and through the middle stages of this one, John, is how unselfish the Redbirds are. 3 and a foul, and Douglas will go to the line. Little bit of contact there from Drew Tucker.
And that's one thing that we've seen from Metamora, you know, looking up and down their box scores from last year. Very unselfish, like you said, Joey. They love to get a lot of different guys involved, and that seems to be the case again this year. There's a lot of different players that found themselves in the scoring column.
21 points now for Luke Hopp. Or pardon me, I had the wrong 14. That's David Douglas Jr. with 21. But Luke Hopp for Metamora has 6 points, and he's been kind of the second option behind Kaiser down low. Drew Tucker out for the Redbirds. In is Ashton Greaves. Danny Greaves, longtime head coach of his Metamora program. Greaves is going to shoot a 3 and knocks it in. 3 for 3. Matches his number there with that basket on the scoreboard for the first time tonight. 43 seconds left. And a 3. It won't go. Greaves the rebound. Man of the hour. Finds Kaiser.
Metamora might be looking for that 3 again, kind of spacing out the floor.
Shot clock down to 15. Game clock has about 3 seconds on it. So Yorkville's going to get an opportunity in all likelihood. Kaiser gets it back to Greaves. Greaves is wide open. Can't connect. Kaiser can't bring the rebound in. Metamora is going to get one more shot off. Kaiser blocked at the horn. No.
Almost got it up.
Wouldn't go for Luke Hopp, and that's the end of the third quarter. 69-34. Metamora pulling away and looking good. Behind 17 points from Ethan Kaiser. Take this break to remind you that tonight's coverage is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. When life gets hectic, you need healthcare that's easy. You need OSF On-Call Urgent Center. For the care of minor illnesses and injuries, they offer in-person care or 24/7 virtual visits. Clinics are conveniently located in Washington, Morton, East Peoria, Pekin, and Peoria. Visit OSFOnCall.org/urgent care. Tonight's coverage brought to you by the City of Washington, proud to welcome you to the 2022 Tournament of Champions. Washington, a growing city, diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. If you're stopping by Washington this week, no shortage of things to do. Tonight's coverage brought to you by Oftring, proud supporter of local high school sports in the area. Oftring Auto Group. Plenty of locations around Peoria, in Washington, Pekin, and more. Teamworks in Washington, the official sporting goods provider of the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and Titan Industries, proud sponsor of the TOC as well. The KB Strong Foundation raising awareness and money for glioblastoma research. Glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Visit their website to learn more. We'll talk about the late Kevin Brown as the tournament goes along. Glioblastoma, a cause near and dear to Danny Greaves' heart as well. It's touched a lot of lives around here, and expanding that out, cancer in general has touched so many lives, goes without saying. Great to see the tournament really rallying behind the cause. Has raised a lot of money in recent years, and I expect the same this year, as plenty of awareness to be raised as well.
And you can see the impact that Kevin Brown left on this community and how big this tournament's grown, raising awareness, raising money for such a good cause, and helping others, impacting lives along the way. It's such a special thing that goes outside the game of just basketball.
Absolutely. Hop down low, got that to go. Metamora making kind of a statement here, John. You look down and you see a lot of Washington students in attendance. Metamora's brought a nice crowd as well, but Washington's got their student section kind of ready to go for the third game tonight. And Metamora, you know, I think they know they've got their arch rivals fan base watching them, as they've now got 73 points, holding the defending 1A champions to just 34. And especially defensively here in the second half, John, Metamora's defense has clamped down.
They have, and getting some other players off the bench coming in and still clicking on all cylinders.
Hartnett for 3, no. Or for 2, pardon me. A lot of basketball this week, gotta pace myself. And Hop will go to the line for Metamora.
Yeah, if there's one thing for sure, Joey, back to your point, is early mornings, late nights, going to be a lot of basketball, but always looking forward to it. It's one of those tournaments that every year it comes along and just get excited for. So many good teams here, such a great cause, and just really nice fan base on hand, especially early in this first game, as it will continue to fill up throughout the week.
Absolutely. I'm told St. Rita and Joliet West is going to draw a huge crowd. I'm told that, and common sense would tell you that as well. St. Rita and Joliet West, 2 teams with a lot of key targets for Illinois and so many other schools in the Big Ten and beyond, Power 5 Blue Bloods.
We're talking about St. Rita, and for some of our viewers that might not have seen that game, or some that might have watched the stream, St. Rita scored 111 points against Yorkville Christian. I believe Yorkville Christian scored 103, one of the higher scoring games ever at this tournament. So there's no shortage of scoring there for St. Rita. Morris Johnson, James Brown. It's going to be a really fun team to watch. And Joliet West with Jeremiah and Jeremy Fears. It's a talented brother duo there.
We'll see them in the final game tonight. Joliet West, they'll take on Cardinal Ritter. Washington playing Lincoln Park. And next up, of course, Wisconsin Lutheran and Moline.
Yeah, tonight definitely a fun night to tune in. We have really good games on the schedule.
We absolutely do. Tomorrow a great day as well, and a 3 falls for Caden Hartnett. He can do it on more than just the football field. Hartnett, his first basket of the season. Metamora with 77. 100's not out of the equation, and Yorkville Christian back on the board. It's Abram Fields. It's going to take a little bit, I think, for Yorkville Christian this season, John, but you can see the potential there. David Douglas is going to be kind of the key guy as he fades away and can't get that to go. But they've got so many sophomores on this roster. Good mix of seniors to show them the way. And a 3 that can't decide and doesn't go for Briar Cremines. And a foul.
Hop getting a lot of rebounds down there, putting in some great effort and able to draw the contact, get to the line. But that's one thing when you get some other players in there off the bench, and they certainly have not slowed down the tempo, still playing that fast-paced offense, getting to the basket.
When I look at Yorkville Christian, you've got to remember that a lot of the teams they'll play this season, and they play a good schedule, absolutely, but a lot of teams they'll face and the teams they need to face down the stretch aren't Metamora. There's a lot of good 1A teams in this state, but often it is a different style of basketball, and not to say that's a lower level of competition by any means, but you know what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the teams you face in 3A and 4A are going to pose a different set of challenges than some of their 1A counterparts.
And you look at what Coach Aaron Sovereign's doing there with Yorkville Christian. You're playing so many experienced 3A, 4A teams, which really gets you ready, for 1A to go through that field, which last year they kind of rolled through. And they played teams like Glenbard West. They won 4A last year. Their only loss was to Sierra Canyon, LeBron James' son over there. So the things that he's doing, implementing that tough schedule, I think even if you lose 10, 11 games, 12 games, it helps you out in the long run, and obviously it benefited them last year winning the state championship.
Yeah, last year they were right around that mark in terms of losses. I remember we ran into them at the Crossroads Classic a little later on, and Peoria Notre Dame had their number that night.
I think that's one thing, too. You lose games. Sometimes it's a little discouraging. You try to bounce back, but at the end of the day, you get to March, records go out the door in the postseason. So even if you suffer some of those losses to tough teams, it comes back to help you late in February and early March.
Absolutely.
But right now, I think Metamora's got this one put away here. Opening statement here for the Redbirds.
We are in running clock territory. A great statement for Metamora to come in and open up with now a 35-point lead. And Douglas is fouled. He'll go to the line. No other way to put it than it's just been Metamora's night here. Yorkville Christian, this will be a tough loss to open the season, but the Redbirds looking good.
We kind of expected that coming in, Joey, that Metamora was obviously going to have a really great team again this year, only losing Zach Schroeder in their starting rotation there. So Ethan Kaiser, Drew Tucker, Tyson Swanson, Matthew Zobris has developed. He's gotten even better since the summer, and I think Danny Greaves is in good company with this team he's got.
David Douglas comes out of the game, gets a nice standing, or a nice an ovation from some fans. I heard some Yorkville Christian fans sending him off in style. Down to 2.5 minutes or so left in this one. Brady Sovern for three, short. Another thing for Yorkville Christian, John, is you live by the three, you die by the three. They've taken a lot of shots from beyond the perimeter. They just haven't fallen tonight, but half those shots they've taken go in, we're looking at a much different ball game.
Yeah, and I think that's credit to Metamora's defense. It almost limits you to only taking those threes or trying to get to the basket with that defensive pressure Metamora's had around the perimeter, and especially down low in the post. It's hard to do such things.
Absolutely. Quick timeout there just for substitution purposes. 2 minutes left in this one, and now some guys that don't often get their name called are in. For Metamora, Yorkville has a number of starters or guys that have played key minutes on the floor. Here's Sovern. Now finds Zach Marini. Crosses over, pulls up at the line. And will pop out of bounds.
I think this is a good thing, too, for Metamora making that statement early, but you get some other players a chance to come in right away. First game of the year, get some varsity experience.
Never know who you're going to have to lean on down the stretch of a deep playoff run. Pass is popped up. Kendrick Shaffrin has it. And the Mustangs get out and run in transition. They've got to slow it down. They'll kick it out for a three. Off the iron. 48 seconds left. Shot clock will force Metamora to play offense. Pass nearly airmailed. Washington student section was ready for it, and Greaves got it.
Greaves having a nice game here off the bench.
8 points for Ashton Greaves, including a three-pointer earlier. Game clock and shot clock pretty much matching, within a second of each other. Deep three falls for Yorkville Christian. Brady Sovern, the sophomore, knocks that in. And that'll about do it. 5 seconds left in the game. Greaves will dribble it out. This game's gone final. An 87-41 win for the Metamora Redbirds over the Yorkville Christian Mustangs, and the Tournament of Champions is off with a bang. In 2022, 46-point win for Metamora.
Back and forth game early on, but Metamora found its stride and pulls away for a big victory. And nice test for a team like Yorkville Christian to face off against a highly touted Metamora team.
Absolutely. We'll go to the studio in just a second, but first a word for our sponsors. OSF Healthcare, proud sponsor of the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. OSF Healthcare Children's Hospital of Illinois is ready to provide all levels of care throughout the health and wellness journey of kids and teens, from routine care to highly specialized care or support for a healthy lifestyle. It is the only children's hospital outside of Chicago caring for the most complex health issues. Visit osfhealthcare.org/kids to learn more. Welcome to the city of Washington for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. A lot to do in Washington this week for the TOC. Uftring, a proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Teamworks in Washington. And Titan Industries, structural and manufacturing steel fabrication contractor. Titan Industries proud to be on board at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and the KB Strong Foundation doing such great work for the fight to raise awareness and money for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more, visit their website, kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. We're ready to go down to Uftring Tournament Central. Gavin Russell has a report. Gavin, take it away.
Welcome back into the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell, back with Teddy Ball again. Into the first game of the tournament right there. Metamora big winners over Yorkville Christian, 87-41. That's a pretty big beatdown for the first game. Of course, Yorkville Christian still finding themselves a little bit, lost a lot of players from last year, but I think that really attests to how good Metamora is going to be. Coming off that runner-up appearance in last year's state finals, Metamora is the real deal.
Oh, yeah, they are. Like we talked about before, it's all about chemistry, and Metamora definitely has it. It was a little bit closer in the first half, but here in the second half, they really reeled it on, led by some of their leaders, and they attacked really well.
Sure did. Ethan Kaiser, the South Alabama commit, Division I mid-major school right there. He'll be heading there next year, but showing off here at the TOC. Matthew Zobrist, the sophomore, he's looking really good. I was impressed with how he's taken his game to the next level. Of course, Tyson Swanson, a part of that, and they have a few other new faces as well. Even though Yorkville Christian didn't come up with the victory this time, David Douglas Jr. counting for about half or more of the Yorkville Christian points. He's going to be a scary sight for opposing teams this year.
Oh, most definitely. And it's only first game of the tournament. I mean, he is here, and he has been playing very, very well in the first game. There's more games to go.
There's more games to come indeed. Two teams you won't want to miss throughout this tournament. Let's take a look at the rest of the tournament. We'll look at some of the games coming up the rest of today. But I got to say, Teddy, I have the program right here, and it couldn't say any better. The talent is out of this world, so you're not going to want to miss any of it. They have a few of the featured players here on the cover, but if you make it to the tournament at any point this week, pick up one of these great programs, because certainly has a lot of great information, a lot of great schedules, all the teams, rosters, and even some old stats, some records in there, so pick one of those up for sure. Let's take a look, though, at the upcoming schedule. This program is huge. There's
a lot of information in
There's
here.
a lot of information. I would highly recommend getting one. But looking at today, the next game coming up, Wisconsin Lutheran and Moline. We'll talk about that one briefly. You mentioned the Owen Freeman-Brock Harding combo. I mean, that's lethal.
Very, very.
And I mean, any team that sees that. I mean, those are two Division I players, two future Hawkeyes. I mean, that is, if you're a Hawkeyes fan, you're going to be excited for that.
Yeah, especially it's hard enough to stop one great player, yet alone two on the same team, on the same court. You never know if they're going to be in together or they're going to shift off going against a bench unit. They can hit you in many different ways, one being a big, one being a guard, they can all around the court.
Yeah, that is a lethal combo right there, so you're not going to miss them. Wisconsin Lutheran's going to put up a good fight, so it should be an entertaining matchup. Lincoln Park will take on the host school Washington at 7:30. That's going to be a full house, Ted.
Oh, yeah.
Because Washington, of course, as you know, being from the area, big supporter of their teams, especially when it comes to basketball. They have had some great programs over the years. Washington is definitely going to put up a big fight tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Washington fans even out here in the little area that we're in right now, so I can only imagine what it's going to be like inside of the gym when it comes down to it, so that's very exciting to watch.
We're a whole nother game away, and I've already seen probably about half the student section already filling up. Not to mention you've got the band coming up. You've got, it's going to be a full house, so if you're coming for the Washington game later, get here now and get here early because it is going to be packed. They take on Chicago Lincoln Park, kind of an interesting team. I read something about Lincoln Park. They're considered a sleeping giant because they play teams from, of course, some of the most coveted teams from the Chicago area, Simeon, among others. But they have a lot of that up-and-coming potential, and I think a team that you consider a sleeping giant could be one of the more dangerous teams in this tournament.
Oh, 100%. And with a state like Illinois, with being a very top-heavy with some of the Illinois schools, it is kind of hard, or some of the Chicago schools, sorry, it is kind of hard to judge how good a team will be.
Yeah.
There's teams down here in the central Illinois that can be crazy, like Metamora, or there's teams up top that you might not see on paper being that good, but can come out to these tournaments like this and just really show out. So, yeah.
They sure do, and I think that Lincoln Park is going to bring a big fight to Washington now. Washington being on the home floor, looking at them, they lose a trio of massive players. Again, I'm sure you saw them last year. Isaac Mapson, Drew Lewis, and Andrew Coker. You lose a lot of your size, but I think one of the things that Eric Schumerhorn, the head coach of the Washington Panthers, says, they play with a lot of toughness and a lot of grit. I was able to see them practice yesterday. I think that's pretty evident. Even though you're not the biggest team, that scrappiness really comes into play.
Yeah, especially in a tournament like this. I mean, all these teams coming, and it's really all about just how hard you play. And teams like that are going to be very vital to your team's success and just all around how the tournament goes. So you never know. Like some of these top teams can, they can lose in any point, any game this tournament here. So.
They sure can. So that's going to be a great one. That's at 7:30. Chicago Lincoln Park versus Washington. Continue with our schedule. Last game today, that's at 9 o'clock, so if you like staying up late, we got some late night basketball for you. That's St. Louis Cardinal Ritter. They're taking on Joliet West, and Joliet West gets a little bit of a, I don't know what you would call it, a prep game, a warm-up game before they play Chicago St. Rita. No doubt highlighted by the Fears brothers, Jeremy and Jeremiah. Talk about lethal combos. That's a pair of brothers that's going to do some damage.
Yeah, talk about chemistry as well. I mean, like we said, chemistry with these teams. How about chemistry with them?
Yeah.
Brothers growing up together. That's got to be, like utterly the most chemistry you can really have.
You can, and I don't think you were last year, Teddy, but Jeremy Fears was not with Joliet West last year. Jeremy Fears actually was playing in a different school. I believe he was out of state. Couldn't tell you which school he was at, so apologies for that. But he returns for his senior season before heading off to play at Michigan State to play with his younger brother Jeremiah. So something that this tournament hasn't seen yet is this lethal duo. I'm really excited to see that. Again, St. Louis Cardinal Ritter will be the opponent for Joliet West at 9 p.m. So 3 more great games coming up today, but throughout the tournament, we've got games Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So yes, even on Thanksgiving, you can get your fill of high school hoops here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. Starting off tomorrow, Coral Glades. They'll take on Urbana. Urbana is a team we saw in the TOC last year. Overall, didn't have a super successful season, Teddy. I think that's one of the things to look at, though. But just because they didn't have a successful season, they've got a lot coming back. And I think they're a young team. And I think when you've got young teams, it's all about the growth.
100%. There's many teams in the area that, it really just depends, just the chemistry you can build. Like we've been talking about chemistry. It's very important. And I think teams like that, they might not have seen the success in the past, but if you keep building together as a team, as a unit, the success will come.
Yeah, you got to build throughout that. Gideon Campango, among others, Verdell Jones building that Urbana group. I'm sure our very own Joey Wright can tell you a little more about that Urbana group. I believe I'll be on the call for that one, so we'll get to see some Urbana Tigers taking on Coral Glades. They're out of Florida, so they trade in some of their nicer, warmer weather for the chilly November air. I mean, I wonder, of course, neither of us are much of basketball players. I don't want to speak for you too much, Teddy, but I would wonder if the cold air, if you come from a warmer climate, if that has an effect on your game.
Yeah, I really don't know. I know there's a lot of teams coming from way around the country. There's a team from Arkansas that I saw, obviously the Florida team that you mentioned. And maybe that does play a factor, getting warmed up, really actually warmed up, getting used to the weather. So we never know.
I did hear Larry Larson told us, and it slips my mind which team it was, one of the out-of-state teams, I believe it was Santa Fe Springs. They were hoping to come to Central Illinois with snow everywhere. They so bad wanted to see snow. He said they wish they were up to their kneecaps in snow. And I said, that makes one of us, because if you're from Central Illinois...
You don't want to see it.
No, because A, it makes it harder to get out to the games, and the weather is terrible. So if you're a snow fan, I mean, you'd love it. But I cannot personally agree too much with that, unfortunately. No snow, thank goodness, at the moment. But we'll see if that cold air has any effect on some of these teams coming from far away. Coral Glades will be our first good look at a team coming from pretty far out of state in that regard. Look at Booker T. Washington, and they are a monster of a team. They are going to play one of the bigger games in this tournament coming up later this week as they take on Metamora. That's going to be an exciting matchup for sure. They'll take on Yorkville Christian. So pretty quick turnaround, 2 days in a row. And kind of speaking on that front, 2 days in a row, you're only getting a few hours of sleep tonight. How do you prepare your body for that? I mean, it's a long week. You're playing back-to-back days. What do you do?
I feel like obviously you got to get your sleep, but with a tight schedule like this, I mean, even us, we're going to be under we're going to be super stressed. And how are they going to be doing it? It's like it really comes down to just preparing, maybe ahead of time. Getting your sleep schedule right, getting things prepared, eating well, just stay in top condition. So
yeah, you got to stay in top condition. Luckily, they're staying in the area, so no need to drive back and forth too far. They'll be at a local hotel, which is good news for them. Looking at the noon game, it's a game that actually was a bit of a substitute. Linton Stockton out of Indiana has a good problem, Teddy. They did so well in their state playoffs for football. They're having to postpone their basketball season a little bit, so a good problem to have. But unfortunately, Linton Stockton not in the tournament this year. Neither is St. Joseph Ogden. So they get replaced by the Chicago Wendell Phillips Academy. They'll take on East Peoria. And East Peoria, to our local viewers, you'd be like, oh, East Peoria's in the tournament. They'll fill that gap. You follow the Mid-Illini pretty close, and I think that anybody that follows the Mid-Illini Conference close here in Illinois knows Justin Page transferring. That's huge. I mean, just on the surface, initial thoughts on that.
It is huge, especially for a team like East Peoria. Decent team last year. We were able to get quite a few wins on the season, but with an addition like that, you're from East Peoria. Like, how does that impact you guys as a whole?
Well, and again, I cover a lot of teams, and I certainly do keep tabs quite closely on East Peoria. But I think one of the big things that you can take away from that, he brings a lot of size that they need. So again, if you're following the Mid-Illini Conference, you might think East Peoria might be a little undersized this year after losing some of their bigger forwards and centers. But Page is 6'5", but he plays like a point guard. He's not 6'5", playing like a post player. He's 6'5" with the sweet moves of, some 5'10" guard with handles. He can really do it all, and he just is such a huge addition to that East Peoria team. They've got several other seniors as well, but they get a test right out of the gate. Phillips has several players, and I think Phillips definitely will bring a size advantage in that one. So an intriguing noon game. That's a part of the TOC Shootout series. Certainly not a game you'll want to miss either, and not half bad for a substitute, I would say, Teddy.
Oh, definitely not.
All right, we move into the afternoon. Santa Fe Springs, who was hoping for snow. No snow for them, though. They're hoping for some W's here at the tournament. If nothing else, they'll take on Lincoln Park. Again, a pretty quick turnaround for them. 3:15, Sugar Hill Lanier. They'll take on St. Louis Cardinal Ritter, another team with a quick turnaround. So you'll get to see some of these teams quite often. We take a look at 4:45, Metamora and Winter Haven. That's another pretty good game. Keep an eye on. And then that 6:15 game, monster. I mean, it's building up literally all day long to Chicago St. Rita and Joliet West, and we've talked about it a little bit more, but I mean, kind of expound on that.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game. I cannot wait. That's the game I am most excited about to see all tournament long. So that's definitely tune into that one if you're going to tune into any of the games tonight.
Sure, it's going to be a fantastic game, and I think I talked to James Brown last year of the St. Rita Mustangs. Took me a minute there. It's going to be a long week, Teddy. No, bear with me. It's, James Brown of the St. Rita Mustangs. He did an interview with me last year. First of all, fantastic guy. He's uncommitted, so he's playing alongside Morez Johnson Jr. If an Illini fan, that's the guy you'll be seeing wearing the orange and blue in a couple of years. He's a junior in high school right now. Morez Johnson, though, and James Brown, the absolute twin towers for that team. I believe they're both 6'10 to 6'11.
Wow.
I could be wrong. Wow. That's just a tall combo. But I think one of the big things, again, if you're a college basketball fan, especially of a Power 5 school, James Brown has a lot of big Power 5 teams on his radar. And this is why tournaments like this showcase it so much. You're playing on a big stage. You're playing against top-level competition. I mean, I feel like that would got to do something for recruitment.
Yeah, especially for high school kids. You know, you see higher levels. You think, 6'10", that's like it's like a center height. But 6'10" in high school is much different. 6'10" in high school is crazy big. And especially when you have two players 6'10", like the actual talent that we have for showcase for you guys is insane all around. So for a lot of these high school guys, it's the first time they really go against other talent like that. So it's interesting to see how they do and how they perform. Yeah,
St. Rita, I think one of the things I believe I read is Morris Johnson Jr. against St. Rita Mustangs, Illini commit. They have their eyes set on something a little bigger than even TOC this year, state or bust. And they were a highly touted team last year, young. They've gotten better. They've gotten more experienced. I think of a team that caliber, you have to have your eyes set high.
Yeah, and it's tough because, that's a lot of pressure on a young group of guys, but it's really just how they react. And, maybe tonight or this tournament, we'll be able to see how they deal under pressure and if they're going to be able to do it. Obviously, it's a long season ahead, a lot of basketball to be played, but this is the first real showcase of them for the season, so it's a lot to see.
That's a great way to mention it, certainly, or something that I didn't even think about. Got to see how you do under pressure because this is a big pressure tournament. You've got people packing the gym. You've got college coaches here. I mean, I remember last year we had Bradley head coach Brian Wardle was here in attendance, several others as well. I believe Dan Muller, former ISU Redbird head coach. There's some rumblings. You never know. You could see some other college head coaches here this week as well. So you got a lot of eyes on you. And, of course, here on Clutch Sports Media, you've got a big audience tuning in from home. So certainly a lot of pressure they'll have to see if they can come up with. Moving along through Wednesday, you've got Washington and Moss Point. Washington back at it again. That's a 7:45 tip. Another game I expect to see a big crowd. And looking at Moss Point a little bit, they're definitely going to have a size advantage in that matchup. Kedrick Osby from Moss Point, he is lethal, and he's offered by Mississippi State. He's got a few other teams as well. He's a three-star recruit on 24/7 Sports. I think just the sheer size advantage there with Washington, I don't believe having a player bigger than 6'4", 6'5", he could have a field day if Washington can't come up with a good strategy for him.
Oh, 100%. Like I said before, size really matters in these high school matchups. So not only is it interesting to see how teams like Washington will battle that, but it seems interesting to see how teams with size battle other teams with size. Are they good because they have the size advantage, or are they good as a team as a whole? So that's
it takes that scrappiness to overcome that problem because of course you have to have some sort of size. I mean, you can't just stick a bunch of 5'10" guys out there and expect them, okay, go guard that 6'8", 6'10" guy. You have to be able to match up with them on some front, but it takes diving for those loose balls. You got to be able to get out there and talk with your teammates. You got to be able to get out there and do the little things. That's winning basketball. That's something that, again, Eric Schumerhorn and his staff are going to preach in a big way. So that's a big one to watch. Will Moss Point come in and be a spoiler here in Washington, or can the Panthers go 2 for 2 and defend the home court? Kind of look throughout the week. Again, we do have 5 games on Thanksgiving Day. One of the bigger ones I would note, 6 o'clock on Thanksgiving, Chicago St. Rita, Sugar Hill Lanier. That's going to be a big one for sure. Friday and Saturday, both full slates of games. Saturday, games to be determined because it's tournament-style play. So for National Classic and the Washington Invitational, both of those will be to be determined. Friday, though, I think one of the biggest games Friday as part of the TOC Shootout Series, it's Pewaukee and Normal Community. Teddy, did you get a chance to see Normal Community play at all last year?
I did not know.
You did not. They have some incredible talent. Zach Cleveland threw down one of the biggest dunks I've ever seen a high schooler do, actually in Hawkins Gymnasium, the gym you're very familiar with. Of course, Teddy goes to Pekin. I was against Moline of all teams, so we're kind of small world here. Against Moline, the gym you're very familiar with. Zach Cleveland threw down a monster tomahawk dunk, flying through the air. You can go back and rewatch that one on Clutch Sports Media, but that was in a sectional game. For a sectional, Normal Community is certainly the real deal when it comes to it. Pewaukee, they come back for their second year in a row. I got to think those are two teams with a ton of size. I mean, there's going to be some big humans on that court.
Yes. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of them. Like, so many teams with big size, a lot of size. Like, teams like the 2 6'10" forwards, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, St. Rita and there's just a lot of big players out here. I mean, big stage, big players, tall players, you name it. We've got it. So definitely some great games to look forward to. We'll continue to break it down throughout the week. Also want to remind you, this is a little bit bigger than basketball, Teddy, and I hope to talk later this week in an interview, hopefully with many people throughout this tournament. But it's the KB Strong Foundation, and all in memory of late Washington Panthers basketball coach Kevin Brown. Kevin Brown was the heart and soul of this community. He did so much and unfortunately passed away to glioblastoma, a rare form of brain cancer. Has a very low survival rate, but KB Strong is not content with that. They're raising money, and a lot of money, for that foundation, for this cause. I wish I would have wrote it down. I believe it was around $70,000 they raised last year. Somebody can come correct me if I'm wrong on that, but KB Strong is doing a great job. One other thing I heard is there's a bit of a new feature to TOC this year. So if you're watching and you're going to come out to the games at any point this week, there's a 3-point showdown. You donate a few bucks to the KB Strong Foundation. You participate in that 3-point showdown. If you're a top 4 by the end of the week, Teddy, you get to perform in front of the whole crowd and a 3-point shootout for a chance to be the ultimate winner. So I'm going to try it. I mean, if I can get in on that, I'm going to try. I don't know about you.
I would love to see Gavin do a 3-point showdown.
Oh, man. All my bricks. I mean, maybe if we have the least makes, maybe I'll be in that for some reason. I don't know. But if you can get out here, there's a lot to do. There's Pop-A-Shot. We've got all sorts of great things. Plenty of information about KB Strong and how you can help. Make sure to support the KB Strong Foundation because it's what it's really all about. So certainly want to do that. But we're going to send it back to the booth now. We've got another great game coming up for you. Thanks for joining us here in the studio. From the Uptring Auto Group Tournament Central, Teddy Ball, I'm Gavin Russell. We'll send it back to the booth now.
And we welcome you back into Torrey Gymnasium here in Washington, Illinois, getting ready for game number 2 here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. Glad you're with us on this fine Tuesday night. I'm Jonathan Michael. Next to me is John Camosa. And John, the two states of Illinois and Wisconsin, there's a lot of rivalries between them. You got the Bears and the Packers. You got the Cubs and the Brewers. So many other sports teams that want to beat each other from those two states. And we have that here right in front of us now. Two of the finer programs in both Illinois with Moline and in Wisconsin with Wisconsin Lutheran. Both these teams playing their first contest of the 2022 season. The Maroons last year 28-5, lost in the sectional semifinals to Normal Community. Wisconsin Lutheran last year lost to fellow TOC team Pewaukee in the sectional championship in Wisconsin. It's equivalent to the IHSA super sectional. So both these teams went pretty deep runs, looking for more here in year number 2.
You know, I think one thing with Moline last year, they fell short to Normal Community, and they got that really big piece next to Brock Harding and company is Owen Freeman, transfer from Bradley Bourbonnais, committed to Iowa, so that's going to be huge. These are two players that they're not only clicking in high school here at Moline, they're going to be attending Iowa together next season. So this is going to be really big to see what the Maroons can do right out the gate against a tough Wisconsin Lutheran team, but really looking forward to this matchup as it's the game of the night.
Definitely, and for Wisconsin Lutheran on their end, the Vikings will be looking towards their junior small forward Con Newpel, four-star recruit who's ranked number 41 in the class of 24, as according to 24/7 Sports. He has lots of offers, Joko, and he's part of this Wisconsin Lutheran team that can really put up points in a hurry.
Yeah, he can, and just going through that list, you look at offers from Virginia, Notre Dame, Wisconsin, Marquette, Stanford, Illinois, Iowa, Texas A&M, and USC, among many more. So this is a really talented player in the junior class for Wisconsin Lutheran. They're going to look to turn to him in a game like this, but this is going to be a high-powered matchup. We just saw a really good game from Metamora in their big win over Yorkville Christian.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, Metamora, a huge win over Yorkville Christian. 87-41, if I'm not mistaken. I was producing that game. But Redbirds with a resounding statement to open up the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. As we get set for starting lineups here in Washington. Washington Lutheran will be in their blues. Moline will be in their whites as we get an announcement from Washington head coach Eric Schermerhorn. His Panthers coming up here later this evening playing against Lincoln Park. Catch that one right after this game. And we'll finish off with a nightcap of Cardinal Ritter, college prep from St. Louis, and Joliet West, Joko. That is a team that lots of people will be coming to see.
As Joey and I talked about that on the first broadcast, there's certainly high-powered matchups across the board to start this Tuesday as we see Coach Schumerhorn here. Looks like they're going to have a track presentation for this tournament.
That's one of the best things about this tournament, John, is what it does for the Kevin Brown Memorial Foundation. Again, Kevin Brown was, if you're not familiar, a Washington High School head basketball coach, passed away from a rare form of brain cancer called glioblastoma, very aggressive form of brain cancer as well. This tournament has been named in his honor and raises lots of money. He did it last year, and nice check again this year too. Great to see from the KB Memorial Foundation.
And that's one thing, John, Joey and I mentioned it. It goes outside just the game of basketball. It's such a great cause, helping raise awareness, raise money for the foundation. You get a lot of people that donate and learn more about this type of cancer and how you can treat it and try to really make an impact on others who might be dealing with that same form of cancer. Just such great people in the community, outside the community, that are donating and shedding light on this. And Kevin Brown, what he did as a coach, he was a fighter, a true just an inspiration to the area. And so many people have been to this tournament, know what it's about.
Certainly, and anywhere you go in this tournament, you can find out more about the Kevin Brown Memorial Foundation and what they do. As the starting lineups get announced for Wisconsin Lutheran, first off, it'll be Jameer Allen, 5'11" senior guard, alongside Prentice Young, 6'4" senior guard. Landon Guard, another senior guard, standing at 6'3". Riley Rinfleisch will be the man in the middle, a 6'8" forward senior. And then Con Newpel will be number 33. He's your player to watch for Wisconsin Lutheran tonight. And Moline is a team with state title aspirations here in 2022 and 2023. Brock Harding, Iowa commit, one of the names to watch. He'll be putting up plenty of points. Alongside Jasper Ogburn, a returning starter, number 10, a forward. See him down low. Trayvon Taylor, another returning starter, a 6'4", sophomore forward. And Owen Freeman, 6'11" forward. Transfer from Bradley Bourbonnais. It's going to be a first time that Freeman and Harding have officially taken the floor together in a high school game. Osceola, we're looking forward to that the entire summer.
Yeah, and I caught them in the Richwood Summer Shootout, which I mentioned during that first game. And, you know, if it's anything like the summer, this is going to be a very dangerous team here in Moline. They have so many different weapons up and down this roster, a lot of depth, a lot of size and strength, as you can see on your screen.
Just getting ready for tip-off here is we're going to sweet little honorary tip-off, possibly, between a couple kids selected by the KB Foundation, the designated ball boys and ball girls. Another good thing about this tournament as well. Just getting ready to tip off here. It will be Rindfleisch and Freeman. 6'8" versus 6'10" in the center, and Freeman wins the tip. Moline will start. Here comes Brock Harding, the Iowa commit, a two-time All-Stater. He's been with the Maroons since a freshman. Freeman looks outside for Harding. They play catch. Freeman posts up, Rindfleisch turns, shoots, no good. And the rebound will go to Landon Keat.
That's going to be big for Wisconsin Lutheran. Early is trying to contain Freeman, keeping him outside the post where he can really dominate.
Moline defensive pressure there on the first possession. And Joko, we saw a very offensive first contest between Yorkville Christian and Metamora. And you look at Wisconsin and Lutheran, it's a team that last year put up 75 points at least on average. There were times where they were up in the 80s and 90s for a couple straight games in a row. Definitely something to watch for tonight. Key looks down low for Newpel, kicks it out for Allen. Corner three is up and no good.
Well, if there's one thing to say about Wisconsin Lutheran and Moline, it's two teams that love to score and score in bunches.
Harding makes a move there on Allen, draws the foul, and he'll, looks like it'll head to the line for potentially the first points of this ball game. Brock Harding, his brother Brody Harding, also played at Moline as well. Very good baseball player, played at University of Illinois. The Harding brothers have been a force for Moline athletics the last couple years. Brock Harding gets it on the board. Moline takes the first lead, 1-0. As Ogburn, a one-man press. He'll dish to Jameer Allen. He's guarded by Brock Harding, makes a move, kicks it out to Prentice Young on the wing. Wing finds Newpel, an outstanding shooter, and he goes along the baseline, drains it. Wisconsin Lutheran on the board early on. That's Con Newpel. We'll be talking about his name a lot.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of moves just like that. Great spin, step back shot. Sharpshooter here for Wisconsin Lutheran.
Deep three here from Landon Key finds Twine, and Wisconsin Lutheran takes a 5-1 lead about 2 minutes into this contest here. Yes, Wisconsin Lutheran team can shoot the ball.
Very exciting matchup, though, here to start this first day of the tournament. So much talent up and down both rosters. But that's one thing, John, about this tournament. You know, every year you're just going to see great players throughout the field.
Well, lots of them coming your way. Lots of Division I recruits. A couple SEC commits, a couple Big Ten commits, a couple mid-major, low-major commits as well. And a couple players that possibly could gain maybe some offers, maybe some interest after this tournament, given how big this tournament is and how good of competition that every team here plays. Newpel drives for Wisconsin Lutheran, kicks it over to Prentice Young. Gathers in the lane, off the back iron and good. Vikings lead 7-2. Prentice Young, the third Viking to get on the score sheet early on.
And along with that, back to your point, John, and you never know who you might see down the road in the NBA. Had plenty of NBA alum in this tournament.
Ogburn hit nothing there. Good rebound there from Freeman. Grant Welch gets down low for Ogburn, and he gets past Rindfleisch for the two down low. Maroons got the lead to 3, but going back to what we were saying, Joko, lots of NBA talent, Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis among the bigger names, but lots of others as well. Here's Rindfleisch, misses a runner off balance, and Moline can tie it up with a 3. Harding goes quickly down the court, loses control, regains. What a pass down to Ogburn. Floater in the lane is good. Moline, 2 nice possessions in a row, and how about that pass there for Brock Harding? He can push the tempo. He also has great vision as well.
Yeah, he's got a really high basketball IQ, just makes smart plays, great defender, great shooter, just aggressive.
Key for 3 for the Vikings, and that one heard that on the basket, Mike, nothing but net. Wisconsin Lutheran. Landon Key, that's his second 3 of the ball game. Harding drives baseline, Freeman still looking for his first bucket. He'll kick it out to Welch. And no good there as Vikings will go the other way. Shot fake there from Newpel. Gets past a man. We might have a tie-up here, and how about Trayvon Taylor? The aggressiveness down low and takes away a bunny from Wisconsin Lutheran.
Yeah, when Newpel can get low under the basket, not a player you want to leave alone, so good job by Taylor there to step up on defense.
Wisconsin Lutheran leads 10-6. If you're just tuning in, Moline's only lead was at 1-0, a free throw from Brock Harding. Vikings have 2 3-pointers early on from Landon Key, their senior guard. Here's Jameer Allen. Here's another guy that can score alongside Con Newpel, and the Vikings showing it early on as we get another 3. Brock Harding pours one in. No matter where you look, scoring all around.
I think it's safe to say we're going to see a lot of three-pointers in this game, showing that early in the first quarter.
Both these teams can really shoot the ball well. Might be first one to 80, John.
Might be, and you know, that's something Joey and I talked about in that first game between Metamore and Yorkville Christian. The tempo was fast-paced. Seems like the shot clock's not going to be a factor here early on.
Certainly not, at least so far in the first 4 minutes and about 45 seconds as Newpel in the corner for 3. And that right there is why he is getting lots of Division I offers. He can score anywhere on the court. All sorts of fashions. Harding speeds into the lane, dishes out for Braden Freeman, the brother of Owen, also came across from Bradley Bourbonnais in the offseason. Newpel, another deep 3. Oh my word!
On fire!
Jonathan Fripland, NBA Jam. I think that's the one that sets the ball there on fire. He is heating up. Con Newpel, 8 points for Wisconsin Lutheran early on. Very quietly, Lutheran has opened up a 10-point lead on a sectional semifinalist last year in Illinois. Substitution as Prentice Young comes back in for Lutheran, and Jameer Allen and Newpel will take a seat.
Yeah, and with 4A champion Glenbard West graduating, everybody in that starting lineup, you would think the Maroons got a really good shot here in Class 4A to try to make a run to that tournament title.
Last year, John, we were at that game. Moline's run ended against Normal Community, the Ironmen, who were extremely strong last year with Zach Cleveland and many others as well. Just ran into a buzzsaw there and didn't really have much of an answer for the Ironmen, but another year of Harding with the addition of Owen Freeman and this Maroons team. It's really one that lots of people are talking about as a potential state contender.
Absolutely, and they've just gotten even better since summer. There's a block by Freeman.
Great. Owen Freeman. This is over to Vinny Ajahumbeda. Harding the off-balance 3, no good. And Taylor couldn't quite get it. Baseball pass down the court, and it's deflected there by Brock Harding. Nice job there. Otherwise, would have been an easy 2 for Lutheran.
We talked about that awareness from Harding. Only stands at 6 foot. Got jumped up real high on that one to deflect it. Like you said, John, that would have been an easy 2 under the basket.
Vikings have trouble inbounding, especially with Owen Freeman right there, 6'11", can't be easy. Prentice Young in the corner, dishes out to Rindfleisch, back to Young. He'll dial up a three, it is good. Do you expect anything less? Wisconsin Lutheran draining them in left and right. They lead by 13.
On pace to kind of hit that average that they were scoring last year, and it's a team that loves to shoot the three ball, and they are knocking them down.
Owen Freeman dishes in the post, and they'll wave that off. Looks like a 3-second call on the Maroons, and Lutheran will get a chance to extend their lead. A little over a minute to go. John, they're on pace for 100, I would say, as was Metamora in the early going in game one.
And you could say that those new addition with the basket mics are picking up some great audio, as we can hear in our headsets. A lot of swishes.
Lots of switches there. Get a little bit of rim, but still the same result. Landon Key, he's up to 9 points early on for the Lutheran. What a game he's having. Taylor on the other end for Moline dials one up, no good. Nice job by Ajahun Beta, throwing it off the leg of a Viking defender, and it will stay with the Maroons.
Moline just looking for that big basket.
Tough inside look there. Nicely defended by Prentice Young. The Vikings will push again. They lead 24-9. Fall away by Young, no good. Rebounded by Taylor. We'll see what Hardy can do with it. Lob to Freeman. He doesn't get the slam, but he puts it in, and still 2 much-needed points there for the Maroons. As Hardy to Freeman, I would venture to guess could see lots of alley-oops, Joko, between Harding and Freeman.
Yeah, one player that likes to get down floor in a hurry, and Harding, that good basketball IQ, able to throw it up to him right on the money, find them for a layup.
Is Key with it. He has been the key for Wisconsin Lutheran early on. That pass went out of bounds. Just 7.4 seconds left. We'll turn the shot clock off here. Moline, doing a three, can get out of here down 10. Trying weathering the storm, this shooting storm from Wisconsin Lutheran in the early going. Harding will let it roll up the floor and grabs it near midcourt. Now with 5 on the clock, goes up, no good. 2 seconds left, we'll see if Lutheran throws up a prayer. They do, no good. And that's where we will end quarter number 1. Wisconsin Lutheran, a very hot start to this basketball game. They lead Moline 24-11. And we'll take a quick break. Give a shout out to our sponsors, OSF Healthcare here in Peoria, the title sponsor for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions this year. Want to thank them for all that they do around Central Illinois and also for this tournament as well. By the city of Washington, the city where this great tournament is held, very fun, diverse city, lots of things to do here in Washington. Definitely make it time worth it here in the city. Give a shout out to our sponsor Uftring as well. And another one for Teamworks, an apparel company here in Washington. Titan Industries as well, another sponsor back for another year at the Tournament of Champions. And finally, KB Strong. And give big thanks to all of our sponsors here at the TOC. Wisconsin Lutheran, great shooting start to this basketball game, looking to follow up a year in which they went 25-3 and lost to Pewaukee in the sectional championship last year. Pewaukee, another, probably one of the state's best teams, most talented teams up in Wisconsin. The Pirates, we'll see them later this week. We saw them last year as well. And a big win over Pattonville. That one blocked there by Brock Harding. How about the rebound there from Riley Rindfleisch? He whistled for a travel. And Moline ultimately will get possession 25 seconds into quarter number 2.
Yeah, you know, both teams are going to battle in this game. Somebody wants to come out of this with a win, so defense pressure stepping up a little bit.
Freeman goes deep down low and gets it to go off the bank. Got to think that having that 6'11" size really is probably maybe the best way for them to get back into this game. Obviously, Moline can shoot the ball, but that's something that they have a little bit more of. Wisconsin Lutheran's tallest player is 6'8". That's Rindfleisch.
Yeah, it's nice when you have that size down low. And
See, Harding went too fast there, lost it. Landon Key picks up the mess and goes coast to coast. He's up to double digits. Now at 10 points this evening. What a great start to the season the seniors having. Taylor dishes down low to Owen Freeman. Looks in the corner for Welch. Dials up a three, and that one's good. Moline has cut the lead to 10. Early here in quarter number 2, Grant Welch, that's the senior guard.
Moline starting to find their stride a little bit, cut back into this deficit.
Another three there, that was Key again, no dice. Rindfleisch in the trees, kicks it out to Grayson Young. Over there to Prentice Young, and he's fouled, so Allison Impton. Overall, pretty clean ball games thus far. Not many fouls on either side.
Yeah, that's one thing, too. I mean, I know we haven't seen high school basketball since March, you know, with obviously that being the state tournament, but with the addition of this shot clock, definitely seems like it's, you know, made the pace a lot quicker in these games. They just seem like they're kind of flying by.
Certainly. I mean, the games are going quick. I mean, these possessions are going quick as well. Lots of, you know, quick passes, and we'll see teams trying to adjust to the shot clock. Maybe there's some times where they maybe rush a shot. They may have more time than they think. It's Neupel for three again. Con Neupel up to 11 points, and wherever he lands in Division I next year, they will have a great addition in the shooting department. Maroons turn it over again, and Landon Key comes up with it.
How about that defense from the Vikings right there, able to get it back, setting up Neupel again.
And a rare miss there from Neupel. That would have doubled up their lead. Harding a quick release three from the wing, no good. Rindfleisch grabs the miss. Vikings kick it down low, and that's Landon Key again. That's a perfect cut down to the basket. An opportunity that Lutheran was able to take in transition. Here we go again. This could be showtime. Prentice Young just lays it in. I think he was going for the slam, but just about an inch or so short. And Moline will call a timeout as the Wisconsin Lutheran Vikings have doubled them up, 34-16. Just a touch over 5 minutes to go here in quarter number 2.
And obviously, John, we know defense wins games, and right now the defensive pressure from the Vikings has been really impressive.
Lutheran has been the more complete ball club thus far, but don't ever count the Maroons out. Certainly for them, I think Joe Cohen, you see with every basketball team, regardless of level, is you can have all the talent in the world. It does take time for it to come together, for sure. And obviously Moline will be a very good team, and that's really not, I would say, not up for debate. Everybody knows the talent they have, lots of experience that they have as well. Lots of seniors up and down the roster.
And still a lot of time in this game, too. Kind of like we've seen in the Metamora game where Yorkville Christian was going back and forth with the Redbirds. Once Metamora found their stride behind the arc, they started knocking down three after three, and that's like Moline. Moline loves to shoot the three ball. They find that stride. It could be a back and forth game late here in the second half.
Certainly, and Brock Harding brings the ball up. He can certainly get the Maroons out of this hole. He just has 4 points so far. Is that one no good? Owen Freeman, the offensive board. He, among three Wisconsin Lutheran defenders, fights through the traffic and gets that to go for his 6th and 7th points in a Moline uniform. And that one mishandled there, it looks like, by Josh Neupel. And Moline will get it back, but the Neupel family, very strong heritage for this Wisconsin Lutheran team as Harding dials up a three, no good, but how about Jasper Ogburn with the offensive board? And the Maroons start a quick comeback here at 4 straight. But Con Neupel, his dad, Con Newpel Sr. was a 5th all-time leading scorer at Wisconsin Lutheran, and obviously Con will be up there in the upper echelon as well. And he's Josh Newpel again making an impact for the Vikings this year as well, as they play in the Woodland West Conference, the same conference as Pewaukee. So wherever that game is between Wisconsin Lutheran and Pewaukee, make sure you go to that if you're in the Milwaukee area. Prentice Young gets one to fall for Wisconsin Lutheran. As Harding drops it down to Freeman, working on Rindfleisch. No good. Offensive board. Harding in corner 3, no good. He's still looking for his first 3 of the ball game. But Moline will be the beneficiaries of a foul here. That one will go on Riley Rindfleisch. There's also 2 Rindfleisches on this Wisconsin Lutheran team as well, Riley and Logan. Riley, number 20, standing at 6'8". Logan, number 12, standing at 6'5". He dishes it up here to Prentice Young, and he is blocked by Brock Harding. He thought maybe a foul there, but it looks like he got away with it. Nice block there. Got it all ball.
Really nice defense there from Harding. Looked like an easy 2 points, and Harding soars for the block. Freeman
Goes in for the slam, and rather gentle one by his standards, but still 2 points, counts the same regardless. Owen Freeman having a nice game early on with 9. Here's Logan Rindfleisch now working on Welch. Shot there from Jameer Allen on the baseline was no good. Here comes Harding working one-on-one. Pull-up 3 is good. Brock Harding and Owen Freeman, the usual suspects, bring Moline out of this deficit. They trail now by 11, and Wisconsin Lutheran will take a timeout. So here come the Vikings.
And just like that, John Moline fights their way back into this game, and we knew that it was a matter of time for the Maroons getting some big threes.
I'll take a quick word for our sponsors. The city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also for OSF, and the new OSF Healthcare Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, and promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Getting ready, set, back to go. Wisconsin Lutheran leads 36-25. Their lead was as much as 18, but Brock Harding and Owen Freeman have been able to slowly chip away. Lots of time left in this game. Also, we received word, John, that what we thought was Con Newpel, it's pronounced Kneepel. We want to make sure we get that right, so apologies to any Wisconsin Lutheran fans and also Kneepel family. We'll get that right as Prentice Young hits a 3. He's up to 15 points now in the game. That leads all scorers. Or rather, that was Landon Key, rather. It's Landon Key with 15 for Wisconsin Lutheran.
Now that Moline's chipped away, getting back into this game, cutting the deficit, turning into that highly anticipated matchup that we thought we'd be seeing.
Here comes Allen down the court, dishes down low. Key back over to Allen on the perimeter. He'll go another 3, and why not? I've lost how many threes they've had as Freeman misses down low.
A lot.
Yeah, Vikings have really been on the other end. Joko, again, very good offensive team. As you see here, oh my word, Prentice Young.
Reining them in.
I don't know if I've seen many shooting performances like this, John.
And if it's, Wisconsin Lutheran, they knew going up against a tough Moline team, you're going to have to bring a good game, and certainly reining in 3 after 3, and that'll help any team out.
And if you shoot threes at the rate that Wisconsin Lutheran does in terms of quantity and also percentage as well, it's going to be almost impossible to beat. Wonder if Milwaukee's watching this and seeing what they have to go up against in the Woodland West Conference this year. 20-point lead for the Vikings. As Allen drives in, got a pick, use it, no good. It will go back Moline's way. Minute 20 left, stay tuned. Coming up at halftime, we'll have some action in the Uftring Tournament Central. Teddy Ball and be there with some interviews, highlights, recaps, analysis. Certainly don't want to go anywhere for that, as it looks like that was Trayvon Taylor with a miss for the Maroons. Key thought about a three, no good, and he'll go down the baseline. Nice shot fake there from the senior. What a game he's having, up to 17 now. Brock Harding the other way, no good. That pass picked off there, that's Jasper Ogburn. Laid it in for the Maroons. As they will get the chance for another possession board and an offensive rebound. Again, shot clock, haven't heard it yet today. As a turnaround there from Grayson Young. The junior guard is good. And he gets on the board for the first time. And Moline will hold for what we assume will be the last possession of the first half.
And this is who you want to have the ball in his hands, Brock Harding. See if he takes it himself or dishes it.
Dishes it out too well. Goes for a step back three, no good, but he got fouled. Wisconsin Lutheran doesn't like the call, but Landon Key looked like he got him there with 2.5 seconds to go. So fortuitous call there for the Maroons, as Welch will shoot three.
And definitely a player you'd want at the line in the closing seconds here, Welch. Really good free throw shooter.
And he knocks it in for number two, so Moline could get within 20, which certainly with the high caliber talent that they have is certainly not too high of a mountain to climb. Welch sinks all three free throws, so that'll give the Maroons a little bit of momentum heading into the intermission. Although 2.5 seconds left, and the way Wisconsin Lutheran's been shooting three is, yeah, defend the whole court. It looks like they're going to do that here. They're on the press. Kniepel looks for Key. Prayer at the horn is no good, almost hits the shot clock. And that is where we will leave the end of half number one. Wisconsin Lutheran on fire from behind the arc. Moline looking for an answer, but they trail by 19, 49-30. We'll send it down to our silent reporter, Gavin Russell, who has more. Take it away, Gavin. Oh, not too bad, not too bad.
Moline's Owen Freeman having a nice first half, but they do trail. Probably one of the keys for both of these teams. They definitely are playing pretty fast paced. A few missed opportunities. Got to settle in the young season. Got to be able to find a rhythm, come out in the second half and play better basketball. Two high-level teams going at it. John, we're going to send it back to you.
Thank you, Gavin, for that sideline report. Again, I want to thank Gavin Russell and all the rest of our crew here at Clutch Sports Media. We'll have a quick word for our sponsors here before the half. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among the fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team, helping yours. And for Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, they're proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And for the KB Strong Foundation, one of the biggest reasons, actually the reason why this tournament is played every year, certainly go to their website to find out more about how you can give to that great cause is KB Strong. Get ready to send it down to the Uftring studio with Teddy Ball. Now an interview. Come back in the second half. Don't go anywhere.
Hi everybody, I'm Teddy Ball from Clutch Sports Media. Alongside me is Tyson Swanson, Metamora forward. I got a few questions to ask him about the game they had against Wisconsin Lutheran. Yorkville, right? Yeah, Yorkville. First question, with a score of 87-41, how do you guys feel coming out the gate strong in the first game of this tournament?
Obviously it's great to come out to a win like that, and obviously it was a blowout win too. I mean, it's always good to come out and just play good like that.
Also, with another question here, with a lot of returning seniors from last year, how does that chemistry help you guys, like as a team, as a unit?
It definitely helps a lot. I mean, we got one guy who's a 4-year starter. We got 2 other guys that are 3-year starters, and then a guy coming back who's also a starter last year. So obviously with that experience and that chemistry, it really helps us out a lot.
For sure. If you had to choose any of the games, this as a spectator or even as a player, are there anything you have highlighted on your calendar you're really looking forward to playing in or just seeing as a whole?
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to watching St. Rita and Joliet West tomorrow. That'll be a really good game. They play right after us.
Yeah, I think
that'll be a good game.
For sure. I think everybody's really excited for that game. Questions for you. After a big win like that, what's the mindset? How do you go into another game to keep that keep that team on a high and just keep playing at the high level you guys are playing at?
Yeah, we got to stay confident. We know we got a pretty good matchup next game. They're a pretty good team from Florida, so we got to keep our confidence. But we know it's not probably going to be a blowout like it was today.
For sure. As a player, what do you? I'm sorry. I already asked that question. Coming up tomorrow for you guys is Winter Haven. What are some things you guys do to prepare for such a short schedule, like a short intermission break, to get ready for another game?
I mean, we watch a little bit of film for sure. I mean, we just gotta. I mean, we know that they're a pretty big team, so in practice we're working on like guarding bigs as well. That'll help us out.
For sure. What are some things as a player that you guys have learned from your coaches that you guys really take to heart and helps you play at the level you guys are playing at right now?
I mean, they keep us playing hard always. I mean, boxing out, doing all the little things, like just playing hard is what really matters a lot.
With a long tournament like we have, how do you keep the mindset? How do you keep in your head as you're going through more games? You have like games to come. How do you live and with all this short time to get ready for these games? How do you succeed and how do you get ready for those?
For me, it's like what happened last year was when that shot we lost on at the end of the year. It just puts a lot of motivation in our heads for this series. So we keep that in mind on every game and just keep it going through the whole season.
Awesome. Obviously, last season you guys didn't come out with the end result you wanted. How do you guys look to change that this year? What are you guys really aiming towards with all these returning seniors and some other key players to help you guys out? How do you guys look forward to getting back to the state championship and elevating and maybe even winning it this year?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely know we got a lot of guys coming back, a lot of talent. We know it's a possibility that we could go back there and even win it all, but we just got to keep playing hard. I mean, we're using that as motivation to keep playing hard every day. And obviously, that's the end goal for us. That's what we want to work toward.
For sure. I have to ask you a few more questions here. Kind of flying through these a little faster than I thought. But looking forward into the schedule. I know you said you got the St. Rita game. What is the game you are looking forward to playing in the most that you guys know you're playing?
Well, we do have a shootout, and we got a rematch against Sacred Heart Griffin later in the year, so that'll be a really good game. That's definitely going to be one that we're going to want to get a win.
For sure. With all the pressure, all the eyes on you guys in the tournament with, it's really somebody with us for Clutch Sports and everybody here, how do you guys keep calm under pressure and really perform at a high level with everybody watching you?
We just go back to our training. We've done everything in practice. We've been put through every situation we can. We just know that we just gotta keep our confidence, know that we can do it. So that's probably what's helped the most.
For sure. All right, I'm Teddy Ball here with Tyson Swanson. Ask him a few questions, and we're gonna go back to you guys here in the booth in just a little bit. But thank you so much for coming out for the interview. I appreciate it. On such short notice. Here at Clutch Sports, right now we're covering the Moline and Wisconsin Lutheran game. That's a good one, close one. Should be good for the rest of the game. Ran out of questions here, kind of free balling it here, but this game we got going on, a lot of highlights. Hope you guys stay tuned and keep watching. Very exciting. We have guys like Gavin Russell sitting on sideline. Up in the booth, we have a lot of people looking to bring you guys a great broadcast. Continuing on. And yeah, so thank you guys. I'm Teddy Ball from Clutch Sports Media. Hope you guys enjoy the tournament and the rest of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Teddy. Not here in the booth at halftime between Wisconsin Lutheran and Moline. The latter will have their work cut out for here in half number 2. They trail 49-30. Wisconsin Lutheran, story for them was Landon Keep, their senior guard, leading the way with 17 points early on. Con Kniepel with 11 for the Vikings. Prentice Young also having another good game as well. Lots of threes being drained in all parts of the court. Lost count of how many that they've had, but it should be a good second half. John, as you see both teams getting warmed up, and Moline definitely working on their three-pointers. They're going to need a few of those at least to fall to try and get back into this game. But you think you go down low maybe with Freeman trying to work the paint, or you may try and come back from the outside?
You could definitely try if that's available. They've been putting a really good pressure on Freeman down low, kind of getting baskets that he can. But right now, if Wisconsin Lutheran can keep burying those threes, Moline's going to have to keep up and match them there.
Certainly, Owen Freeman, 9 points in the first half. Harding had 7 for the Maroons, members of the Western Big Six Conference. If you ever get a chance to go to the Quad Cities, definitely taking the game at Wharton Fieldhouse, where the Maroons play, one of the oldest venues for basketball, at least at the high school level in Illinois. That was built back in 1928, so almost 100 years old. Is Wharton Fieldhouse. I've been there a couple times. I don't know if you've been there, Joko, at all, but
I think I've been there one game years back, but definitely a cool atmosphere. And Moline, I think they have a really good opportunity to pick up a lot of wins in that gym this year, the way they've been playing. Certainly,
and Moline, a team that they know that they're going to be very strong this year. You take a look at their schedule and see why. Their schedule includes teams like Simeon, East St. Louis, Vashon, who was the Washington Invitational champions here at this tournament last year. They're down from St. Louis. Normal Community, who knocked them out in the sectional title game, and Rock Island, a conference foe that they play every year. They're always very good as well. So both teams likely have very good seasons, but in the first game of it for both squads, it's all Wisconsin Lutheran. Goes up top to Welch, looks down low for Freeman and draws a foul there from Riley Rindfleisch.
Yeah, they looked to him early, able to draw that contact, get another shot at it.
We've seen Owen Freeman, the 6'11" big for Moline, get double teamed quite often early on in this one as Welch runs it into the basket, no good. Wisconsin Lutheran pushes it up the field, and losing it was Landon Key. So Maroons will settle down. Harding, a step back three. Can he make a play? No good there, but for the rebound is Ogburn. That one is picked off by Jameer Allen, one-on-one with Harding, and he makes a miss. How about the acrobatics in the air from Jameer Allen? He's up to 8 points on the game.
Went right up, evaded that block that Harding tried to plant on him.
Freeman gets big and finishes.
And that's what they're going to need to do, John, going back to your point, is try to get that ball down low to their big.
Kick out there for Rindfleisch, no good. Good defense there from Moline. Kniepel clears it, kicks it over to Prentice. Young drives the baseline, kicks over for Key. Another three for Landon Key. He's up to 19 on the game. At least by my count again. I don't have official stats in front of me right now, but that's got to be at least his 4th or 5th.
A lot of threes. Definitely over double figures in three-pointers, I would say.
As a team, definitely. As Harding cuts through the defense, weaves in and gets it to fall. Brock Harding, his speed, that could really help Moline in a situation like this where they need to, possibly eventually go down and get some quick buckets. Again, lots of time still left to play here in the second half.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing we know Moline can score to get back into this game, it's stepping up on defense. Right now, haven't had an answer for Wisconsin Lutheran.
Slick move there by Prentice Young, dished it off down low, no good. As Welch drives in for the Maroons. He is hounded there by Key. Now Freeman on the perimeter, gives off to Harding. The dynamic of these two players will be something to watch as Harding dials up a three off a pick from Freeman. And Brock Harding brings the Maroons to within a 54-37.
Still a lot of ball game left, and Moline, once they start picking up on scoring, can be their most dangerous.
Harding flew in, tried to block Jameer Allen. Rindfleisch gets it to go down low. That's the first points of the game for the senior forward, Riley Rindfleisch. Doing a nice job defending Owen Freeman in the early going. Fast-paced action here. Harding behind the back pass to Freeman. Boy, was that slick. He draws the foul. No hoop and harm, but he got the harm, so only 2 free throws at the line for Owen Freeman. He's committed to Iowa, an All-State player last year and ranked the number 6 senior in Illinois, according to 24/7 Sports. His first free throw hits front iron and goes. You may have heard that bounce in your living room. Our basket mics. I'd say my favorite edition of all the new toys that we have at this tournament, John.
I do like that a lot. It's a crisp sound. You can, especially when the ball's hitting the back of the net, hear that swoosh. Me and Joey were talking about that too, John. You might hear some loud dunks being thrown down. Teams like St. Rita coming up later in the week.
100%. They're going to be a team to watch, game to watch, potentially of the entire tournament, as Logan Rindfleisch sinks another triple for Wisconsin Lutheran. We've been accustomed to seeing lots of those. Their lead now 21. But the game of the tournament arguably will be tomorrow when St. Rita and Illinois commits Morez Johnson and James Brown take on Joliet West and Michigan State commit Jeremy Fears Jr. as Kniepel and Jesper Ogburn got tangled up down the opposite end. And Wisconsin Lutheran will look to push. Kniepel finds Jameer Allen, dishes it in for the easy lay-in, and lead continues to build.
Just such a dynamic team in Wisconsin Lutheran. They can play the half-court set, space the floor out, get the ball around for some open threes, and then transition as well. They move the ball really good and able to finish right at the rim. So many talented players up and down this roster.
Quick three from Harding was no good. Just under the halfway point of the third quarter. Another three here. That's Rindfleisch again. Same spot on back-to-back possessions. I think Moline will probably know not to leave him open in that spot again. 64-38. The defensive pressure you see there from Landon Key. That's really an overlooked part that we haven't talked enough about, John, is this Moline team could have very easily been at 64 themselves.
And it's hard to beat a team when you're shooting this good from beyond the arc. Wisconsin Lutheran is burying every three they take.
Another one there from Josh Kniepel is no good. Physical play for the offensive board, and it will go to Moline. perhaps the case of broadcaster's jinx there, although that was the first miss in a while.
I knew that was coming.
Can't sink them all. But Wisconsin Lutheran has drained a lot of threes. Almost reminiscent of Yorkville Christian last year when we saw them here. And, you know, they had KJ Vassar, Jaden Shute, David Douglas, all sorts of shooters. As Freeman struggles in the post, he gets fouled, so he'll head to the charity stripe. That foul will go on Landon Key. That will be Logan Renfleisch picking up the foul. That's his second. Freeman's first free throw is good. And second one from the Iowa commit goes down as well. This game, John, a part of the TOC shootout series, so we won't see these teams play multiple games, although we will see Moline. I believe they face Carmel in Indiana on Saturday, so they'll be back here. Wisconsin Lutheran, this is, if I'm not mistaken, their only game of the tournament. They're making an impression and a statement early on as Jameer Allen drives to the rack and gets there for two.
Another good bucket there from Allen. How many times has he got right to the rim, though?
I was about to say that, Joko. How about the speed on this Wisconsin Lutheran team as well? They're getting right down the court. It's almost a track meet, and that says something about your team being able to do that first game of the season. These guys really condition themselves.
Yeah, they do. I mean, if you can, like I said, John, if you can hit that many threes in a game, not only that, but just pick up the defensive pressure, get in transition, you're a dangerous team, and it's no surprise why they're scoring 75 to 85 points a game.
They're on pace for well over that as Kniepel dials up a three from the corner, no good. He's got 18 so far as that one from Harding falls for Moline. That will help cut into the deficit, but they still trail by 22, although no fault of Harding's. He's up to 14 points on the game and has a chance for number 15 here. Free throw is good. As Jasper Ogburn will check in for Grant Welch on Moline. Moving right along here in quarter number 3. Glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports Media. Second year in a row broadcasting Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We'll be here for all 36 games. You catch them live on our YouTube and our website as Harding drives to the hoop and scoops it in for two. So the lead now below 20 again. Right back down the floor come the Vikings. Prentice Young finishes it off.
And Moline hasn't played a bad game. It's just Wisconsin Lutheran has been so high-powered on offense.
I think what I've seen, at least what I've gathered, John, is Wisconsin Lutheran's high-powered offenses force Moline kind of force them to keep up a tempo. I think Wisconsin has been dictating this tempo of this game and forcing Moline into some tough shots, maybe some quick shots as well. I'm sure the shot clock, I think, could have a bit of an impact on that as well. Freeman turns around, no good. And Kniepel drives it down for Jameer Allen, who lays it in, and the lead extends for Wisconsin Lutheran.
Allen getting to the basket again.
Jameer Allen up to 14. As Harding, basket on both ends. Just seems like we're just going right back and forth, basket after basket after basket. Here's Jameer Allen driving in. He kicks it out for Key, who had a big first half. Going to get going in half number 2. No good. Rebound is fought for, and who will come away with it? Wisconsin Lutheran. How about the move there from Prentice Young going up there on Freeman? No good, but they'll draw a foul. Gritty series of plays there from Wisconsin Lutheran.
Yeah, just fighting for every rebound down there. Coming out on top with it this time. looking to score again.
Mountain's pass goes into the backcourt, and Landon Key picks it up. Con Knievel dishes in the corner. He was looking for his brother. Here's Knievel again. We kick it out. He kicks it out to Josh Knievel in the corner. No good. Batted around, and that will be the end of the third quarter. And Wisconsin Lutheran just 8 minutes away from victory. How about the offensive fireworks that they've produced? They lead at 70-49.
Yeah, they definitely put on quite the show in those 3 quarters. A chance to continuing to up their score here in the fourth quarter, but Moline just trying to claw back in this game. Right now just haven't had an answer for that high-powered offense the Vikings are throwing at them.
I'll take a quick word for our sponsors. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and for its diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. I want to give a quick shout out to Titan Industries and the KB Strong Foundation as well. Fourth quarter on tap. Wisconsin Lutheran starting with the ball, and Prentice Young drives to the hoop on Grant Welch and gets it to go. Add 2 more to the Wisconsin Lutheran lead. And Prentice Young putting himself together a good game. It's Trayvon Taylor. It's a bucket right back for the Maroons. Moline's only lead in this game was at 1-0 early on, and since then, it was really Con Knievel really setting the tone for Wisconsin Lutheran early on with a couple good threes, and there was contagious Landon Key. Big first half, as well as Harding from the KB Tournament of Champions logo, and that's good. Limitless range.
Yeah, game's certainly not over as Moline, Brock Harding trying to take over here for his squad.
They're down 17 with 7 minutes to play. No lead is ever safe in the game of basketball. No, their defense needs to lock up. Owen Freeman does his part, though, gets a block, and Harding pushes up the court. Weaves in and out of traffic. He's got Welch for a 3. Is that good? No, it's not. Front rim. Rebound is fought for. We'll have a jump ball. That possession arrow will favor. So wait on a call. From our angle, we can't see what the possession arrow favors. It looks like may have been a couple words being exchanged under the hoop there as we get
Getting a little scrappy. A close game, you expect that.
Certainly, and Brody Harding, or rather Brock Harding, rather, from Moline, very competitive player. I've seen him play before. An inbounds pass from Welch to Freeman is intercepted. Looked like he was going for the alley-oop off the inbound. It's Prentice Young dishing to Allen. He's got 14. So backs out to Young. Thought about it twice, and looks like we'll see Lutheran maybe slowing the pace down, getting some good passes. Maybe 5 to 10 of them before they shoot. Prentice Young's floater in the lane, no good. That ball will stay with the Vikings.
Anytime you get that big lead, you don't want to hang on to that, especially if the other team starts to get hot. We just slow the tempo down, work the ball. But it's hard to do that now and play keep away for good with the shot clock.
Certainly is. Here comes Harding. He's probably going to, no, he will not dunk that one. Lays that one in, gets the more safe option of the two, and Brock Harding now up to 24 points on the game. That's the game high. Leads all scorers. as Harding bounced off of shoulder there from Prentice Young. Wisconsin Lutheran still with it. Here's Con Kniepel. Dishes it out to his brother Josh. Over to Jameer Allen into the far corner, no good. Another rebound there for Owen Freeman. Well, again, we don't have official stats, but you know all the rebounds he's had, he's probably almost for sure to double-double.
A hard fall there from Harding.
Harding's still down. He's getting up, albeit a bit gingerly. You can hear the refs talk a little bit from our basket mics.
Yeah, pick up a little audio there, referee warning coach over there on Moline's sideline.
Deficit is 15. Moline certainly not out of this game yet. Here's Harding. Dishes it down low to Freeman and felt the guy on his back. Goes in, gets fouled. But, John, that's a case where you don't want to really body up Owen Freeman in the post because he can feel you. He knows where you are. If you back off a little bit, he can't spin off of you.
Yeah, you try to go up on him head-to-head there. He's going to draw some contact even if he's not finishing, which he does, able to go to the line. That's a big body to try to go up against at 6'11". I should say 6'10". Right at about 6'10 and a half, but
we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
We'll say
give him an extra inch on the height there.
He's got shoes on. Wisconsin Lutheran leading 72-58. The Maroons looking for a comeback. So we'll take a quick word for our sponsors. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and its diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. We're back at the second free throw for Owen Freeman, the transfer from Bradley Bourbonnais, Iowa commit. He's a huge addition to this Moline team, which I think looking among the best in the Quad Cities area. Wisconsin Lutheran looking to be one of the best up around Milwaukee. They're officially located in Wauwatosa. We'll admit, not far from my neck of the woods. I'm familiar with the town, and Wauwatosa is a good place. Looks like this year they'll have a good basketball team, although their 13-point lead not safe yet. Here's Young dishing out to Kniepel, bodies up with Freeman. Kicks it back out and see the Vikings be a little bit more deliberate. Shot clock down to 5. And that pass deflected. They gotta get a shot off here. 2-1 from the corner, no good. That was Prentice Young. Good defense there from the Maroons. They'll recover it. And here's Young, he'll draw the foul on Vinny Ajahumbeda and get to the line. So Wisconsin Lutheran team that will really test you on every foot of the court.
Yeah, it was a really good job there from Lutheran. They were going to take a quick 3, forced it off at the shot clock hit 0, but then they get it right back with the turnover.
That one no good from Prentice Young, who has 17 points, 2 fouls on the day. And he'll sit at 17 there, but the offensive board from Jameer Allen, no good. Freeman gets the rebound. Here's Harding looking to go up the court and push the pace, and he does. Finishes at the rack for 2, and how about Moline, John? They're just down 11 now. They'll cut the lead about in half.
In a game that looked like it was well over, Moline shows what their offense is made of. They really turned on the Jets here, and John, this could be an exciting finish. Moline not backing away from the challenge.
They're pressing Wisconsin Lutheran here. We'll see how they handle it. Allen dishes up to Young, who finds Josh Kniepel in the corner, and is good for 3. Actually the same age brother as his brother Khan. It's on the scoreboard with a triple. An offensive foul there on Moline, so after it seemed like most things were going in their favor, a big shift towards the Vikings in the last about 10 seconds.
Yeah, and that's how quick Wisconsin Lutheran can turn it around. In a game that looked like Moline's coming right back, Wisconsin Lutheran hitting another big three. And John, like you said earlier, we don't have stats in front of us, but I'm going to be very, I should say I'm anticipating what those numbers look like beyond the arc, because they've put up a lot of threes.
And tell you right now that 6 different players have made a three for the Vikings as they get a turnover. Braden Freeman draws the contact and the foul. He'll go to the line. And defense turns into offense for the Maroons. But they can now get it back to 11 with just under 4.5 to play here. Braden Freeman, Owen's brother, put up his first points of the game. It's a family affair here in the second round of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The Freemans, the Kniepels, Logan and Riley Renfleisch. Braden Freeman's free throw is good. 75-64 your score. Wisconsin Lutheran led by more than 20.
Still almost 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Still a lot of time.
And Josh Kniepel finds his brother Card for the slam. He'll take the wind out of Moline's sails just a bit. He can shoot, he can dunk as well. An authoritative slam. Harding dishes it for Moline. Over to Welch on the wing, and it's good. Grant Welch comes back with a three, and Moline now within 10. Under 4 minutes left to go here in quarter number 4, and things are getting pretty interesting.
Definitely not going away, and you can see this why, or I could say, you could see why this is the game of the night. Moline making a comeback.
Certainly, we'll take a quick word for our sponsors. With the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute opens in 2024. It'll be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Another quick word for our sponsors, Uftring, Teamworks, Titan Industries, and the KB Strong Foundation as well. Wisconsin Lutheran struggling to inbound, and they about turn it over. Looked like Hardy got a hand on it and went out of bounds. Lucky bounce there for the Vikings, who very well could have turned it over.
Moline applying that full court pressure just a little bit. Back off. Backing off now.
Never seen a 10-point lead. Wisconsin Lutheran may slow the ball down here. They found some open looks. Nice ball movement. You see it here. Kniepel dials up a three. Yes, sir. It's good. And Wisconsin Lutheran now leads by 13. A little bit more breathing room. At 16 for the future Division I player, Kniepel.
And I'll tell you right now, John, out of those teams that I mentioned earlier, the likes of Wisconsin, Illinois, Virginia, Notre Dame, whoever he goes to, they're getting a great player.
Certainly, and he's got offers from the ACC, the Big Ten, the Pac-12, the Big East, the SEC. I mean, teams all across the country hitting up the phones of Wisconsin Lutheran inquiring about him. First free throw from Harding is good. He leads all scores today with 27. Make that 28. As the Maroons cut it to 80-69. Full court press again here for Moline. They've trailed almost the entire ball game. Allen finds Kniepel. It's for his brother Josh in the corner. That's taken away by Brock Harding. He's going to push the pace in, and he's called for a foul. Aggressive play showing up for Moline. Right when they need it. They went into this quarter, Joko, down by about 20 or so. Can't remember exactly what it was. They've cut this lead in half in just this quarter. As Harding puts in another one from the line, he is up to 29.
Yeah, can get it to under double figures, and really impressive comeback here from Moline. And that shouldn't shock too many people because they have a lot of talent on this roster. They just got to have time to start clicking.
And that time we talked about, for some teams it may take a couple games, might take half the season. For Moline, it looks like it only took the first half because, boy, they're looking really strong in half number 2. Brock Hardy is now at 30 points for the game, trying to will his team back to a comeback victory. Here's Landon Key. Euro stepping in the lane. No good. Rebounded by Kniepel. Kicks it out to Josh Kniepel, and timeout called by the Vikings. They want to talk things over with just over 3 minutes to play. This game is getting real interesting. Wisconsin Lutheran now leading just by single digits. Moline has all the momentum right now.
Yeah, they do. And in games like this is where it gets exciting in this new era as they're testing out the shot clock, because they put enough defensive pressure to force them to take a bad shot.
Certainly a quick game reset again. Brock Harding leads all scorers with 30. Looking at Wisconsin Lutheran, Landon Key has 19, Con Kniepel with 16, Jameer Allen 14, and Prentice Young has 17. So well-balanced scoring effort for the Vikings. And for the Maroons, it's been the Brock Harding and Owen Freeman show, although a couple others, like Grant Welch, have drained big shots as well. See what the Vikings and head coach Ryan Walls will draw up out of the timeout. Under 3 minutes to play. Kniepel dishes it off to Allen on the perimeter. Working on Braden Freeman. Nothing doing. Drives into the lane, kicks it out for Key. He goes over to Young. Top of the key, drives it on Owen Freeman. That does take some heart. And an offensive rebound there from Jameer Allen. Moline can't be happy about that. Almost a backcourt violation, and it is very close. Referee is right there to make the call, and Wisconsin Lutheran dodged the bullet once, couldn't do it twice.
Now Moline a really good chance to score, whether they take a 2 or 3. Setting up for that interesting finish, John.
Here's Harding for 3. That would have brought him to within 6. No good as Allen pushes the pace the other direction. Shot fakes Harding again. That's the second time he's done that, if I'm not mistaken. Unbelievable ball fake there from Jameer Allen. Very shifty. He got Brock Harding to bite. Free throw no good, so it'll be just 2. As Jameer Allen picks up a foul on the other end. And looks like that will send Harding to the line. Maroons now in the double bonus. That's 10 on the Vikings.
And I believe that's, if not mistaken, his 5th foul there for Allen. It's a big loss for the Vikings.
That is number 5, and again, apologies, wasn't really paying attention to his amount of fouls as much as I should, but that is it for Jameer Allen. He'll exit with 16 points. As Harding sinks the first free throw, he's made quite a bit of those here. And the lead back to single digits yet again. 2:16 left to play. Wisconsin Lutheran with 2 timeouts, Moline at 3. Here comes the press again, and the hardest part, I'd argue, is getting it in with Owen Freeman. Although they do that. Young pushes the pace, looks for Rindfleisch down low, and it's no good. Tipped out, and Moline will have it. They can get this to within 6. Harding, spin move into the lane, and it's deflected away. Although Owen Freeman and Kniepel fight for it, and before it's called for a jump ball. How about the moves from Brock Harding, John?
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Really nice take to the basket. And it's going to come back, though, this one, staying with Wisconsin Lutheran on the jump ball between Kniepel and Freeman. 2 big players going at it.
And deflection there from the Maroons. It will stay with the Vikings. Again, coming up next on ClutchSportsIL.com, we'll have Lincoln Park and the host team, Washington, as Moline will get called for a foul. Looks like that was Jasper Ogburn. He tripped up Prentice Young. And that will, with Wisconsin Lutheran in the bonus, John, that will send them to the line.
And Kniepel here at the line, one of your best free throw shooters.
Wisconsin Lutheran leading by 9. For most of this game, the lead was safe up until the last couple minutes, and Moline came back. First free throw from Kniepel is good. Second free throw from the leading scorer last year for the Vikings is up and good, so that will make the lead 9. Freeman spins in the post and he gets the and one. Big bucket for Owen Freeman.
That's a big time post move there, and
Owen Freeman having himself a nice game. He's up to 18. One of the tallest players in this entire tournament, and he almost saw it there, almost grabbing the offensive board. Prentice Young loses it temporarily. We're gonna have a jump ball here again, it looks like, and it is called. And this one will favor Moline.
yeah, big opportunity here.
They're down 9. They've made a lot of threes. Brock Harding has been the catalyst. 32 points for the senior commit going to Iowa. Kicks it out to Welch. He's made a couple. And he goes along the baseline. That's called offensive. Charge drawn there by Riley Rindfleisch. And it seems like whenever Moline is ready to take a big step and get back into this one, Wisconsin Lutheran snatches that momentum right back.
Yeah, they do, and Moline trying to fight to claw their way back in, but Wisconsin Lutheran, after playing such a great game, they want to come out of this with the victory. They got a really good opportunity here to try to close this one out.
Foul there on Grant Welch near half court, and that's his third. Wisconsin Lutheran still in the regular bonus, so that'll be 1-1 here at the line for Landon Key. Had a strong first half, but quieted down in half number 2. First free throw, hits front rim, and it's no good. Here comes Moline again with a chance. Under 90 seconds left to play. Harding working on Key, gets picked from Freeman, doesn't take it. Goes to the hoop, and how about the boost there? He was in and out. That ball was halfway down and decided not to go. Timeout called by Wisconsin Lutheran as Josh Kniepel hit the deck. And it looks like they'll hang on to the ball.
And John, with our basket mic down there, that hit just about every part of the rim inside. I don't know how that one popped out.
I've never really seen a ball pop in and out as much as I did right there. Wisconsin Lutheran leading 84-75. We'll take a quick word from our sponsors. We'll start with Uftring. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring auto dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. And for Teamworks as well. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting good needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And for Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also for KB Strong as well. Have to go to their website for more information on how you can make an impact on those with glioblastoma or brain disease. Certainly great work that the KB Strong Foundation is doing. Back to action here, 1:08 left to go. Inbound is deflected out of bounds. Wisconsin Lutheran will get a second crack at it. Inbound to Neeple. And he is trapped in the corner looking for his guy, Young. And he gets around a guy. Ref blows the whistle. And it looks like it will be a foul.
Just under a minute now. Really good chance to just wrap this one up. 2 free throws would certainly help. How about the effort from Wisconsin Lutheran as Moline made a push, but the Vikings looking like they can hang on.
So you're going to like their chances, although that won't help them. Missed free throw there for Prentice Young, but still in the driver's seat are the Vikings. They scored 49 in the first half. Well, credit to Moline's defense. They've been much stronger in half number 2. Second free throw is good from Prentice Young. He is now up to 18. Deep 3 here from Moline is good. Braden Freeman coming up big again. And now they're 2 within 7. Moline calls, rather Wisconsin Lutheran calls a timeout. And that was called by Moline. They'll have 2 remaining. Wisconsin Lutheran has 1.
So I think the biggest thing here now, John, is if you're Moline, you put a lot of full court pressure on the Vikings, try to force a turnover. If you foul, you foul. Send them to the line. Let them hit their free throws. But this is big time for Wisconsin Lutheran. They're going to want to make sure if they do get to the line, every free throw matters, and we know that in basketball. You got to make your free throws down the stretch in big games.
Certainly, and any big collapse that you see, most of the time that most missed free throws are a part of it. Teams that shoot their free throws well usually tend to be better off in these sort of situations, especially when you're coming back. Moline shot the ball very well from the free throw line, I will admit. Moline down 7, poked out there by Freeman. Welch goes to Hardy, Lee looks for 3, and that is no good. Oh, what a chance there. And Freeman tries to foul Prentice Young, and he did. That will be the second foul on Owen.
And that 3 right there would have been really big. Cut it to 4 points. Brock Harding knew he had to get that one to go. Not too happy with himself. And any player in that situation, that's a big shot to take.
Brock Harding certainly has done a lot. 32 points today is that free throw no good from Prentice Young.
Talked about free throws are key, and Moline still a chance.
Door is still open for the Maroons after they trailed by 20 plus. And that one also no good for the Vikings. So they're down 7 are the Maroons. Here comes Harding down the court and speeds in for 2.
I was going to say,
Harding.
Yeah, right decision by Harding. You don't need the 3 there. He gets down in a hurry, able to get the layup, and John, we're setting up for a really good finish. And what looked like Wisconsin Lutheran could try to just keep him at bay, but no, here come the Maroons.
This is kind of more what I expected, John, going into this game. I thought these 2 teams matched up very well. Both 2 teams with lots of speed, lots of good shooting ability. I wasn't really expecting to see so much of a maybe lopsided first half. Now we're starting to see what Moline can really do on both ends of the ball. Although Wisconsin and Lutheran, what they're talking about in their huddle, I think it's probably about free throws. They've missed at least 3 or 4 of them in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, and we knew that, looking at that score early on, thinking, okay, Moline's, they're down a lot. That was credit to Wisconsin Lutheran hitting all those threes. When they started to turn up the defensive pressure, when the free throws weren't hitting, Moline, just as talented offensively, right back in this game.
And what a luxury to have in these times like this. Owen Freeman staying at 6'11", guarding the inbound. It is Landon Key trying to inbound, and he finds Kniepel. Kniepel trapped, gets out of it. And a foul called there. Looks like that was on Ogburn. So that looks like it will send Josh Kniepel, who drained a 3 earlier. This was only a bucket of the game, to the line. 6'1" guard in his senior year.
John, and a lot of time coming off the clock on that. At what point do you stop going for the trap and trying to make a steal and just foul as he makes that free throw? But a couple of others before that were missed. You know, you can't afford to waste too much clock here.
Certainly not. 25.8 left to go, and what's been a dandy of a ball game so far. Knievel misses the second, and Harding's three is blocked. And he fouls Landon Key there again. So that prevents a breakaway layup. But how about the defense from Landon Key? Another three would have brought the house down. And will this be a clear path foul, John? I'm not quite sure.
I think that was the call.
Will be, and Landon Key will shoot the initial free throw. So Brock Harding gets called for a clear path foul. The first free throw is good for Key. That is certainly not something you want there after Harding did so much to bring his team back into this one. That one may have cost him, as Key drains number 2. Vikings lead by 8. Maroons, it's do or die time. I think they got to get a turnover here. Knievel looking to inbound and finds Young. He's fouled in the backcourt after about a second or two comes off the clock.
Chance to ice the game with some free throws, but how about that big block on the other end? Harding had a really good opportunity to hoist that one, and just good defense by Wisconsin Lutheran, and now the free throws start to find the net.
Prentice Young drops in. That's up to 19 on the game for him. Landon Key is 21. And Young will join him in the 20-point club. So Wisconsin Lutheran looks like they'll hold on. They lead by 10 with 17 seconds left, although you never know. Harding, a circus shot, no good. And he's still on the court, although perhaps maybe just in agony, and Wisconsin Lutheran will run this one out. The Vikings use a hot start offensively, shooting threes in the first half to open up a 20-point lead, and they do not relinquish it. Wisconsin Lutheran wins 90-80. What an offensive firework show that was in game 2 of the tournament. 4th of July coming in November, John.
Yeah, definitely, and both teams we knew coming in had great offense, and they showed that tonight. Wisconsin Lutheran with the upper hand. What a great game.
Wisconsin Lutheran wins the border battle between Wisconsin and Illinois. They knock out the Maroons 90-80. And they will start their season 1-0. Moline falls to 0-1. They'll have a chance to get back up to 1-1 when they play Carmel here in Washington on Saturday. Take a quick break. Thank all of our great sponsors here at the Tournament Champions, like OSF. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute opens in Peoria in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country, with proton beam therapy and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock every day at Uftering Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also for the KB Strong Foundation as well. Go to their website, KB Strong, fightingthefight.org. Learn more about how you can make an impact on those with glioblastoma. And how about wrap it up here in the booth for Wisconsin Lutheran and Moline. We'll send it down to the Uftring halftime studio, where Gavin Russell will be taking it away with an interview. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I've got another guest with me here. It's former Metamora guard, Zach Schroeder. Thanks for coming on with us, Zach.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Awesome to see you out here. I've seen several former players. I saw Washington's Isaac Mapson out here, a few other players as well. Taking in some of the games, I mean, you saw Metamora play. Of course, you saw some of that Moline game. I mean, just kind of thoughts so far. It's been exciting competition.
Yeah, it's been 2 great games so far. A lot of tough teams. You know, tournament champions known for having a bunch of great players, bunch of great teams, and this year is just like every other one. A lot of talent.
For sure. Every year is just so special. And you played sort of in this tournament last year. I mean, and what you did play a little bit, we'll get into that a little bit more, but what you did play, I mean, just how special was it? I mean,
oh yeah,
just an excellent tournament.
Yeah, coming in here, for an individual, it's a great opportunity to have yourself looked at by different colleges if you want to play at that next level. Right. But then there's also, it's just a great following. You know, teams coming in, flying in from all over the country. You know, California, Florida, like. Just getting the talent in Central Illinois out there, I mean, it's just a great opportunity for everybody.
And not to mention with the whole KB Strong now, I mean, just an excellent cause. I can't remember the number, but I think they raised like $70,000 last year, which is excellent. And you're playing basketball for that's awesome.
Yeah.
So cool. You didn't get to play the whole tournament, though, last year. Something I didn't even realize. We were here all year last year. I didn't even know this until now. You had a bit of an injury, if you would tell our viewers about that.
Yeah, so first game of the year, it was about in the second quarter, midway through the second quarter, came across the screen at half court against Springfield Lanphier, and then got blown up off the screen, smacked my head against the ground, looked down, I was just blood gushing everywhere.
Oh, man.
Cracked my head open, went in the second, during halftime, walked off the court, got my head glued, came back and played the rest of the game. So. Man. Yeah, but found out later. I played the next game after that against St. John Bosco. Wasn't my best performance, but found out I was concussed later that week.
St. John Bosco is such a good team too, and it's like you play with a concussion. Were you seeing like double or anything?
I think it was just slow to process everything. And I mean, we would have won the game if I wasn't playing.
So you kind of come to find out that later probably takes the pay. You can't really say that was the worst game of your career. You weren't really all there.
Yeah, but you still matter. I don't want to make an excuse for myself. You got to perform no matter what.
No doubt about it. So you kind of went throughout the year though. Once you were fully recovered, you guys had a terrific season last year. You had some close games, but for the most part, played an excellent season. You made it to the state finals. I mean, what was that journey like being a senior? How special is that Metamora group from last year?
It's unbelievable. We, by record, by how far we went, we're best team in Mid-Illini history. Maybe not guy for guy, talent for talent, but we went farther than anybody else has. No Mid-Illini team had won their first game in state until we came along, and it was just, to be a part of that, to be a member, just everything about that season was so special. The community, just the team, just how together we were, fans, I still remember, guys from Washington texting me before the state final, just like, good luck. We're supposed to not like each other. We're supposed to hate those guys. We're rivals, but everybody gathered behind us, just the camaraderie throughout everybody in the community, everybody in Central Illinois. It was unbelievable.
And I know everybody, I think when one team goes to state, regardless, as you mentioned, Washington, you guys have a big rivalry. But when you get to that point, you got to root those guys on.
Yeah.
You can't just sit back and say, oh, you got a Central Illinois team. I'd rather a team from downstate or Chicago win. Central Illinois sticks together, which is pretty cool. That atmosphere you mentioned, though, Tepke Gymnasium, it's a small gym, but just how big was that atmosphere for you guys last year?
There were so many games. I just went into the locker room with my ears ringing. There just so many people there. Even getting off the bus after our state championship, it wasn't the result we wanted, but, our gym was packed. There wasn't an open seat there. People were standing. We presented all the trophies, all the guys there, just got to talk to the community a little bit too, and it was so special. It's something you'll never experience for a lot of guys.
Never again. That was such a great team, Metamora from last year. Now, you mentioned, I was talking to you a little bit about Sacred Heart Griffins, of course, the team that you guys unfortunately fell to in that state final game. You mentioned they didn't really lose a lot, but neither did your Metamora Redbirds. No. Of course, they lost you, and you were a big part of it, but Metamora, definitely, as we saw tonight, has the makings to get back to that point.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I can be replaced. They have so much offensive talent. They have the guys to play, had a great defensive performance. I don't know if they had a made field goal in the third quarter today?
I don't know.
I was counting. I don't think they did. And they, that team's going to be special.
Yes.
They're going to, I said in an interview after the state championship game, they're going to be back.
Yeah.
And I truthfully still believe that. You look at who we're going to play in regional, it's not going to be easy. Who we're going to play in the sectional, it's not going to be easy. But I think we can definitely get there again. Have the pieces, definitely.
For sure, and of course, we know your usual suspects: Kaiser, Tucker, Swanson, Zobrist, all those guys. Maybe from your eye, though, from what you've seen tonight, or just what you know from last year, who's a guy that's completely flying under the radar that you think is going to make a big difference this year?
Well, even all those guys you just mentioned, they're all flying under the radar.
Sure.
We don't know, those guys don't get near the credit they deserve. Even last year's team, I was the player of the year in the Peoria area, but those guys just. I was just the one that got my name in the newspaper, but if it wasn't for those guys, I don't get that.
Right.
But you talk about, you didn't mention Tyler Mason. Huge part of our success in the postseason. He's unbelievable player that just a lot of guys don't know about.
Right.
But still, Matthew Zobrist, sophomore, he played on any other team in the Middle Illini. He could average close to 30 points a game.
And you're playing with so many other great players, you kind of have to expand that. I mean, kind of take me inside Coach Greaves' mind. I mean, how do you use so many weapons, not just single out one person?
I mean, it's so hard with so many mouths to feed, you know. But I think a part of our success was nobody cared who scored the ball.
Right.
We had a lot of assists last year. We played together. Nobody cared who was scoring. And I could go out there, have 30, and Ethan, Tyson, Drew, they could all have 5. Didn't matter. But if I have 0 and we win the game, they all have 20 big games. Doesn't matter to us.
No, very unselfish.
Oh, yeah. The end result's the only thing that mattered to us.
Exactly. And you guys got very far. Again, you fell, unfortunately, to that SHG team. Now, some of our viewers may be familiar with SHG. We'll probably see SHG on Clutch Sports Media, not here at Tournament Champions, but they're a different animal. And as you mentioned, they don't have a lot that they lost. What makes them so special?
I mean, they're unbelievably coached. I'll say that. Going against that defense, they knew our personnel. They were in every single gap. They were stunning every time you drove. It was just you were forced to make tough shots against them. And I mean, we did that for the most part throughout the game, and we had a lead there for a while. But at the end of the day, I mean, they've got Zach Hawkinson, unbelievable player. Jake Hamilton, unbelievable player. His brother Will. I mean, they're all Keyshawn Singleton, unbelievable player. Even great football players. These guys are great athletes, not just basketball.
And we saw them at the State Farm Holiday Classic. I believe you guys were there as well last year. That's another unbelievable tournament. I mean, we'll be back down there this year for the State Farm Holiday Classic. Kind of looking, though, at Metamora's schedule for the year. Of course, we expect them to do well, but maybe you pick out 2 or 3 matchups you think is going to be the best. Like, if you're going to go watch a Metamora basketball game, who would you say to watch? 2 or 3 opponents this season.
Well, I mean, we've got the they're playing Sacred Heart Griffin again this year.
That's true.
At the University of Illinois Springfield, I believe.
I think so. Yeah.
But then other than that, man, you always got to go to a Washington game.
Oh yeah.
That atmosphere is electric, but we play Booker T on Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be that's a tough team.
Booker T is no joke.
I was looking at some of the stuff, and I don't even know how many professional athletes that they've produced throughout all of sports, but it's unbelievable. So
it's like you come from a small Central Illinois town and you play this big team, but hey, that's battle tested right there.
Definitely.
And as you kind of mentioned earlier, you're experiencing it, these guys experience, they're getting battle tested, which I would have to think, again, I'm no great player, but I'd have to think that you take that from November all the way to March, and that kind of test really helps you along the way.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that was part of like what we did. Coach Greaves always told us he's building this schedule so we're a better team come at the end of the year, and that it helped us a lot. We played Rock Island, but we played them already earlier in the year.
Sure. Yeah.
We scout like no other team I've ever seen. Some college teams don't scout like we scout.
Right.
We knew the ins and outs of them.
Opponent.
We came out and we smacked them in the mouth immediately. We didn't finish the game like we would have, but we got the end result we wanted. And I think just playing those tough teams, Wheaton St. Francis, East St. Louis, a lot of teams, they don't see that type of talent. And we're lucky enough. We have a schedule. We have a coaching staff that understands. We'd rather play the hard teams and take some losses early and then finish the year even farther and stronger than most other teams.
No doubt about it. That's why you guys were so good last year. So Metamora, a very special group. You're not going to want to miss them. As they mentioned, Booker T. Washington and Metamora on Friday. Not going to want to miss that game. But transitioning a little more about you, you're playing out Wabash College, so kind of moving on to the next level. I mean, tell me a little more about Wabash, kind of your experience with that so far.
It's been unbelievable. I mean, just come in with a coaching staff that we have. We had the coach of the year for Division III last year, had the national player of the year for Division III last year, made it to the Final Four. They had an unbelievable roster. This year we don't have any seniors on the roster.
Really?
But right now we're one of the best teams in the country. We ranked 26th preseason, and then we beat number 16 in the country a couple days ago. We are. It's a good group of guys. Our coach compares us to one of those old Butler teams with like Brad Stevens coaching. Yeah, we've got a lot of really good guys, and I'm just so grateful, and it's so valuable to be a part of that.
And some of those teams you mentioned, you've matched up with some high-level D3 talent. What are some of those teams you guys are matching up with? Because I'm sure a lot of our viewers near and far will be familiar with some of them.
We played WashU when they were 16th ranked in the country, and they had a kid from Barrington, Will Grzinski.
Really?
He played us. He started on that team. We beat them, played them pretty well, and then we lost an overtime game to Marietta, who's also one of the top teams in the country. Also played in the Final Four last year. They're a tough team. They play with a lot of grit. They're stuffing every gap. They're playing really physical, just offensive rebound the heck out of the ball. We've got a tough schedule there too. So it's a similar transition from Metamora there.
Sure. Off the court, you're at Wabash. What are you studying?
I'm studying chemistry right now.
Chemistry,
probably looking to double major with also financial econ.
Awesome. So what's the end goal? Do you want to coach in the future? Like, where do you see your? Not to put you on the spot here, but like 5-10 years, what do you want to do?
Well, it just depends. I've got Wabash, number 2 networking school in the country. Mm-hmm. So we've got a tremendous amount of alumni that they open doors. I think we're the number 1 ranked school in terms of getting guys internships.
Really?
We're an all-boys school as well. So we've got just connections. Every guy there has an opportunity to get an internship.
Sure.
So I could work for Eli Lilly in my junior year summer, my senior year summer, and then I can get a job offer right there. But
That's awesome.
The reason I maybe want to double major is maybe come back home, do something business related, work for some other like financial companies, Caterpillar, stuff like that. But I would be lying if I said I didn't think about coaching every day. It's something I would love to do.
Maybe you start your coaching career, maybe you end up back in Metamora. You never know.
Yeah, that's.
I've known some former players recently that have ended up even at like the grade school level. You start at those lower levels, kind of work through the youth. So I hope we see you coaching, but either way, I hope you can stick around Central Illinois community. You've been a great part to it. But we definitely thank you so much, Zach, for coming on, talking to us for a few minutes. Great story. So if you didn't catch the whole interview, he's talking about last year's TOC, cut his head open. But they had a great run to the state finals and so much great information, so I appreciate it so much. We're going to bring Charlie Schumerhorn in here now, so thank you, Zach, so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Enjoy the games.
Will do.
We're going to switch out Zach to Charlie Schumerhorn for a couple minutes here. Charlie, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing good. It's good to be here. How about you?
I'm doing really well. It was a great interview with Zach. We'll only be here for a minute. We'll get you back on more later here in the tournament.
Sounds good with me.
But I got to ask, Washington coming up, quick prediction.
Yeah, big game. I got Washington winning by 5.
Wow.
I got 55-50.
Wow.
Got to be generous.
We're going to mark tape on that one. I will buy you a meal of your choice if you're correct.
A meal of my choice. You better get that Alexander Steakhouse.
Oh, my goodness. Well, exciting game coming up. Washington is on the floor next, and the home crowd is fired up. For Charlie, for Zach Schroeder, I'm Gavin Russell, sending it back to the booth now.
Charlie Schumerhorn, you heard it there, folks. First, folks, wow. He has the Washington Panthers by 5 points. He's maybe slightly biased. His dad, Eric, the head coach of the Washington Panthers. And it is almost a packed house, certainly a packed lower bowl as the Washington Panthers open their Washington Tournament of Champions against the Lincoln Park Lions. Going to be a good one, the third game of the first day of the TOC. Some 30 to go. Joey Wright and John Camosa in with you and back after the conclusion of the national anthem. terrific rendition of the Star Spangled Banner, and that means it's basketball time in Washington. Once again, a warm welcome to the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium. It's the third game of day one of the Washington Tournament of Champions, named after Washington Panthers late head coach Kevin Brown. Presented by OSF Healthcare, the Washington Panthers are on the floor. New uniforms this season. They look sharp. Clutch Sports Media, of course, based out of Central Illinois. We run into Washington a lot in the regular season. Catch them in the playoffs as far as they go. And John, from having done a number of Washington games last season, this is a team that's got a decent amount back. Not everyone back, but Jamari White, Jake Stewart, and Micah Brewer are going to be the key guys for Washington, coached by Eric Schermerhorn. You can bet they're going to play hard, especially in front of such a big crowd. First game of the year in a tournament named for the late Kevin Brown.
Yeah, like any team, when you lose some big players, you got to adjust. You got to bring some next guys up off the bench, and you think about a lot of the scoring with Drew Lewis, Isaac Mapson, but Jake Stewart's still on this team. He's a senior, a leader. You know, you have Braden Vanderheid stepping in. We know his brother was a big-time player here, and Jamari White, especially for Washington, the 6'3 senior. So there's going to be that senior leadership. And one thing about Washington, Joey, no matter who leaves, you know, who graduates, and they bring the players off the bench, they're always going to be a tough defensive team, and that's another thing that Eric Schermerhorn is going to want to see out of his team this year.
A lot of seniors for Washington, a lot of seniors for Lincoln Park as well, John. It's a senior-heavy roster. There are going to be at least 8 seniors, by my count, on the floor when this game tips off.
Yeah,
between both teams.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like right now, and a lot of guys that have that experience, so it's going to be an exciting game. And see how Washington matches with this size as well. You see Lincoln Park, a very big team there out of Chicago. But I think with Washington, if they can make that defensive statement early, it could be a close game. And what better way? It's a home game for them, and you got a huge student section on hand.
This is going to be a matchup. You mentioned Lincoln Park's size, John. This is going to be a matchup of a team that's got a lot of size in Lincoln Park versus a Washington team that's going to have to play pretty small this season. Washington in its starting lineup is going to have 3 players that are under a foot, or 6 feet tall, not under a foot tall. I don't think they'd be playing basketball if that were the case, but they'll have 3 players under 6 feet tall. The shortest player for Lincoln Park, it's going to be a tie. Jalen Calloway and Mayan Whitfield are both 6'2".
Yeah, so that's one thing is where you're going to have your defensive adjustments. You're going to have to shift inside and try to limit Lincoln Park getting touches inside the paint. Like you said, they got a lot of size. Washington doesn't quite match up with some of the forwards, more of just a guard rotated team. So we'll see how that plays out. But looking forward to this one, Joey. Another good game on hand, and we have been treated to some great games today.
We absolutely have. The first one we saw today, big win for Metamora over defending 1A state champion Yorkville Christian. The last game that you had the call of with Jonathan Michael was close in the late stages. You know, it looked early on like Wisconsin Lutheran was going to pull away, but Moline made a game out of it.
Yeah, they did. And, you know, I was telling John on the broadcast, you know, you look at the score and you're kind of puzzled. Okay, Moline down this much, but Wisconsin Lutheran was clicking on all cylinders, hitting threes. But then once Moline got it going, it was the game we kind of anticipated.
What do you expect in this one?
I think it should be a close game early on. We'll kind of see, but we'll see if that size can give fits to Washington. But I think Washington's going to come out, try to make a defensive statement. Just offensively, are they going to take more threes? Can they get to the basket? Like you said, Joey, that size, not really a team that can go inside out too much. So I think with Washington, it's about playing quick, getting in transition, backdoor cuts. Got to see how they match up, but it's a good test to start your season.
It absolutely is. Lincoln Park played last night, and Washington went up to scout them. So Washington's got a good idea of how Lincoln Park is going to play. You just saw Jody Brown being presented with a check on the floor at midcourt here at the Torrey Gym, and It's time to meet our starters. First for the Lincoln Park Lions. They are booed as they are introduced. As we said, it's going to be all seniors for the Lions. Jalen Calloway, Mayan Whitfield are 6'2 guards. A 6'3 forward, and Richmond Apoku Ware. Wanted to pause there, John, because they've had a few last-second number changes. So Zach Israeli, the last to be introduced, is going to wear number 15. He's listed as number 32. And I believe in his place is Dakari Durham. So a few last-second changes for Lincoln Park. Oftentimes you'll get that in these season-opening tournaments. Teams submit rosters and then jerseys come in and you have different fits and things like that. We can tell you, though, with certainty who Washington starters are as they run through the tunnel and through the pom-poms of the cheerleaders. Pretty big cheer team they have here in Washington. It'll be seniors Jake Stewart and Micah Brewer, a pair of 5'10 guards, a junior, and Gabe Patterson. He'll wear number 14. Jamari White, a senior, will wear number 20, and Braden Vanderheit, a junior, will wear number 40, and that's how the Washington Panthers will line up. The head coach for Lincoln Park is Antoine Jennings. The head coach for Eric Schermerhorn, or the head coach for Washington is Eric Schermerhorn. Pardon me, John, it's been a long day already.
Yeah, we're just getting started. Bear with us because it's going to be a long few days. We're trying to stay hydrated here, get some food in us. And this is just the light day.
Only 4 games tonight. We'll have 9 for you tomorrow on ClutchSportsIL.com. We will have 5 on Thursday on Thanksgiving. They've bumped that up from 4 last year, and then 9 on Friday and Saturday. So we'll have a number of games for you on our airwaves. It's going to be a great week of basketball. It has been already. And in the circle for Washington for the opening tip-off is Jamari White. He's set to go against Keyshawn Barfield. Barfield, number 32. Or pardon me, Dakari Durham, number 32. In blue. A couple last-second changes. We'll figure it out as you do as we go along. But we're underway in Washington, and it is Mayan Whitfield starting things off for Lincoln Park. Driving baseline, a kick to Durham. He fades away off the glass, no dice. Washington crowd loves it. Panthers push ahead. And slowing it down is Micah Brewer. 3 from the top of the key is in, and Brewer, the senior, off balance 3, gets it to go.
If there's one thing that's for certain, this will be the loudest game of the night. Washington student section loving that 3 early.
Panthers have brought a crowd. You see them at the top of your screen, trying to make things difficult on the Lions. Fading away and knocking it down, Mayan Whitfield. So a pair of seniors start off with a pair of baskets, one for each side. Difference being Washington's was a 3. Panthers swinging it along the perimeter. As we mentioned, they went up to Lincoln Park last night, or to Chicagoland, I should say, to Hyde Park, where the Lions lost to Hyde Park 63-56. So the Lions are 0-1, and the Panthers playing in their first game of the season.
Couldn't quite get that one to go, Jake Stewart, but what a take to the basket. Cuts through the defenders. Just kind of transitioning from football season a few weeks back where he's a quarterback. Multi-sport athlete.
Led the Panthers to the playoffs. Did a nice job. There have been a number of teams here at the Tournament of Champions, have been already and will be throughout the week, that have guys that are getting back into basketball shape from playing football. And you love to see it. You love to see guys that aren't necessarily specialists in any one sport, but it is a different kind of shape. Football, you prioritize strength, and size, and size still important in basketball, but you need to be a little leaner. You got to be able to get up and down the floor.
Yeah, it's gives you a chance to really fine-tune your cardio. You stay fit and strong, and bring it onto the basketball court. You use that to your advantage.
There are whistles and dead balls which help, but don't get a break after every play necessarily like you do in football. Here's a kick to the corner. Brewer for three. Misses what would have been his second three of the night. Out of bounds, last touch by Lincoln Park.
Especially when you're thinking threes beyond the arc. Jake Stewart, Micah Brewer, two guys to really key in on for Washington.
They can space the floor and shoot it. Jamari White in the middle, too, can space the floor and get it done. And Brewer has his second three of the game. Still early, 6-2 Washington. Lincoln Park in trouble. Losing it is Whitfield. Coming away with it, Braden Vanderheit, the junior. He turns it over, and the Lions get back in transition. Whitfield can't lay it in. Whistle and last touch by Washington. So Lincoln Park's going to have the blob play, baseline out of bounds. See how they approach this.
Washington early on, even with the size disadvantage against a Lincoln Park team, is a little bit bigger. They haven't backed down on offense. Just 2 points for the Lions 3 minutes in.
DeAndre Jackson is in for Washington. Out is Jamari White. And expect to see a lot of that as the game goes along, although this time it's a charge. Durham a bit too excited. But I would expect to see a lot of that, John, because Washington does not have the advantage in the size column, as we've talked a lot about already.
Now, if you come watch Washington play, it doesn't matter what year it was, what season, there's going to be defenders hitting the deck. It's always a strong defensive team.
Micah Brewer will key it ahead for Washington. Panthers up 4 early on, as you see at the bottom of your screen. 3 on the way from Stewart. Hit a deep game winner opposite side of the court last year, but from about the same spot to beat Metamora.
Kind of a hero in this gym after that game, beating his rival. The deep three. It was a game that I believe you and I called, Joey, memorable.
Right up here for that. Great view. That clanks off the iron, and free throws coming up for Mayan Whitfield. Called his name a lot. He pairs at the guard position with Jalen Calloway. Richmond Opoku Ware goes over and has a quick word with Antoine Jennings. And back onto the floor. Something we haven't talked a lot about in this game thus far, John, is the shot clock. 35-second shot clock in the Tournament of Champions. Shot clock approved by the IHSA this offseason for use in tournaments. Michael O'Brien walks into the gym.
I did see him earlier, and then he must have stopped out, and he's back.
Host of the No Shot Clock podcast. Drive to the basket, and the Lions cut it to 1. But the shot clock approved by the IHSA for use in tournaments. TOC among a handful of Thanksgiving tournaments to use it, and we've seen some high-scoring games in our first 2 contests of the tournament. We'll see if this one winds up being the same. First final score was 87-41. Last one was 90-80. Panthers can't connect with Vanderheit, but the pass was tipped.
And Joey, and you and I talked about that in the first game, and then John Michael and myself, we discussed it more in the second game. The shot clock really hasn't been a factor for most teams. They're seeming to play a high-powered offense, quick-paced games, and only heard the buzzer sound 3 times.
Panthers try to go high-low to White, can't connect. These 2 offenses seem to fit in pretty well with how the shot clock operates. Down low, Vanderheit, no. Coming out of there is Durham, and it'll be Callaway running the point here. Callaway's picked up by Landon Shelton, the first time we've called his name this season. He's a junior for the Panthers, new to the varsity level. Good defense from Stewart. And Whitfield's going to have to try something new here. Shot clock down to 10. He'll pull up. Can't connect. That's the key to the shot clock, John, is if you can play good defense for 25 seconds, you're in good shape, as is that three from Micah Brewer.
Another three falls for Brewer, just finding the right spot on the floor, knocking him down.
Three in the corner, off the mark, and the rebound brought in by White. White to the corner, Shelton to Vanderheit. Vanderheit goes to work and finds Shelton. Deep three from Brewer. Doesn't even hit the rim, did catch a little net. And another charge. Second time that's been called against Durham.
Washington early on taking some big charges to get the ball back. And Joey, one thing that I love about Washington, I'm sure viewers can see it on their screen, is how animated Eric Schumacher is. He hypes these guys up so much as a coach, and they just have that passion to play. It's really, really cool to see kind of taking off where this whole tournament was about Kevin Brown and how big of an inspiration and good coach he was, leaving that legacy.
Kevin Brown's presence felt around this gym all week long as Landon Shelton knocks in his first basket of the season. Timeout called by Lincoln Park. And we'll talk plenty about the impact Kevin Brown has made on this school and this program, this tournament, named in his honor. And the KB Strong Foundation, such a big part of this tournament now. We'll thank some of our sponsors at the first time out, starting with OSF Healthcare. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The city of Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. New inventory is in stock today at every Oftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at OfteringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in today. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and tournaments, and fans, I should say, at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We get back to the action. Got you back just in time, out of the timeout. Shot clock down to 20 as Callaway pulls up a three, short. John, I don't know if our crowd mics turned up a little too high, but the Orange Crush Washington student section is loud tonight.
They're very loud. Basket mics doing their job, picking up on some good audio.
That's right. You hear that off the back attachment. Rebound Durham. They swing it around. And a three in the corner. Good. Samaje Howard knocks that one through. 4-point game. Basket mics, a new innovation to our coverage. We've only got the one on the right basket operational tonight. We'll have both functioning tomorrow. But you can hear every brick, every swish, every dunk, and it has the added bonus of picking up that crowd.
Yeah, it does, and especially if there's some noise under the basket. John and I talked about that, and games get close down the stretch, some players going back and forth, you can hear everything, and that's what makes it fun in this tournament.
We apologize preemptively for any dirty language.
Haven't heard any yet, so I think, and we didn't tell any teams to be filtered, we just haven't had any.
We'll get what we get. Here's Stewart up at the top for Washington. Panthers, as you see at the bottom of your screen, lead by 4. Here's Vanderheit Vanderheit, was looking for White, and White couldn't connect.
Good pass there from Vanderheit, though.
Put it right where it needed to be. On a laser. Whitfield. Screen for Callaway. Callaway pulls up a 2. And the rebound brought in by Patterson. Gabe Patterson, a sophomore, or rather a starter for Washington. He's a junior. He's been pretty quiet tonight in terms of scoring.
Good ball movement.
And a 3 for Stewart. That one's short off the front and a foul. And Stewart, a little too aggressive play in defense. Trying to guard his man as they charged up the floor, and that'll be a whistle and a stoppage. And Stewart's going to come out. No one really in foul trouble yet, just 2 fouls for each side. DeAndre Jackson checks in for Washington.
Yeah, Washington's defense, though, early. Also followed up by some big threes.
Driving, that one's left short. And chugging ahead, here's White, takes a little bit off the top and gets blocked by Durham. So the game clock and shot clock match identically now, 29 seconds for each. Washington, though, inbounding in offensive territory. I doubt they hold it, although they've slowed things down in these situations in the past.
They have, and shot clock, game clock almost identical here as it ticks down, so they could hold for the last shot if they decide to.
15 seconds, and now here's Stewart. Stewart nearly had it poked loose. 5 seconds. Stewart gets blocked, and Lincoln Park's going to have an opportunity for a prayer. Almost saw Yorkville Christian knock in 2 of these earlier.
Looks like it's staying with Washington after the block.
Last touch by Lincoln Park, so it will be a 3 in the corner. Brewer off the backboard, and that's how the first quarter draws to a close. 12-8 in Washington. Good one in the early stages. Both teams head to the benches. We will thank our sponsors, starting with OSF Healthcare. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The city of Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Oftring, new inventory is in stock today at every Oftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at OfteringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation, and they're proud of it. Stop in today and see them for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The KB Strong Foundation, named in honor of the late Washington Panthers head coach, Kevin Brown. Kevin fought a battle with glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Today, the KB Strong Foundation fights to raise awareness and money for glioblastoma. And John, it's a cause that has affected so many folks close to this tournament and beyond. And we talked in the first game of the day, cancer, just extrapolating that out broadly, has affected so many people. Great to see the KB Strong Foundation doing well. They raise a lot of money at this tournament every year, and I think most importantly, they raise awareness. Glioblastoma is an aggressive form of brain cancer. It's no joke, and I know I've learned a lot more about the disease just personally in my few years of involvement with this tournament.
Yeah, I think we talked about that, Joey. It's, so much more just outside the game of basketball, how much this tournament means to the community, others that might be affected with that form of cancer, and the impact that, Kevin Brown really left on this tournament, this town, and, it's a thing that we've learned about more throughout the years, and just a really good cause, and it's a great thing to see that so many people have donated money and helped, raise awareness as well.
This tournament's always been a big deal. You look at the list of alumni that this tournament boasts in this gym on that floor. You see on your screen Anthony Davis, Andrew Wiggins, Zion Williamson, and many more. I mean, the list is incredible. And since Kevin Brown passed away in 2019, I think this tournament, with that added cause, has only become more special and even that much bigger of a deal. Of course, it already was.
That definitely, and that was just to name a few. And you could actually go to the website, see how many different NBA players have been here, and maybe future NBA players going forward. But it's one of these tournaments that not only have a great cause, great basketball, it's just a special thing in Washington.
Durham at the line looking for his second. Leaves that one short. You look at the 2019 field, second most recent tournament. There was no tournament in 2020 due to the pandemic. Just the folks who were there. So we'll hold that thought. Stewart's going to pull up a three and hit it. Jake Stewart looking good. He's up to, I guess that's his first basket. 3 points, but he's made an impact in other areas. But you look at that 2019 tournament. E.J. Liddell, Jalen Williams, Walker Kessler was here as well, J.D. Davison, Adam Miller is not in the NBA now, but a former Illini, big-time player at LSU.
Yeah, so much talent.
Even more players in that field. We'll see some folks from last year's field start to make that impact as well. Emmanuel Hansel and company last year as Lincoln Park makes it a 4-point game. White somehow able to come down with that in the corner, and he's fouled.
Just back and forth early on. Defense.
This is the lowest scoring game we've seen so far. It's 26 points in the early stages. Stands in pretty stark contrast to the games we saw earlier. It looked at one point like Metamora was not only going to be on pace for 100 points, but they were going to eclipse that pretty comfortably as Jamari White gives Washington points 16 and 17. White's been very good tonight.
Yeah, there's no question, too, as we see that great basket from White. Really good pass from Vanderhyde. But, Joey, I think somebody's going to get there. I'll make my bold prediction. We saw 83, 80, 90. We saw 111 last year from St. Rita, so it's certainly not out of the question as they join the field again this year.
I think 100's inevitable as Kyle Farabee is fouled by Gabe Patterson. Zeroing in on this game, John, you mentioned a minute ago, it is defense, seemingly. That's where the Panthers have really shined, holding Lincoln Park to just 11 points. Lincoln Park's had some good looks. To some extent, that's, just shots not falling, but Lincoln Park looking pretty good in the early stages here.
And I think Washington's always prided themselves on defense, and it's showing early in this game. And maybe using that to their advantage as well, being a little bit undersized on the offensive side, but certainly haven't backed down from the challenges. They still have this lead 17-11 as you see Lincoln Park go to the line.
At the line for the Lions is Mayan Whitfield. Whitfield 3 points to tie for the lead right now among all Lincoln Park scorers. First one off the back attachment. Final game of the night will be a good one. Joliet West and Cardinal Ritter coming up. Gavin Russell in our studio at halftime. As Whitfield knocks in his second, 17-12. White trying to bring it ahead. Finds Stewart. Stewart nearly lost it, does lose it, and the Lions have numbers. Stepping through and scoring is Whitfield. Whitfield up to 6 points now.
See Lincoln Park starting to put a little of that pressure on Washington.
Pierce Martin blocked. That one never had a chance. All over it was Richmond Apoku-Ware. So that's going to be White's first foul. Foul situation, by the way, 6 on Washington, 4 on Lincoln Park. So one more. And Lincoln Park will be in the 1-and-1 bonus. Apoku-Ware the rebound, kicked out, driving and scoring. Farabee.
And just like that, it's a 1-point game.
So Washington does here. White drives, finds Stewart. Stewart all the way across to Brewer, and Brewer finds Vanderheit. His free throw blocked. Lions get out and run. 2-on-1. Pass, score off the glass. Samaje Howard. And that's ball movement 101, and Washington's going to call a timeout as Lincoln Park takes the lead.
Yeah, turnovers leading to baskets, and Washington trying to get inside, something around the perimeter, just can't find that clean shot. Lincoln Park, another basket. Now they have the lead.
This opportunity to thank OSF Healthcare for all they've done for the tournament. They are the proud sponsor of the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. When life gets hectic, you need healthcare that's easy. You need OSF on-call urgent care for the care of minor illnesses and injuries. 24/7 virtual clinics, in-person care as well. Clinics conveniently located in Washington, Morton, East Peoria, Pekin, and Peoria. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. Back to the action. And it'll be Brewer leading the charge. Now they key it ahead to White. Look at the three. Puts it on the floor. And misses. And Lincoln Park can build on its lead. Low scoring game so far relative to what we've seen.
Yeah, we've seen some very high scoring games, and this one has the makings of more of a defensive battle.
Has the makings of a game where no side's going to pull away until it's all said and done. It's going to be a good one. Here's Stewart to Vanderheit. And White does a good job of keeping it in bounds. Jump ball. Figuratively speaking anyways. And a foul. And that'll put the Lions in the 1-and-1 bonus. It's going to be the first foul on Brewer. Brewer, by the way, the game's leading scorer with 9 points. And no one on the floor is in foul trouble. Brewer has one, as does White. Stewart has a foul, and Vanderheit has a foul. And then for Lincoln Park, you've got Kyle Farabee with a foul. Everyone else in pretty good shape.
Washington trying to find their groove a little bit, see if they can get a big basket.
Brewer pulls up. That would have gotten the crowd back into it. And Brewer's going to take that three again and hits it. Lincoln Park has done a good job tonight, John, of taking the crowd out of it. Of course, the crowd's going to come out rowdy and loud early on, but as the crowd gets back into it on the charge, okay, until the last 20 seconds or so, the Lions had kind of slowed things down and controlled the tempo a little bit more, and I think that's been, and of course you're the analyst, I'll defer to you, but I think that's been the key for Lincoln Park here, is they're not letting Washington get up and take a bunch of threes and run and gun.
Yeah, I think we're going to see more of that back and forth game, like you mentioned, Joey, and they're letting Washington earn their baskets. We saw Brewer have to fight back to get it again, and they're really not giving them anything that's extremely clean out there. So that's credit to Lincoln Park's defense. On the other end, Washington seen a handful of charges here tonight, and that's helping them get the ball back on defense.
By my count, that's the third charge the Panthers have taken. 6 of the Lions 3 of the Lions' 6 fouls have been offensive.
Yeah, that's big for Washington.
Anderheit leaving that one a little short, but it rolls in. Both these teams well coached. I don't mean to insinuate Lincoln Park is not in any way. Antoine Jennings doing a great job with the Lions program, but it's great coaching to make sure your players know you can take a charge on a pass.
Definitely, and that's one thing that we've seen, great coaching in this game, and 2 really sound defensive teams. Not only can they score some points, lower scoring game, but the defense has been big.
Micah Brewer again for 3. He's heating up. 15 points for Brewer. There you see him, number 5 in white. And they chant his name in Washington. Brewer was key for the Panthers last season. Last season, I think, and again, having seen more Washington games last year than Lincoln Park games, a little easier to talk on the Panthers just from experience, but I think they just missed a little consistency last year. Seemed to be, they had guys that could step up and go off, and just needed a little more consistency specifically from kind of that guard play, and they seem to have found that here in game 1.
And they have, and they're doing a good job moving the ball. And Joey, this is one of those games, too. I mean, we were kind of thinking on paper, all right, Lincoln Park has more size. Washington not backing away from being a little bit more undersized with guard play. And we've seen a really good back-and-forth game. Could be one of our closer finishes tonight. Everything pans out both ways.
5-point game. Last game we saw was close, a 10-point winner for Wisconsin Lutheran, if you're just joining us. First game was not close, especially in the second half. Metamora pulling away and beating Yorkville Christian pretty easily. Although I'm excited to see more of that Yorkville Christian team. That kind of one of those games, first game of the tournament, you got some nerves, getting the year started off. That performance kind of had to make it. And Metamora played very well, but I think Yorkville Christian is capable of a little more than what they showed.
Well, and I think that's one team that's going to have no problem at the 1A level. You got to think they open up with 3A Metamora, state runner-up, and we saw Yorkville Christian, what they did in 1A last year, kind of rolled through the postseason. So it's good when you're playing bigger schools to start your year, getting that experience and playing some more competitive teams.
Brewer at the line, making it a 7-point game. Joliet West is next up.
Looking forward to that.
You and John Michael have the call. You get to see the Fears brothers, Jeremy and Jeremiah. That game against St. Rita they play tomorrow is going to draw a lot of eyeballs.
It's a game that you could say months out when this tournament was being prepped that people were looking forward to that one, had that game marked on their schedule, or on their calendar, I should say.
That game will be later in the day tomorrow. Got a nice schedule that builds up to it. And again, we'll talk about these things as we go along. St. Rita and Joliet West going at it at 6:15 tomorrow. It will likely be a little later. I would imagine the tournament probably, by that point, will be just a little behind. It's kind of inevitable. Especially if you get a lot of good games leading up, and I expect that to be the case. At the line right now for Lincoln Park is Ryan Whitfield. Doesn't get that. Drive and a foul. First in the 1-and-1, or pardon me, there was a shooting foul, so 2 shots. First is good. And it's a 5-point game again. If you're just joining us, Washington got out early and built a lead, led by about 5 or 6. And then Lincoln Park got back into things and went on a run, took a slim lead. Washington's opened it up just a little bit since. Micah Brewer, the game's leading scorer, is going to the line. Micah Brewer has 17 points, John.
Yeah, he's been a force on offense right now. We knew he was going to be a really key player coming into this season. And he's shown that tonight.
I don't want to say it's a quiet 17 because he's hit a number of threes. But the points have added up rather quickly, and he now has 19, and his Panthers lead by 7. Remember to stay tuned at halftime as B.J. Turner knocks in a deep 2. Gavin Russell has our studio programming for you. There's Brewer for Washington, losing it up top. Gets it back. Finds Andre Lewis for a drive and a kick. Here's Landon Shelton. Younger group on the floor right now for Washington. Not a ton of varsity seasoning on these guys. As James Johnson, the freshman, loses it. 30 seconds left. 3 on the way for Turner. His foot might have been on the line.
Yeah, it might have been a 2 there.
Johnson gets the rebound, or rather, Jackson gets the rebound, pardon me. And the Panthers can hold for the last shot. Shot clock off. Brewer keys the offense. Gets a screen, hoists up a 3. No, rebound, Johnson blocked. Jackson puts it back. And Washington will lead by 7 going into the halftime locker room.
Right at the buzzer there, great awareness. Good start to the first half for Washington. How about Micah Brewer?
Micah Brewer, 19 points. How about that last basket? DeAndre Jackson in the right spot at the right time as the freshman James Johnson gets blocked. We'll head to the studio in just a second, but first, our sponsors, a huge thank you first to OSF Healthcare, proud sponsor of the 2022 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The City of Washington, proud host of the Tournament of Champions, growing city, diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. If you're coming to Washington for the tournament later this week, or if you're already here, there's plenty to do in Washington. New inventory is in stock every day at every Offering Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. There you see it on your screen. Offering Auto Group, the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at offeringautogroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs at Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Titan Industries, structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Of course, KB Strong Foundation, such a big part of what we do. Visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.org for more information on the KB Strong Foundation's mission to raise awareness and funding for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Gavin Russell is in our studio. He's catching up with Roger Holzhauer. We'll go down to Offering Tournament Central. Gavin and Roger, good to hear from you guys.
Welcome back into the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I've got another guest here, and it's Roger Holzhauer. Roger, thanks for coming on. You talked with me last year. How much has changed since last year with you?
You know what? We haven't had a ton of changes. Tournament just keeps getting bigger and better every year. I'm baffled where Sean Powell finds some of these teams. We just saw that in Wisconsin Lutheran. I mean,
man.
There's a team that can just flat out shoot it and do a lot of things really well. And not a lot of people in Central Illinois knows about them. They do now.
They do now. Moline, they're a very good team.
Oh.
And to see Wisconsin Lutheran do that to them is impressive.
Yeah. Moline's going to be really good. They're going to be somebody you're going to be looking at in Champaign.
Oh yeah.
You know, in 4A, and to come in, and this is a great test for them. Coach Sean Taylor does a great job with his kids.
Yep.
He's got some new pieces this year. It was their first time out. I mean, that's going to take a little adjustment period. I wouldn't want to play them in February.
No. No, you get better throughout the season too. And how about these Panthers? I mean, Panthers. I mean, they're playing a good Lincoln Park team, but they're making shots right now.
Yeah. Making shots makes you look pretty good. And if you can make a few shots, they're moving the ball really well. They're hitting the glass hard, and they're guarding. And that's Washington basketball. They're going to guard you. They're going to guard you from bell to bell. And sometimes we might not come out on the right side of it, but we're going to play defense.
Lincoln Park, on the other hand, they're kind of growing throughout their team. They're a younger team, but they play really fast-paced basketball.
Yeah. They play fast. This is a little slower pace than they were expected to do.
Yeah, excellent. Well, Roger, you're on the committee. You're the owner of Teamworks here in Washington, so you've been around this tournament. Tell our viewers how long you've been around this tournament.
Well, I actually, and for full disclosure, my wife and I are the owners of Teamworks.
Okay.
I mean,
Fair
you'll
enough.
learn that.
Fair
The older you get, young man, you'll learn that. I actually have been around the tournament since its inception. Back when it was in Peoria, when Sean pitched this to the Peoria Area Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Peoria Sports Commission. Dan Cunningham, dear friend of mine, was the executive director at Eastside for years. Opened the Louisville Slugger Complex together with me. He came to me and said, hey, they need volunteers. We need somebody to help us get this thing up off the ground. And I'll tell you what, that first year, we were just Friday, Saturday that first year. We were in historic Robertson Memorial Fieldhouse on Friday night and Friday night. And then we went to the Civic Center and the Fieldhouse on Saturday. Great teams. I mean, we got to see DeAndre Jordan play in Peoria.
Crazy.
We got to see Jared Bayless play in Peoria. Nick Calathis, Chandler Parsons going in the Den of Honor tomorrow night. I mean, I mean, there was some unbelievable. Duncanville, Texas won the national championship that year. I mean, there was some unbelievable talent. The problem they ran into, they were going to be closing the field house. They were tearing it down to make way for Renaissance Coliseum, and they needed a place to host it. And they approached, Craig Anderson was the athletic director here at the time. They approached Craig and Kevin Brown, and we said, yeah, we'd be a host site, and Pekin High School was also a host site for us. And so that second year, that's how we went, and I think we went I think we were still 2 days the second year. And then it morphed into Convention and Visitors Bureau wanted to kind of step back away from it. It wasn't good for them. I remember the conversation very well. We were sitting, and the then director of the Convention and Visitors Bureau said, Roger, he goes, we're losing so much money here. I mean, it's a great event, but we're losing money here. How are you going to do this? And I said, well, we have an unbelievable volunteer base. I said, and that is, our big thing. And he goes, well, and honestly, I think he didn't mean it as an insult, and I kind of maybe took it the wrong way. He goes, well, you people in Washington, you'd support a Tiddlywinks tournament.
Oh, my goodness.
And you know what? Here we are 17 years in. And,
thriving.
Thriving with our Tiddlywinks tournament,
This is such an awesome tournament. And now moving into the whole KB Strong thing. That just adds such another great layer to it.
It does.
So much meaning.
Yeah, it does. It does. And it's tough. There were many years that the committee was myself and KB and Jody and, Sean and a couple others, and that was it, and we were just moving parts. And we always talked about when we were out trying to get sponsors is, we need a cause. We need a cause. Little did we know in August of 18 that we'd get our cause. It isn't what we wanted.
No.
None of us wanted it. We'd trade it all today to have KB back just for another day. But that isn't how it went. And we lost Coach on June 11th of 19, and the tournament's went to a next level.
It certainly has, and the support from it off the charts.
We're blessed with great corporate sponsors, local sponsors. OSF Healthcare's came on board with us this year. We couldn't ask for anything better. The country financial agents, the state farm agents can coexist in the same room.
That's awesome.
Hey, how cool is that?
That's awesome.
Little businesses like my wife and I's business. Uftring Auto Group's been with us from day one. Titan Industries. You just go down the list, and then the local restaurants, and I'm sure you've gotten the opportunity to go
I
to
have.
our
It's been
hospitality
fantastic.
room.
Keps and all the other places. So great.
We have Keps and Brick House and Countryside. Kristen does a great deal for us. And then, and there are so many different things over the years that, memories of the tournament that you have. And, there are basketball memories. I'm not going to lie. I'm a basketball
Yeah.
junkie.
There
was watching Zion go for 50 his first night out when nobody knew who he was. Watching Anthony Davis come in here and play. I've had probably 50,000 people tell me they watched Anthony Davis play here in a 3,000-seat gym. That's pretty impressive.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. And it wasn't full that night either, I want to add. But we've had the unbelievable talent, but the memories for me, Christy Cape and her family at Countryside Banquet. After about the third year, we had parents that were cooking turkeys and taking them to the hotels for the teams because for most high school students, and remember, we always have to use the term student athlete.
Right.
These student athletes, this is some of them's first time ever away from home.
Yeah.
This year, we have 2 teams from California.
Yeah.
2 teams from Florida, team from Georgia, team from Texas. They're away from their family on a major holiday for the first time. And I said to Christy's business is right next door to mine. And I said, man, this is just getting to be so much. She goes, well, why don't you just have us do it? And I'm like, okay.
Put it right at Countryside,
You're really going to do that. And I'll tell you what, it's been amazing. When we've had prep schools in the past where there isn't a player on the roster born in the United States.
That's crazy.
And so them seeing our traditions and our things, and then on Thanksgiving Day in 2018, and listening to Coach Brown's message to all those 200 plus student athletes in that room. I know I was chopping onions for about an hour that day because of it. It was rough, but it was just something that they needed to hear because this is, and our event now is much more than basketball.
So much more, and I mean, you will hear so much more about it. Roger, we're going to have to bring you back on to talk. We got the second half coming up, but fantastic talking with you.
Yes, it was great. Thanks for everything you guys have done.
No worries. Thank you for putting on a great tournament. We will get you back on later in the week. That's Roger Holzhauer, co-owner of Teamworks, might I add, member of the committee. We're going to send it back to the booth now. Joey Wright and John Cabosa, second half of Lincoln Park and Washington coming up next.
Thanks, Gavin. Thanks, Roger. Always enjoy hearing from Roger Holzhauer, such a big part of putting this tournament together. Big thanks to Uftring as well for sponsoring our Tournament Central halftime and pregame, postgame show. It starts as a postgame show, then turns into a pregame show because we've got so many games here at the tournament. Welcome back to Raymond R. Torrey Gym. I'm Joey Wright, John Camosa alongside me, and so many great sponsors, in addition to Teamworks, go into putting this tournament on. OSF Healthcare, presenting sponsor of the 2022 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It'll be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. OSFHealthcare.org/horizon for more information. The City of Washington, proud host of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks. Just heard from Roger Holzhauer. They're proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the TOC. Stop in and see them for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Of course, the KB Strong Foundation, named in honor of Kevin Brown, doing so much great work, John, for glioblastoma fundraising and awareness. And as we get back to the action here in the second half with Kevin Brown's Washington Panthers leading 31-24 over Lincoln Park, you see the KB Strong logos and signage all over the gym as Lincoln Park's BJ Turner cuts to the basket and scores. KB Strong, we talked about this earlier. We don't need to rehash that entire conversation, but Kevin Brown's passing, such a tragic event, very emotional, but if any good has come of it, it's all the awareness, all the fundraising. tournament named in his honor. It's just become a very emotional event in the best way possible.
It certainly has it.
Got your mic on.
No,
now, John.
yeah,
Yep.
no, I said it certainly has, and you know the legacy that he left. Even just looking down at that coaching tree of, you know, Coach Eric Schermerhorn underneath the wing of Kevin Brown for all those years as an assistant, and what he's done with this program, they certainly haven't missed a beat, and still have that strong defensive mindset, that play to win. You know, it's a brotherhood. It's really left his legacy and mark on this school, even through this tournament, what it's really done.
Well said, John. And again, his Panthers in a good one now, 33-26. As we look at this one, the story of the game, I think, from an individual standpoint, has been Micah Brewer has 19 points to lead all scorers. Lincoln Park, two dynamic in different teams. Lincoln Park, a lot of size. Washington, not much size at all. Washington on the scoreboard winning the battle, but it's been an ebb and flow, a game of runs, as Brewer just misses out on 22.
Yeah, Micah Brewer's really been an impact player tonight as he does come up with that rebound. Kind of doing it on all ends of the floor.
Stewart kicking, three on the way from Gabe Patterson, the junior. Playing a big role at the varsity level for Washington this season. I believe he played some last year, but was not a guy that got his name called much at all. Patterson stepping up for three there. As it's now a 10-point lead, and Washington gets the ball right back.
Yeah, this is a good showing in this first game from Washington. And Joey, through the years, one thing that Washington's never slowed down at, that's hitting threes. I mean, they were coming out firing tonight, and Micah Brewer, the lead catalyst for that.
Here's White stepping to the free throw line. Leaves that one a little bit short. John mentioned earlier, you know, we see a lot of Washington basketball. Clutch Sports Media's headquarters in Peoria, so we get a chance to see a lot more Washington basketball than Lincoln Park basketball, just kind of how it works out. Of course, we don't play favorites. We just well indoctrinated by now into how Washington plays, and you're right. As Jamari White drives to the basket and scores. You've had in the past Ethan Mounts. When Clutch Sports Media was first getting off the ground, he was splashing threes. Last year it was Andrew Coker. Senior was a sharpshooter, hit a big three in the corner against Metamora that set up Jake Stewart's game-winning three, and Stewart is back alongside Micah Brewer. And we've seen, as you said, Gabe Patterson step out and hit a couple. Landon Shelton, when he's been in the game, has played along the perimeter.
And, you know, Washington knew they needed that coming into this game, just sound defense and getting those shots to fall. And right now, 10-point advantage and holding Lincoln Park to under 30, bearing these two free throws.
What does Lincoln Park do to get back into this? Obviously, these free throws would be big, or this free throw doesn't get it. And now defensively, you've got to slow down a Panthers team that's only heating up. Three from Lewis, got it. Andre Lewis, his brother Drew, such a big part of this program, graduated last year.
And I think you got to keep up defensive pressure. It's a tall task, though, when Washington's finding their spots and knocking down their threes.
Here's a good look from floor level as Lincoln Park kicks it back out. Great camera work by our Clutch Sports Media crew. Whitfield driving, fading away. And a foul is called. He'll go to the line.
I've just been impressed early on, too, with the defensive side of things for Washington. They knew that they were coming in undersized and able to kind of limit their shots inside. And I think the same could be said for Lincoln Park. If they could just make some stops here from Washington, limit their threes, they could be right back in this ball game. certainly not out of reach.
Looking around the gym, it is a packed Torrey gym tonight. A couple of Metamora fans looks like have made their way back up to the bleachers alongside us. And just you look around, a steady flow of people everywhere at this tournament. They got here early for the Metamora-Yorkville game, and it's those all-session passes, John, they've hung around. Look at that down low. You hear it off the glass. Free throws coming for Javon White. First time we've called Javon White's name tonight, John, and he's going to go to the line. They're going to appeal that this is goaltending.
Looked close, too hard to tell.
Are they going to count that as a good basket and one? They will count the basket and a free throw. And one on the goaltending call. Javon White, the junior, is going to get a chance for one more at the line. So it will be 44-30. Lincoln Park fading away and getting a nice basket. I don't know if that was a fadeaway so much as Whitfield just popped up and dropped it down.
Yeah, they needed a big answer there, and good job of hitting that jump shot.
Three on the way. Brewer off. Rebound hauled in by B.J. Turner. Whitfield gets a screen. Sends it back to Howard. Howard drives and scores. Lincoln Park, John, I get the feeling they might have a run left in them. Right now it's important for them to just keep pace, and they're doing a nice job.
Yeah, they are, and this game's still within reach. Washington trying to look for another big basket.
White can't keep the hot streak going. Opoku Ware to Whitfield. And Vanderheit the rebound. Three in the corner. Off the top of the backboard, and Javon White had that play earlier that got the crowd into it. Basketball can be a cruel game sometimes.
Definitely. Going back to more of that core that we've seen to start the game. Jake Stewart out there, Micah Brewer, Maury White, Braden Vanderheit. That's a starting five you'll probably see throughout the season.
Panthers have a few options, as do Lincoln Park. We've seen a couple guys step up. Off the mark there, Opoku Ware. Got a good look a minute ago with the Orange Crush. Now you see him at the top of your screen. White out, tonight's theme. I don't think I own a white hoodie. I'm surprised so many folks there have. You got some tank tops and different, a lot of tank tops I see. Driving is Vanderheit. He scores.
How about that take to the basket? Looking like his brother. A couple years back.
Vanderheits are a basketball family, and a timeout called. 32nd timeout by Lincoln Park. And we'll keep it right here. Next 2:11, John, they're going to be or 2:17, pardon me, going to be very crucial here as we end the third quarter. Has that feeling where Lincoln Park needs to have it at 10 points or less.
Washington trying to limit some of their looks on defense, but Lincoln Park can cut into this a little bit. Still a lot of time in this game, only the third quarter. No question, it's been a fun one, though.
Absolutely. Back and forth in the early stages. Washington has opened up a little bit of a lead here in the second half, but by and large, close game throughout. That'll be a blocking foul against the Panthers. Whole gym held its breath. We saw 3 charges called against the Lions in the first half. That one will send Whitfield to the line. Foul situation, 3 on each side. So the bonus in the not too distant horizon, but not going to be a thought for a little while. And Whitfield knocks in his first free throw. Love that camera angle. It's a great look. Our director, Jonathan Michael, cueing that up.
If you look closely, and you'd really have to squint, you might be able to see see the basket mic taped up there.
Oh, yeah?
You'd have to look close.
Basket mic's new to our coverage of the TOC. And again, that basket, the one on that side of the gym, that pack is not working tonight. We'll get that fixed and rigged up tomorrow. Probably stay a little late tonight and make sure that is up and running. Want to thank Chef Tech, by the way, a production company based out of Morton, for helping us out this week with equipment. A lot of our equipment that we use for this tournament comes from Chef Tech. Brian Scheffler, so helpful year in and year out as we put this together. I suppose we've only done it for 2 years, but was key last year and was very helpful this year. So that mic you heard there, you heard some rattles, and that's what the other side of the gym will sound like tomorrow. Had to tease it with that side of the gym.
Just to give you a sneak peek.
That's right. Down low, and Apoku Ware, Richmond Apoku Ware, the senior, knocks it through. 8-point game, just like that. Lincoln Park has strung a couple of baskets together, and they're...
I feel like we've been saying just like that a lot throughout this game because it's really going either way. Washington makes a little run, here comes Lincoln Park, and vice versa.
Both teams a little out of system here, and Stewart's going to look for Brewer. Brewer floating one. Got his rebound off the side of the basket. That 3 won't go, so neither side playing very efficient basketball, and a foul is called. And that's going to go against the Lions. I think they'll call that on Howard.
Certainly getting some nice second chance looks, and that's big. Joey, we talked about that first game. John Michael and I talked about that in the last game. Those second chance points and owning the rebounds is what really wins you games.
46 seconds on the game clock, shot clock at 35. If Washington runs the right set play here, John, there's potential to go 2 for 1.
Definitely.
Brewer's going to quarterback this.
See what kind of shot Washington looks for, too. And I'm still getting adjusted to you saying that, Joey, with here's the shot clock. You know, it's almost like I forget at the start of each game that all these years we haven't had one, but I'm enjoying it.
I am as well. I really think it lifted the scoring numbers in our first 2 games. Here's Vanderheit going to work in the low post, lost it. Finds C.J. Duncan. Duncan subbed in at the last dead ball. Sophomore, playing some of his first varsity minutes right now. And it's 8 points for Vanderheit. And if the Lions want to hold it for the last shot, they can, down 10. Playing along the perimeter, down to 10 seconds. Here's Whitfield. Now they swing it around. Miles Reynolds, 3 off. Vanderheit the rebound, and the Panthers don't have enough time to hoist up a prayer. And they'll go into the 4th quarter down 10. And that's where we will pause to thank some of our sponsors as you see the Panthers head to their huddle. OSF Healthcare, proud presenting sponsor of this year's Tournament of Champions. OSF Healthcare Children's Hospital of Illinois is ready to provide all levels of care throughout the health and wellness journey of kids and teens, from routine care to highly specialized care or support for a healthy lifestyle. It is the only children's hospital outside Chicago caring for the most complex health issues. OSFhealthcare.org/kids to learn more. You saw it flash a minute ago. You see its residents jumping for joy behind it. It is the city of Washington, proud host of the Tournament of Champions, year in and year out. Diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. There's plenty to do in Washington, Illinois. Teamworks. No, I jumped the gun. It's Uftring up next. Uftring has new stock every day, new inventory in stock every day at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. Also on board, Teamworks, the official outfitter of the TOC, and Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the TOC. And of course, the KB Strong Foundation as we get back to play. Cause we've talked a lot about, the KB Strong, so named for late Washington Panthers boys basketball coach Kevin Brown. Fought a battle with glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. KB Strong raising money and awareness for research as we get back to the action. Eric Schermerhorn has been the head coach of the Panthers. This will be his 3rd full year. Coached with Kevin Brown for a number of years. And as Jake Stewart is at the line, Jake Stewart was close with Kevin Brown. The Stewart and Brown family is very close. You see that Kevin Brown influence in the Panthers, and I don't think that's dropped off as some of the players who grew up playing for Kevin Brown have graduated. It's kept right up. Of course, a lot of these players grew up with Coach Brown as an influence, but as Schermerhorn continues to guide this program in the years to come, that toughness, that grit is not going to go away.
Well, I think Kevin Brown made such an impact on Eric Schermerhorn's life, and he's really passed that down to his players, and players that knew of him when they were younger. Just a special thing here, and that tradition is carried on in Washington.
Great tournament to be a part of as Vanderheit will go to the line. Braden Vanderheit's brother Devin, a couple years since he's graduated, was a big part of this program. Seen a couple former Panthers in the building tonight. Isaac Mapson, saw him earlier. I would think he's still here. You're pointing. Is he right? He's right below us.
Right below us. It's funny you mentioned because I saw him walk up and I thought he was still sitting there. So you got Isaac Mapson. We saw him in this gym a handful of times last season.
That's right. He's in my neck of the woods now, freshman at Parkland College in Champaign. White the rebound, Lincoln Park. Still trailing by 10. Next couple possessions may well decide this game here. Washington trying to add some more to its lead. Right now it's only a 4-possession game with a couple of threes. Huge block there, and the Lions will get out and run. 3-on-3. Stepping through, Apoku Ware lost it out of bounds.
That's just a great defensive effort. Not a shot that Jake Stewart typically has blocked, but he soars up for that one. Lincoln Park still well within reach.
What do you think it takes for them to overcome this hurdle? Because it's been back and forth for some time now. Lincoln Park will cut it to 8 points, 6 points. Washington puts it back at 10. And
yeah, it seems like for every turnover they force or a stop, one basket doesn't necessarily lead to multiple baskets. It's like for every shot Lincoln Park makes, Washington has an answer. So it's hard to kind of fight your way all the way back when you're kind of trading scores.
Driving, there's Whitfield. He'll go to the line. What do they call that in aviation circles? A fugoid cycle? Or a plane will dip, and then as it picks up some velocity, it'll rise. And
I believe so. I'm not certain, though. Don't quote me.
Have to do a little homework here. At the line is Whitfield. Whitfield has been, as we've talked about, key part of this offense. 12 points, leading scorer for the Lions. Lions, by the way, in their third Tournament of Champions appearance, winning record to this point, 4-3. What do you think Washington's record is in 17 Tournament of Champions appearances?
I did glance at that number. I believe 32 wins.
Well,
earlier I glanced, not now over your shoulder, but
I tried to cover it up.
32 wins. How many losses? I don't remember.
27.
27.
So.
Okay. Still, any time you can come into the TOC and rack up 32 wins when you're playing high caliber teams, it's something to be proud of.
Absolutely. Such good competition here, and you look at the Tournament of Champions, I know to outsiders, as Brewer nearly got the crowd into that one, can be a little confusing because there are 3 different brackets essentially in the Tournament of Champions. It's not one big tournament. You've got the Washington Invitational bracket, you've got the National Classic bracket, and then you've got, as you get a look at Washington head coach Eric Schermerhorn, the showcase.
Well, and then I think John Michael and I mentioned this earlier. And some of our viewers who are newer to the tournament, some people might know this from watching, but you might see a team only play one game. I remember St. Joe Ogden from last year. I believe they played one game. Wisconsin Lutheran's only playing one game.
Well, that's where that's the showcase I alluded to. I blanked on the name. That's the shootout, the TOC shootout series. So the Washington Invitational and National Classic are brackets. And then we'll have a champion. The shootout series is essentially a series of exhibition games. Get a little more star power in, who maybe have other commitments and can't play a full schedule.
Was it Morgan Park that played one game when Adam Miller, you mentioned, I believe?
Correct.
Yeah.
That was in 2019, and that was a whale of a game. Great crowd on hand from that one. But you look at this Washington Invitational bracket. You know, we mentioned Washington's been here a number of times. Well, obviously, as the host of the tournament, they've been here every year. Lincoln Park's been here 3 times, but in the Washington Invitational, we'll see Moss Point from Moss Point, Mississippi, the St. Paul Swordsmen from Santa Fe Springs, California, pardon me. Those are 2 teams in their first appearance. The Blytheville Chickasaws from Blytheville, Arkansas will be here. That's going to be their first appearance. Coral Glades is going to be in its first Tournament of Champions. Coral Glades, Florida, where they hail from. St. Pius X St. Matthias Academy from Downey, California is in its first Tournament of Champions. We will see my alma mater, Urbana High School, in its 6th Tournament of Champions. Verdell Jones, longtime friend of the tournament. They're 5-12, but you look at this lens through the lens of Urbana, who has had some good teams in years past, but hasn't always risen to the level of the national competition. Good measuring stick for the Tigers year in and year out to see where you stand against a St. Rita or, school of the like.
Yeah, I think that's one thing is, as you go into the bulk of your conference schedule, late in the postseason, games like this here in early December, late November, really preps you going forward. You play some nationally ranked teams. Anybody that runs into a team like St. Rita, that'll get them prepped and ready.
Back in for Washington, Micah Brewer. Antoine Jennings calls out an audible to the Lions. DeAndre Jackson back out of the game. And here's Jake Stewart. 4 minutes to go in an 8-point game. This is where Lincoln Park's got to put up or shut up. They force a steal, and a foul is called. And I believe that'll go against Stewart. Whitfield a little wobbly as he got up, but he's seemingly all right, and he'll shoot 2. John, this is another shot clock element we haven't talked about because we haven't, the last game was somewhat close towards the end, but in a close game, Washington's still got to play offense now with a 35-second shot clock. It's not a 24-second NBA shot clock.
Yeah,
they can play a little slower, but
in years past where we've seen teams maybe grab a 5-6 point lead, just kind of play keep away, you can't really do that this year and or for this tournament per se. But it adds a fun element to it. You kind of put the other team at pressure where, hey, we got to still play basketball and give that other team a chance. So going forward, I hope this really implements itself. I do like the shot clock. It's definitely made these last 3 games fun.
Washington now has seen its lead erode to 6 points. And a quick steal, still loose. And the Lions, here they go, a drive and a float, no. Vanderheit throws it out of bounds off of Apoku Ware. Heads up play by Vanderheit to get his team the ball back.
Washington's got to battle through that full court pressure.
Apoku Ware steals it. And a charge.
And how does Washington now adjust to this pressure that the Lincoln Park's applying? A couple of turnovers, able to get the ball back. So, but now they're right back into this game.
I don't mean to chide the crowd, John, but that was a pretty low energy charge for such a big call. You would have thought the crowd would have gotten a little, and I don't think anyone realized it.
I don't think
they've been such a great crowd.
Had they known, I think there would have been a lot more roar.
So it'll be Jake Stewart at the line after all that's said and done. This will be the last time Washington's going to be in the 1-and-1 bonus, and it'll come after a timeout. This game has now gone past 9 o'clock. It's 9:05. Last game of the night will start a little late, and that's all right. Take a quick word for our sponsors, starting with OSF Healthcare. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. Again, fewer than 40 in the country, only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, and promise. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The city of Washington, proud host of the Tournament of Champions. There's plenty to do in Washington. Great mix of businesses and restaurants. Terrific quality of life in Washington as well. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By offering, win a brand new 70th anniversary Corvette for only $100. You can win a new Corvette with all proceeds to benefit Levy Park in East Peoria. Visit winyourcorvette.com. That's winyourcorvette.com. Teamworks is the official sporting goods provider of the TOC. And Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the TOC and the KB Strong Foundation. To learn more about their mission to raise awareness and money in the fight against glioblastoma, kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. Jake Stewart with a big free throw out of the timeout, got it. And it is a 7-point game. Importantly now, a 3-possession game.
We know how big those free throws are going down the stretch as Stewart knocks down both.
Lincoln Park, here's Whitfield. Gets a screen up top from Keyshawn Barfield, number 33. Whitfield swims and gets fouled. And these, you don't want to overstate it, are probably the biggest free throws of the game for Whitfield. So far, that is. We still have 3:25 to play. Got the first. Whitfield, 18 points tonight. Doesn't quite lead all scorers. Micah Brewer has 21, 17 of which came in the first half. But now 18 for Whitfield. He's hot on the trail. Panthers get it to Stewart. Stewart kicks, 3 coming, corner, off. Patterson hit a big one earlier, doesn't have one there. Lincoln Park could make it a 3-point game. Whitfield drives, charge. Yet again, 5th offensive foul against Lincoln Park.
Another low energy charge. Maybe the crowd didn't anticipate it.
They were ready earlier.
Maybe just the nerves are setting in. We just try to.
First game of the season, busy football and volleyball season at Washington. Everyone's getting used to seeing the basketball calls once more. But that is a huge charge, and it gives Washington the ball back. Reminder, coming up next, if you're here for Lincoln, or for Joliet West, and Cardinal Ritter, that game will follow the conclusion of this matchup. 3 on the way for Vanderheit. No. Barfield. Nice toss to Whitfield. 52-46 is our score. It is a 6-point game. These could make it a 6-point game. Or a 4-point game, pardon me. It is 52-46. First in the 1-and-1 off the mark. Our scoreboard had 52-48 for a little bit, but we've got that corrected to reflect it is a 6-point game and a timeout called by Washington. So Eric Schermerhorn will talk things over in the huddle. And this will be a quick 30-second timeout.
Yeah, these are the games that kind of get you ready for tight matchups going forward during the season, and what better way to start it than game 1. Washington holds to this slim lead.
6-point lead. Washington in its first game this season. Lincoln Park 0-1, played last night against Hyde Park. Fell 63-56. Washington went up to scout that game, and late in this game that could come in handy. Although on the other side of that coin, I think having played 4 quarters of close basketball now is what matters. What you saw last night, probably not quite enough of a sample size to guess what they'll do if they need to draw up an out-of-bounds play or something.
I think Lincoln Park's just thinking, want to get right within 2 or try to take that lead. It all starts with putting that pressure on Washington, which they do there, forces the turnover.
Brewer traveled. This would be such a signature win for Lincoln Park. Washington, by all accounts, going to be a good team towards the top of the Mid-Illini Conference, but I think you look just beyond talent to come into this environment, this atmosphere. Lincoln Park can get this win with a couple thousand folks milling about the gym and a huge student section. Sends a message. If you're Washington, not a game you want to drop early.
It's a big statement win if they can get it. Lincoln Park not backing down.
Here's Whitfield. Passes. Good defense. Whitfield gets it back. Fading away. No. Second chance. No. Zach Israeli. Couldn't get that to go. And the Lions are going to have to start fouling, or they elect to do so there. Brewer fouled, and he'll go to the line. Micah Brewer, the game's leading scorer at the line, hits the first without much problem. He has 22 points.
Could just come down to free throws for the Panthers. And knocking them down at the line late.
Tyshawn Robinson at the line. Or, pardon me, Brewer at the line. Got the second. 23 points. Tyshawn Robinson's number 5 for Lincoln Park, if you were wondering. Would have been a big 2 there for Turner. Rebound, Apoku Ware knocks it in. 6-point game. Vanderheit to Stewart.
And you don't necessarily have to foul right away. Still got that shot clock.
Just kind of play good defense for the next 21 seconds on the shot clock. White open. Takes the lid off. 8-point game. 6 points for White. Lions have to hustle. Drive and a score. Doing it all, Samaje Howard. And they'll elect to start fouling, even with that shot clock.
Stewart knocks down both of these. They can make it an 8-point game. Then you really put the pressure on Lincoln Park.
I think the message from Lincoln Park now is clear. Even with that shot clock, this is the situation, as Stewart misses the first, where you say, all right, the shot clock is pretty irrelevant. They're going to have to start fouling. Although if he can't, if Stewart misses the second, John, and Lincoln Park can get a quick 3 or even a quick bucket, I think that
2,
shot clock comes back into play.
Yeah.
He got the second.
He's going to make it, but I still think you can get down there in a hurry, go for 2, try to put on that full court press, get a turnover. You don't necessarily have to take a 3 right away. Let's get that first basket out of the way. We'll see what they decide to do.
Whitfield, 3, no, loose, rebound, put back, doesn't go. Stewart comes away with it. And Washington gets a quick timeout in to run a sideline out of bounds play. Good timeout called with just under 47 seconds left. If you're on board and ready for Joliet West and Cardinal Ritter, you got a good one coming up. That game will start about 15 minutes after the conclusion of this game. I want to thank our entire crew, by the way. Francisco Alonso is coordinating our social media efforts, doing a fantastic job. Jonathan Michaels, our director. Teddy Ball, our technical director. A lot of great camera work thus far tonight from Lateef Love. A host of students coming in from Washington Community High School to make this possible. On camera right now with Lateef, it's Andrew Crawford and Ethan Puri. John's done a nice job of directing, John, but they've done a nice job of running the cameras. A couple of Washington High School students doing a really good job.
Yeah, all hands on deck, and got a really good team that's helped make this first day go really smoothly so far.
Still one more game left, if you can believe it.
Yeah, it almost, that 9:17. Another game. Could run into the midnight hour. We'll be here probably till then.
Figure that next game should start around 9, barring overtime or anything like that. Should start around 9:40, I would guess, ish. Maybe a little sooner, maybe a little later. Should be a 15-minute warm-up period. 46 4/10. 57-50 is our score. It's a 7-point game.
And that's just the fun part of it, Joey. You leave late, you get home, wind down, get to bed, and you come back early. It's almost like you don't miss a beat. Just basketball overlaps.
Might as well stay at the school. Lincoln Park needs this. 3 falls. This one's not over yet. Howard for 3, and a timeout called by Lincoln Park. Antoine Jennings wants to lock in the momentum.
Try to get a big stop here if you're Lincoln Park. Put that pressure on in the full court. Certainly a turnover and a basket. You're right back within 3 with a 2 if you can get it.
Folks at home are probably a little tired of us saying shot clock. It is off, so it's old school IHSA basketball now. 58-53. Lincoln Park is probably in a position, John, where they are going to foul, but it just feels like they need a steal or they need to force a turnover, something. If they keep fouling, I think this one's as good as over. I just think Washington's going to hit enough free throws down the stretch to.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, because you're going to have to foul if you can't get a turnover here, which they do.
And now it's in the hands of Gabe Patterson. Patterson, junior, who played a little, if I recall correctly, at the varsity level last year, but sparingly, started tonight. And the 5'10 junior could pretty much ice it with 2 makes here. It would still be a 2-possession. Well, no, 2 makes would make it a 7-point game and a 3-possession game. Making a miss would keep it a 2-possession game. But I think a 3-possession game, a 7-point lead's, don't want to jinx anything, but more or less safe with 32 seconds left, if you execute.
You don't want to pull the broadcaster drinks. I had Wisconsin Lutheran on a hot streak behind the arc, and I said they haven't missed lately, and they did right after I said something. Kind of how it goes, but there's no jinx there. Made basket.
At minimum, it'll be a 6-point game, and it still is a 2-possession game, so we'll see. Lions chug along the sideline. They'll go for the quick 2, and scoring is Howard. 4-point game, 20 seconds left. Panthers call timeout. They use all 5 seconds. You don't have to inbound it right away. And Eric Schermerhorn wants a timeout to talk things over.
Well, you still put the pressure on Washington because they got to inbound the ball and you can foul them. And they still got to make their free throws going down on the other end of the court. So if you're Lincoln Park, you just got to try to either go for that steal or put them at the line.
Timeout situation, 1 left for each side. Foul situation. Both teams in the double bonus moving forward. 10 for Lincoln Park, 9 for Washington. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Still 18 seconds left, but Lincoln Park has to make its final move with 5 seconds left or more. If they make it a 1-point game with 4 seconds left, Washington has 5 seconds to inbound. The ball game's essentially over. So that 18 seconds functionally plays is a little less because you don't get that stoppage after a made basket.
See here, Washington, you're going to put that pressure on them. Want to get the ball into the hands of one of your good free throw shooters.
Richmond Poku Ware will guard the inbound. Trigger man is going to be Gabe Patterson. Patterson looking, foul. Away from the inbound, and I think they're going to whistle that on Kyle Farabee. We'll get that confirmed. And that'll put Vanderheit at the line. Vanderheit with 10 points. Got it.
So what do you think, Joey? I mean, he makes both. He's got to get down and probably shoot that 3, try to cut into it. I think at this point, 2s are really going to make a difference.
I'm right there with you. Lincoln Park's got to hurry. Second good from Vanderheit. Howard up the sideline. Going to go for 2. Foul on the floor. And he'll shoot 2 free throws.
Almost had 3 the hard way if that one would have fouled. The bucket in the end one.
13 and a half seconds left. Our scoreboard camera now is adjusted. to reflect that. And the first free throw good for Howard. Lincoln Park still needs that highlight reel play in there somewhere, though. He hits this, it's still a 4-point game. 2-possession game. He missed it. Loose ball, offensive rebound, and a foul is called. 2 free throws coming up for Zach Israeli.
That might have actually worked out in their favor. No, he missed it. He gets the rebound. If he makes them both, you got 3 points out of that as opposed to 2.
It's a huge swing. And his first is off the mark. Israeli, the 6'6" senior. His second. Off the mark, rebound, loose, still loose. We might have a jump ball here, and that arrow is going to favor the Panthers. Lincoln Park almost buys a couple of breaks. Now they'll have to force a steal. Patterson inbounds, has Stewart. Stewart gets out and runs with it. Stewart crosses the court, and the Panthers are going to take a foul. DeAndre Jackson fouled with 2 seconds left. This one's over. The Panthers are going to win their first game of the year and their first try.
A really nice showing here from the Washington Panthers. This one's over, but another free throw or 2, and it might just be 1. Put this thing away for good, but what an effort from Washington. Great defense, and Micah Brewer had a really nice outing beyond the arc.
Neither free throw falls. Lincoln Park hoisting up a full court heave. It won't matter. 61-56, your final score. A good one. Closest game of the tournament so far through 3 games. 61-56, Washington takes down Lincoln Park. John, your final thoughts?
Yeah, it was a really nice game for Washington. And, you know, we talked about this team, how they've lost some players like Isaac Mapson and Drew Lewis. And coming in here, Jake Stewart knew he had to be that senior leader alongside Micah Brewer. And what an effort by both, and just a well-rounded defensive effort, holding Lincoln Park outside of the paint on some drives. And impressive win to start their first game of the season.
Washington's 1-0. Lincoln Park a close 0-2. They'll have more chances throughout the week. We'll go down to our studio in just a second, but first some reads for our sponsors. This tournament wouldn't be possible without such tremendous support, starting with the presenting sponsor of the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, OSF Healthcare. OSF On-Call Urgent Care understands there are times when you don't know where to turn, like when you're traveling or for a sports injury. Their 24/7 virtual visits are a unique option for treating minor illnesses and injuries anytime, day or night. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent-care. Tournament of Champions also brought to you by the City of Washington, known for its diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Check out all Washington has to offer while you're here, if you're already here, or if you're planning to stop by later in the week. New inventory is in stock today at every Uffring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UffringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sponsor, sporting goods provider and official sponsor, either works, of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop by and see them for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. KB Strong Foundation, so named for the late Washington Panthers head boys basketball coach Kevin Brown. Learn more about their mission to raise funds, I should say, and awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. KBStrong-fightingthefight.org. Gavin Russell is standing by in our studio. Gavin, take it away, my friends.
We're back here in the not the Country Financial, the Uftring Auto Group studios. We're going to bring Robert Dowling on here in a minute. Charlie, you didn't quite get your steak dinner.
No, I did not.
You came very close to your target score,
I was
but
very close.
you got a Panthers W.
I did. And you know what? In the end, a W is more than a steak dinner, although I would have loved that Alexander steak.
I mean, steak
still
dinners
got
are a win in itself.
Yeah.
So, big win. I mean, what did it take? What did you notice?
No, it took defense. Obviously Washington is known for their defense. I thought that we did shoot the ball pretty well. Big shout out to Micah Brewer getting those deep threes, those tough threes. So, yeah, overall it was a good team performance, and yeah.
What do you think of the Washington coaching staff's choice of attire?
I think it's very old school. I think that they need to change their traditional beliefs. But
my.
You know what?
Well, what do you change to? Do you change to the Jordans and the polo shirt?
I think so. I think that's what it's got to be.
Man.
Drop the suit and tie, drop all that stuff, drop the khakis. I think we just got to go.
Yeah.
Just go a little bit more modern, yeah?
All right, I hear you. Well, we're going to bring Robert Dowling on now. Thank you, Chuck, Charlie, whatever they call you. Thanks, Charlie. Enjoy that steak dinner. Oh, wait. All right, just kidding. All right, we're here with Robert Dowling. He's going to talk with us for a few minutes before the last game of the day. We're running a little behind, Robert, so I assume we're all getting a little tired, but there's some great basketball left to be played.
I think we're behind because of the game I was reffing. We called a lot of fouls at the end.
Oh, at the end. So you're the head of officiating here at the TOC. I talked with you last year about it, but obviously that's a whole layer to this tournament that's got to be figured out, especially nowadays with the referee shortage and things. I mean, how much work and preparation has to go into that?
Well, luckily, with a tournament of this caliber, we have a waiting list of guys who want to referee here. And, I mean, everybody out here referees some level of college basketball in addition to high school basketball, but they block their schedules. If I tell them in advance, they block their whole weeks.
Wow.
They'll take whatever games we give them here because it's such a great atmosphere. The competition is so good.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is better than some of the college games we'd be reffing right now.
So you officiate quite a few games. How long have you been officiating? What's your background with that?
So I started reffing when I was 19 years old. So that's 32 years ago. I did my first college game when I was 22.
Okay.
And I've been officiating here since the beginning of the tournament. I think that was 2006.
Awesome. Very cool.
I work, about 35 small college games a year in addition to a few high school games. And, I've had a pretty good run in small college basketball. I can never complain. I worked the NAI National Championship and NCAA Division III Final Four. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's been a great ride.
I've never done any basketball officiating. I've done some Little League baseball umpiring, but I got to ask, you've done different levels of, high school, college. How does this stack up, being able to call a game? How does this stack up to, say, the college level in the intensity and the grit? I mean, tell us a little about that.
Well, just take my game that I just had, Moline and Wisconsin Lutheran. You have at least 4 guys on the floor that are going to play Division I basketball next year. 2 of them are going to play at Iowa. Another guy may play somewhere else in the Big Ten. I mean, the intensity from the coaches, from the players was outstanding. It was every bit as good, if not better, than the college games I'll work half the time this year.
Sure, and there's no doubt about it. I mean, this is high-level competition. So over your years here at TOC, I don't know, is there a fun way to officiate? Do you have fun officiating? I should ask that first.
If I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't be here.
Okay.
I mean, we had a blast in our game.
Yeah.
We had a blast. It was great competition. The kids were dunking it, making 3-point. I mean, it was run and gun, 90 to 80 in a high school game.
Man,
that's fun for everybody.
Oh yeah. So, what is the most fun game, or one of the most fun games you've officiated here at TOC? I'm gonna put you on the spot, big time there. Maybe to recent memory.
The prep schools are always exciting because of the dunking and the athleticism. But I would rather referee a great high school game like the Moline, Wisconsin Lutheran game. Washington's had some amazing games in this tournament through the years. Since I've been back here helping with this tournament, I don't do Washington games.
Right.
But back when they had Matt Roth, Ben Ryan, I mean, I'll tell you, at Old Robertson Fieldhouse. Kevin Brown was coaching. I think it was the first year. Washington was playing Chicago, Washington. They were Chicago, Washington had 5 guys that played Division I basketball the next year. 2 of them went to the NBA, DeAndre Liggins, and Washington was down 10-0. Our Washington, 10-0. Kevin Brown called the timeout. He chewed their rear ends. Everybody in the Robertson Fieldhouse heard it, and Washington High School came back to win the game.
Wow.
It was unbelievable. That year, there was also 3 future NBA players that played there. That was the best game.
That's awesome. And there's been so many legendary players, so many to count. I hear Chandler Parsons is getting inducted into the Den of Honor. Did you ever ref a Chandler Parsons game?
I got to be honest, I don't remember. I got limited brain capacity. I got to push some of the old stuff out. I've had some of the great ones. I had Zion Williamson. I've had other guys.
Sure.
We had Tiger Campbell, who's the point guard at UCLA right now, a couple years ago. So we've had some great ones. It's tough to remember them all. I just know they were up dunking, and we were just running up and down the floor having fun.
I love putting you on the spot with that. It's hard to do, and I always ask that. Favorite memory. It's so many years. I haven't been around it nearly as long. Last year, were you a part of that high scoring? I think it was St. Rita and Yorkville Christian. I got to imagine 2 teams scoring over 100 points. That's ridiculous. That would have been a great game to officiate.
111-103 in a high school game.
It's crazy.
Is unreal. You can get a Grinnell or a Greenville that runs that system in college right now. But, that's 40 minutes of college basketball. This is 32 minutes with a bunch of high school kids. Amazing. I watched. That's as much as I was a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it made me think of something. Shot clock. That's a new one for the TOC this year. Maybe you've noticed that come into play on occasion. How much of a layer does that add? Of course, you do the college level, but first year of shot clock TOC, what does that add to the game?
Well, we just found out that we were going to have it about 45 days ago.
Wow.
So they were very worried. We sort of thought it was coming, so I had a group of guys already, all referees. You have to be an IHSA certified official to run the shot clock in these IHSA tournaments. So we were ready. It's not as difficult as college. It's much more simplified, and we were ready for it. And it's actually pretty easy. If it hits the rim on an attempted shot, it resets to 35 seconds, period. That's just
so it's not like college where it'll only go back to about 20.
The only time we'd go to 20 is on a kickball under 20.
Gotcha.
But otherwise, it's 35 seconds, and it's really not many of these teams you would ever see a 35-second violation here. Maybe Washington, if they had a lead at an end of a quarter, hold for a last-second shot. Otherwise, there's none of these teams want to hold the ball.
That's one of the things I've noticed is I have barely even noticed the shot clock. Like, it's up there. I'm not even seeing it, though, because it's not coming into play much. That's definitely interesting.
That's how we want it to be with the referees. We don't want you to even know we're there.
Think about it, yeah, for sure. Were you a part of putting this up? Because they look great on the backboards.
They just asked that I come in once they had them hooked up to make sure it works. So we were here Sunday evening during the practice. They were working perfectly, and no problem so far. Let's knock on wood. We don't want any issues.
Yeah, no, for sure. They look great. They perform great. Haven't needed them a whole lot, so that's good. Got to ask, on the note of officiating, in general, I know you probably can attest, not TOC necessarily, but official shortages and across many sports. I mean, there's just people everywhere, of course, former players, people just interested in the game. What would you say to them to get them into officiating? Because it's a fun thing to do.
The same thing that I said to Brock Harding from Moline when he was shooting a free throw tonight. I said, you would make a really good official someday. And he goes, I got you. I said, I'm serious.
Right.
I said, all you guys should be a referee someday. My wife's the volleyball coach here at Washington, and she's recruiting all of her former players to be volleyball referees because we need a lot. I just started refereeing volleyball because there is a shortage of referees at all sports, all levels, and I'm going to start doing some more high school because we just need better officials at the high school level.
Yeah. How does one get into this? If somebody here in Illinois is looking to do it, how do they get into it?
IHSA.org. There's an official center. There's a form on there. You fill it out. They'll send you the packet. You sign up, pay your money, take the test, and you could probably have games next week if you sign up tomorrow.
Man, that's awesome. There's so many games to do, even at the that's also good for junior high games as well.
Yep, and if you're a high school student, you can sign up for free right now, and my daughter is going to referee junior high volleyball with me in the spring. So high school kids, sign up, go see your athletic director. They'll sign you up for free right now.
That's really cool. Well, Robert Dowling, we do appreciate your time. Learn some more about officiating. Get into some officiating. How about that? Maybe we can get some viewers. Maybe one of these days would reference the TOC.
We need them all. Come and see us the rest of the week. We'll help you get started.
You can come out to the TOC. It's a lot of fun, a lot of great basketball, and a lot of great experiences. Thanks, Robert. We're going to send it back to the booth. It's the final game of this opening day here at Washington Tournament of Champions. We'll be back for more at halftime. For Gavin Russell and Robert Dowling in the Uftring Auto Group studio, we'll send it up to the booth now.
Welcome back into Torrey Gymnasium for the fourth and final game of the first day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It is the Cardinal Ritter College Prep Lions and a team that people are traveling far and wide to see, the Joliet West Tigers, with Jeremy Fears back in the fold for the Tigers alongside his younger brother Jeremiah. A lot of people talking about this Joliet West team that has state title aspirations with those brothers leading the charge. Jeremy, Michigan State commit, and his other brother Jeremiah, you may have seen him here last year. It should be a dandy here at Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm Jonathan Michael, next to me, John Camosa. Joko, this is going to be a spectacular game, I think. You know, Cardinal Ritter, a team that's had a lot of success last year, as did Joliet West, but two teams that can really take that next step this year.
I agree, and John, when you look at talent, we've seen some really talented players, but we're getting a real nice taste of Joliet West tonight with the Fears brothers. Like you said, we saw Jeremiah last year, but Jeremy coming back, leaving prep school to come back here to Joliet West and play with his brother. This is going to be a really big year. A lot of anticipation built up around the Tigers as the Michigan State commit alongside of his brother Jeremiah, the sophomore guard, who has looks from Michigan, Ohio, Xavier, Oregon, I believe, another team. So a lot of talent built around the Tigers.
Jeremy Fears is where everybody in this gym will be looking towards. You'll see the Tigers starting lineups being introduced right now. And you see Jeremiah Fears, sophomore guard, will be one of the starters. He was one of the leaders as a freshman for this Joliet West team last year. This is where he made his high school debut, in this very gym actually last year. See Matthew Moore, an underrated possibly transfer that they got from Hillcrest over in Country Club Hills. He's a UNC Wilmington commit, sitting at 6'9", a forward, averaged 14, 12, and 8 last year. So not just the Fears brothers, but also Matthew Moore. Keep an eye on him as well. You see the big man in the middle for Joliet West, number 32. There's not 32 listed on their roster, but we'll figure out who that is eventually. And
Joey and I talked about that sometimes with these number changes, kind of teams that we're not familiar with outside of our area. When you're looking up and down a roster, they might switch numbers late.
And now we see Cardinal Ritter being introduced. Cardinal Ritter from St. Louis, Missouri. Last year they went 16-10. They're making their first TOC appearance. Joko, I made a mistake. I thought that was Joliet West being introduced. That was actually Cardinal Ritter. I had their starting lineups. Now comes Joliet West with Jeremy and Jeremiah Fears. Jeremy number 11, Jeremiah number 2, and Matthew Moore, who we mentioned, number 3, that transfer from UNC Wilmington. This will be your players to watch. But Cardinal Ritter, John, again, we can't forget about them. They're making their first TOC appearance. They beat Peoria Notre Dame and East St. Louis last year, two very strong ball clubs. And they lost a lot, but they still bring back a good core that could be looking for lots of success.
I think any time that you open with a really sound team, I mean, look at the games we've seen today. Yorkville Christian opens up with a really good Metamora team. Moline runs into just an extremely talented Wisconsin Lutheran team. And then for Cardinal Ritter, you get Joliet West, who's got state championship potential this year. So good test to start your season.
This Cardinal Ritter team, they've been a state before. They won back-to-back state titles in 2020 and 2021. So this team accustomed to success. It will be Nashawn Davis And the tip for Cardinal Ritter, but Joliet West will win the tip. Here's Jeremiah Fears playing point guard. Gives it to his brother Jeremy. Number 37 overall recruit in the 23 class. According to Rivals, they go a lob to Moore. No good. Joliet West looking for the early statement. As Ritter throws it deep out of bounds. It was deflected by West, so we'll stay with the Lions. Battle of the Big Cats. The Cardinal Ritter Lions, they are in black and maroon. Joliet West in white and gold. That one is blocked. Ryan Atkins and Nashawn Davis tries again, but that rebound brought in by Moore. Here's Fears, a deep three. And that clinks off the back rim, no good.
If there's one thing you're going to see with both these teams, a lot of speed. They like to get up and down, playing transition.
Here's Joliet West pushing the pace with Jaden Martin. And Fears drives in, kicks out. There's Justice McNair with a three, no good. Here comes Ritter the other way. Derek Rivers going to the hoop, and there's still a lid on it. Here's Martin driving now for Joliet West, turns it over. Fast-paced start to this game, and no buckets yet, lots of turnovers. Ritter will slow it down with Clayton Jackson. He's guarded by McNair. Floater in the lane, no good, barely grazed the front iron.
I think both teams just trying to adjust. First game of the year. Some of those nerves might be there, especially in a big tournament game.
And John, we've seen a couple games before as Fears drives to the basket, no good. Quick starts to the season offensively by lots of teams like Metamora and Wisconsin Lutheran, Moline. You normally don't expect that in the first game of the season, but those teams could shoot the ball, really. Although for most teams, though, it would take a while to possibly get, game action the first time. It's a little bit different than shooting in practice.
Yeah, that offensive firepower, and a lot of teams have put that on display tonight. Joey and I talked about that last broadcast. I don't think a team during this tournament scoring hundreds out of the question. We've seen 90, 80. Could be another high-scoring game here once both these teams start clicking.
Nashawn Davis gets the first point of the game for Cardinal Ritter. That foul for Joliet West went on Moore. Davis just gets one from the line. Here comes Jeremiah Fears playing point guard. Some speculation on who would take the point, whether it be Jeremiah or Jeremy. A nice dish there from Jeremiah to the outside, and Martin walked with it. Joliet West still trying to find their rhythm in the early going. Here comes Clayton Jackson for Ritter. One of their big players to watch. 6'1" junior guard. Here's Atkins dishing it down low, no good. Turned it over, and here comes, looks like that may have been Fears the other way. Rather, that was McNair. Either way, no good. Joliet West still searching for their first bucket of the ball game, as this one will stay with Ritter.
Yeah, it's credit to Ritter, too, getting down in transition, playing some good defense, creating some tough shots on Joliet West.
In the corner, here's Jackson at back iron, no good. And backcourt foul. That will be the first foul of the game for Cardinal Ritter. And here comes Joliet West. 2.5 minutes into this one, still nothing to show for it on the scoreboard, despite the presence of both Jeremy and Jeremiah Fears. Here's Jeremiah in the corner working on Atkins, and it's like he'll draw a foul there. Jeremiah Fears, so shifty, so quick with the ball. We saw that last year, and really doing that again this year.
Yeah, and he was, a key piece for the team last year without his brother being there, but now that they're back together, it's going to be an exciting team.
Certainly something to watch as Jeremiah deeps down low and he gets the first bucket of the ball game for Joliet West. But Joko, you gotta feel like if you're Jeremiah, I feel like the focus is on you, and you can really just kind of thrive more as Clayton Jackson drops in a triple for Ritter. They take the lead right back.
See how Joliet West responds.
McNair being pressured near half court. Ritter hounding defense so far, and McNair will get called for the offensive foul. And a little bit of slogging through the mud. I would say Joliet West is a start, but they're only down a bucket. Defensive battle in the early going. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we just saw the host Washington Panthers take down the Lincoln Park Lions from Chicago in the closest ball game so far of the evening. That's a throw that came down to the final minute as an offensive foul goes on Ritter. There you see Jeremy Fears talking with the ref. Fears been described as a pass-first point guard, but obviously it's his brother Jeremiah running the show. Jeremy playing off the ball. Another foul called here. This one starting to get a little physical.
A late night game back and forth. Both teams want to come out and get a win.
There's Martin inbounding. And Jeremy Fears works at the top of the key. Heel with a burst of speed goes in the lane. First shot no good. Rebound. That may have been Drew King, 6'8" forward. Also missed as well. Here comes Ritter the other way. Kick out to Davis. He gallops into the lane. No good. Saved by King. That ball is out of bounds though, and it will stay with Cardinal Ritter.
Good effort there from Drew King. Almost saves it. But his size is going to be big down low, especially with Matthew Moore, 6'9" and 6'8". So alongside the Fears brothers, get those big men in the post.
Really a complete team Joliet West is, as that one was picked away by McNair. He's going the other way in the slam, no good. Justice McNair was looking to get possibly on the Clutch Sports Media Instagram story with a big slam there. No good, although he was in a little bit of traffic there. This ball game remains 4-2.
And unfortunately, John, the basket mic that's not working tonight will be up again tomorrow is on that basket. We would have heard a loud bang there on the rim how that one went down.
We would indeed. As DeMontrell Jones with it now for Ritter. Another offensive foul. Joko, that's at least 3 or 4 that we've seen in just the first 4 minutes and 45 seconds of this ball game.
And just some fouls early on. Not a whole lot of scoring, but both these teams are talented. That could certainly turn it around really quick.
McNair this time will take it. Dishes to Jeremy Fears, the Michigan State recruit. Was a member of the Team USA U17 national team, and his deep three no good. Fears helped that team to a gold medal at the FIBA Championships, so he's been all over the place playing basketball already, not even in college yet. He'll be doing great things with the Spartans up in East Lansing next year. Still no points in this one, though. His team has just 2. A bucket from his brother, Jeremiah. Here's double teamed on the perimeter. McNair, an acrobatic save. This one given to Aaron Gant, who flies down the lane for an easy 2. This one now tied up at 4. And I'll take a timeout here. A defensive battle. A little over 5 minutes to go in this one. We'll take a quick break for our sponsors. First starting with OSF. The new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises at 6 locations and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And for Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And real quick for the KB Strong Foundation as well. So we get a whistle here on the inbound. Looks like they're still mopping up some perspiration on the near side. You see it there at the bottom of your screen. We're going to give a shout out to all of our crew working tonight at the game. Alongside John Camosa, I'm Jonathan Michael. Joey Wright, our director today. Next to him, Charlie Schermerhorn producing. Gavin Russell along for the ride as well. We also had a couple Washington High School students helping us out running our cameras, doing a great job. Latif Love has been with us as well. Teddy Ball working camera for us as well. Here's Quentin Parker spinning into the lane and got it to go. And Ritter Jones back out in front. They have not trailed yet. Here's Justice McNair. That one will go as a foul on DeMontrell Jones, the junior guard for Cardinal Ritter. Lions already, John, at 6 fouls in the first 6 minutes. Joliet West is just 2.
Yeah, it's been physical back and forth, and what you want, racking up a lot of fouls early on. That's been the case.
Jeremy Fears dishes it to his brother Jeremiah. Nothing but twine. Pretty three-pointer from the sophomore point guard, and that will give Joliet West its first lead of the ball game. There's Derek Rivers the other way for the Lions. On the outside now, step back from Parker again, no good. Rebound by Jeremiah Purchase of Joliet West. Here's Jeremiah Fears, one-on-one, ISO. Loses the ball, and here comes Derek Rivers the other way, and he will lay it in, no good, but the cleanup is good from Theodore Tyson. Is right there, right spot, right time.
And good defense there in transition from Drew King. Looked to be a sure layup, chased it down, but then they foul it back up and get a basket.
Jeremy Fears still looking to get into rhythm. That one hit nothing. That one poked out of his brother Jeremiah's hand as this one will go. Looks like another foul on Cardinal Ritter, so I'll go on Derek Rivers, his second foul of the game. And Joliet West in the bonus will shoot 1-1. This will be Jeremiah Fears as Clayton Jackson checks in for Rivers with 2 fouls. Fears is 5 of the 7 for Joliet West early on. First part of the 1-on-1 is good. Six points early on for the sophomore point guard who, as you mentioned, John, has lots of Division I interest from Michigan State. So Jeremy Fears could be potentially playing with his brother, but then again, though, he's 2 years ahead of him. Got to think that he might be an NBA lottery pick, as many are projecting. So Jeremiah also college interest from Illinois, Iowa, Michigan, Ohio, Xavier, and a couple others. A nice bucket there from Clayton Jackson, just checked in. He's up to 5 points now. And Ritter takes a 10-9 lead. Under a minute left to go, and Joliet West could go for a 2-for-1. Shot clock at 22. Here's McNair. They'll miss the 2-for-1 opportunity, but he is fouled. We'll head to the line. Foul number 8 on Cardinal Ritter early on.
Yeah, back and forth. We've just seen a lot of fouls and low-scoring game in this first quarter, which has been one of the longer first quarters we've seen out of these 4 games today. And I think both teams just trying to find their rhythm.
I think you're right, Joko. I think the first quarter really has seemed to have flown by in each of our first 3 games as you see Quentin Parker on Cardinal Ritter trying to get his shoe back on there. Sometimes the heel of it kind of gets stomped in. It's tough to get back on, but we're all ready to go as McNair's first free throw no good. Joliet West, a member of the Southwest Prairie Conference, should be very strong again this year. Oswego East won that conference last year with a very strong season, over 30 wins, although gotta expect that Joliet West hailed as the preseason favorite as McNair drops in free throw number 2. Shot clock is off for Cardinal Ritter. They can hold for the last shot and take a lead in a quarter number 2. This one all knotted up at 10. Here's Clayton Jackson. Gets a screen, drives the lane, mid-range, pull up no good. Rebounded there by Jeremy Fierce. He's got 5 to go. Driving to the hoop, stops, draws contact, and he won't get the hoop, but he will head to the line. And John, the first foul that Ritter will commit in the second quarter, assuming that they do commit one, we put Joliet West in the double bonus. 9 fouls early on. Here's a chance for Jeremy Fierce to get on the scoreboard. And he does. The first point of Jeremy Fierce, Tournament of Champions career. Will give Joliet West very likely a lead heading into quarter number 2. Second free throw up and good. And Ritter will have a prayer. Here's Clayton Jackson. It looks good coming off his hand. Just a bit wide, and that's where we'll end the first quarter. Joliet West down early, but comes back to take a 12-10 lead after the first 8 minutes. It should be a close one, Joko.
Oh, it should, and like I said, once both these teams start to find their stride, you're going to watch some fast-paced basketball, but right now, Joliet West with the upper hand by 2. It should be an exciting game, too.
I'll tell you a quick word for our sponsors, starting with OSF. OSF On-Call Urgent Care understands that there are times when you don't know where to turn, like when you're traveling or for a sports injury. Their 24/7 virtual visits are a unique option for treating minor illnesses and injuries anytime, day or night. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. And also, for the city of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city, known for its quality of life and its diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And for Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, they're proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And speaking of which, also one time for the KB Strong Foundation, fighting the fight against glioblastoma. For more information on how you can give and help defeat this horrible disease, go to kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. See a nifty transition there from our director, Joey Wright. He's having fun at the controls. We're having fun here in the booth. Last game of Tuesday at TOC. Steal there from Jaden Martin, goes coast to coast, and the follow! Matthew Moore says good night and raise the roof.
How about that two-handed slam? Uses that size at 6'9".
Moore's first bucket of the game is a thunderous one, perhaps the biggest we've seen all night. Here comes Joliet West. They get loud on their bench. Jackson drives lane and gets fouled. Sure, you'll see that one possibly on your local news or scroll through social media. Matthew Moore, the UNC Wilmington commit, making noise early on. Joliet West leading 14-10. Here's Davis, finds trouble in the lane. This one kicked back out. Here's Jackson, a deep three, no good. And Martin was going for the rebound, got fouled there by James Porter. So that will be the 10th team foul on Cardinal Ritter, John. Joliet West will be shooting 2 up until halftime.
Yeah, and that's big for Joliet West. Still 7 minutes and 14 seconds here in the second quarter, and they can continue to draw contact. They could separate in this game with just free throws.
Ritter has been playing with a couple guys that aren't starting right now, a couple guys in foul trouble. Just 2 men on the floor with a foul right now. That's number 5, Ryan Atkins, and number 32, James Porter. As Matthew Moore checks out for Joliet West, and Quentin Parker checks in. Second free throw from Martin is up and no good. And Ritter the other way with Theodore Tyson. Ran a very customary point guard number 1. Nice cut there down low from Brian Atkins, and he makes good on it for a bucket. Joliet West now the other way. That one will be offensive. Jeremiah Fears. It's called there. Joliet West at 4 fouls. Maybe curious to see where they stack up. They call a timeout. They lead at 15-12. We'll take a quick break for our great sponsors here at the Tournament of Champions, starting with OSF, with the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria. Opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get that best price at upstreamautogroup.com. Come back to the action here. Ritter with the ball. That's James Porter with a tough baseline. Jay knocks it down. Ritter within 1 now.
See both teams trying to push the tempo a little bit, speed this game up.
And Ritter forces a turnover. Could they take the lead? In the corner, it's Nashawn Davis. He'll pass it over to Jackson. Good defense there from Jeremiah Fears. A pesky defender pokes it away. Will stay with Cardinal Ritter. John, so good to see the city of St. Louis being represented again in the Tournament of Champions. A very strong basketball city. We saw Vashon here last year and other strong programs like Chaminade and Christian Brothers. Lots of very good private schools, among some of the tops in the nation even sometimes down in there in St. Louis. There's another foul for Cardinal Ritter. Send Joliet West to the line.
And back to your point too, John, some of these teams out of the St. Louis area are just so dominant. I mean, we've seen East St. Louis, not necessarily at this tournament, but we saw them last year at the State Farm Holiday Classic, and just really sound programs. Vashon, like you said. And it's nice when you can add that and pair them with the teams from Texas, California, Illinois, Wisconsin. It's always fun to kind of mesh different states together.
Certainly, and St. Louis basketball is so competitive, John, where it's like, a team, you look at Cardinal Ritter, last year went 16-10, and you might think that doesn't jump off the page, but look at the team they play, and you're like, oh my, like they have a very strong schedule. Played a couple of big tournaments last year, and 16-10, especially with the type of schedule they play, is nothing to sneeze at.
No, not at all.
Joliet West here nursing a 1-point lead. Deep three from McNair is good, but another whistle. Heard lots of those early on. And this, I don't know, watch, John, this bucket could be waved off. Maybe they might be looking at Jeremiah Fears to see if he had an offensive foul off the ball. Referees are discussing. You can count the basket for McNair. Foul was called. Looked like that was on Quentin Parker on Joliet West. So the basket is good. Joliet West leads by 4. And that is Quentin Parker's second foul, the team's 5th. Here comes Ritter speeding down the court very quickly. Here's Nashawn Davis in the corner. That one, nothing but net. And Davis on the board with 3 points.
Just a back and forth game early.
Both teams trying their hand at deep beyond the arc. McNair's shot no good. How about the move there from Davis? Trying to go behind the back. Wouldn't that have been a silky finish? Instead it goes out of bounds, and Joliet West has a chance to extend the lead 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. And you look at Jeremiah Fears. Player to watch in this tournament, certainly a candidate for all-tournament team. As is his brother Jeremy, although Jeremy has just 2 points so far, but Cardinal Ritter paying lots of attention to him on defense.
Yeah, and any time that you get a high caliber player, he's going to pop out on the scouting report, put a lot of pressure on that player. So that's why both Jeremiah and Jeremy Fears haven't really got it going a lot so far because they're just getting pressured defensively, but they've still been trying to get to the basket.
Fears' first free throw was no good. Second one up and in. So Joliet West leads by 2. Another foul here, and that one will go on Cardinal Ritter, it looks like. It's tough to establish a rhythm and momentum when there's been so many whistles in this game. As Jeremiah Fears dishes to Jeremy, shot fakes, he'll dial up the 3, no good. Offensive board goes to the other Fears. That one no good as well. Ritter looking to get back in the lead. They had a chance there with a 3. That one looked like it was tipped. And nice save there from Mekhi Behringer.
Great pass. Loses it off his foot.
It was a great pass there from Ritter. Ryan Atkins looking for Behringer along baseline right there under the basket. It goes off of his shoe and back to West. Joko, I know it's early on in this one still. How about the spin move though from Jeremy Fears? He gets to the rack for 2. How about that move from the Michigan State commit?
Great move. In the basket. This game's still going back and forth. Both teams playing hard.
That one's stolen away by Jeremiah Fears. He'll lay it in smoothly for 2. And just like that, Joliet West moves their lead from 2 to 6. This one's been neck and neck from the get-go. Dish down low to Behringer is blocked. Jeremy Fears says hello. Saw him, he was amped up after that one. What a rejection.
Don't let his size fool you, only 6'1", but man, can he get up and soar. Blocks that one, pretty amped up.
Fears a great point guard, possibly as some would say even a better defender. That's really what a lot of colleges liked about him and his game. West's ability to defend, and he helps pick one away there. Joliet West now could score on three straight possessions. A little bit of a run going here for the Tigers. Here's Jeremy Fears starting to establish a rhythm. Deep three, falls down, no good. Gets back up and helps deflect the pass. Joliet West still has it. Fears dishes down low to King and rejected. Another shot comes up, no good. Here comes Ritter the other way. Davis blocked by Fears. That will be a foul. That will send Nashawn Davis to the line. Jeremy Fears is 6'1". He can really play above the rim.
Yeah, he can. Chases that one down and able to deflect it. Still going to send him to the line, but how about the effort? Pretty hard to score around Fears when you're inside the paint.
Now you got Fears just at 6'1", but then you got, again, Matthew Moore at 6'9", and Drew King at 6'8". Saw McNair trying to regain his balance, almost committed a lane violation there. As Jeremy Fears will check out, Aaron Gant will substitute him. Davis missed his first. Second is good. About 3 minutes to go until halftime. Remember, we'll have coverage from the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Kind of at halftime, Lateef Love and Gavin Russell have some good stuff for you. As now better on the basket, no dice. And this one will stay right here. Jeremy Fears checks back in for the Tigers and give his brother a break. See the Tigers draw up here on a balance play. That one looked like it bounced off the bottom of the backboard. Ritter takes possession. Here's DeMontrell Jones working, gets a screen there from Jordan Lumpkin. Lumpkin in the paint, denied.
How about another block?
Fears. Showtime! Not quite. Jeremy Fears was looking for Justice McNair. That would have brought the house down.
You know, it's not every day, John, that you see a guard just really fill up the box score with blocks.
No, you really don't. And just so much size on this Joliet West team. Again, you got Matthew Moore at 6'9" and Drew King at 6'8". But, you know, I'm trying to think of like an NBA comparable for Jeremy Fears, a guard that can play outstanding defense and you get lots of shot blocks.
I mean, you see a lot of steals, you know, college, NBA, just trying to find a guard of his size that just gets so many blocks. That almost like a Derrick Rose. I mean, going back to Simeon, you know, Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, that's a good comparison, John. I definitely think
John Wall
as well.
But yeah, just one of those players that really plays above the rim, you know.
And again, Fears, his size doesn't jump out at you, but he'll make you pay if you test him enough on defense. Joliet West now leads 25-18 after the free throws. They've been in the double bonus for quite some time.
Oh, and even tonight too, John, I'll let you get back to your point. Just saying, you know, only 4 points, but he has some highlight reel blocks, so he can really, you know, fill up a stat sheet on defense even when he's not scoring.
Certainly, and, you know, sometimes your offense just isn't quite there, and you can still impact the game with your defense. That's what a lot of coaches will say, is this baseline J from Nashawn Davis rolls around the rim and in. Ritter has it to within 5 now. And Jeremiah Fears can't corral that one. And Ritter has a chance to get it back to a one-possession game.
And a really nice effort here from Ritter. You know, they've turned up the defense, making it hard on Joliet West to try to fight for some baskets down low. We're setting up for a close game at the half.
Not much ground being given up on either side. Bank shot, no good for the Lions. Open three from Atkins, no good as well. Rebounded by King. Here comes Fears, quick in transition. Looks for his brother Jeremiah on the outside. And quick release three, no good. Offensive board, no good again. Tapped around, and Ritter ultimately will take possession. And here comes down the lane. That was DeMontrell Jones. Seemed like part of the Red Sea there. Nobody was home for Joliet West, but will go out of bounds and will stay with the team from St. Louis. 1 minute to play here in quarter two. Glad you're with us here on ClutchSportsIL.com. The final game of Tuesday night here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Here comes Joliet West and Owen King, and trying to draw the charge there was Jones, no call. Yeah, I say, he did a pretty good job of getting set. I thought there would be a whistle called there.
I thought so too, but good job by Drew King to evade that. How about the Euro step by the big guy? Almost put that in. Just seen some flashy moves, which you would expect in a game like this. Two really talented teams, both just fighting hard to see who can try to come away with the win.
We saw this a lot in a lot of Deshaun's games last year, John, as Deshaun Davis gets to the rack for two. A little hand fight in there between Jeremiah Fears and Atkins, so that'll be a foul on Ritter. But, you know, these St. Louis teams, you face them, it seems like you're facing, like, you know, the Memphis Grizzlies team a couple years ago, back when they had, like, Mike Conley and Tony Allen. They just grind you to death.
Mm-hmm.
Really just wear you down. I get the same vibe I saw it from Vashon last year and Cardinal Ritter here this year, at least so far.
And going back to that previous play, Sean Davis with that layup right open under the basket. Tough miss there, and sure he wanted to have that one back. It's going to lead to free throws here from Fears, but
Stand corrected, Davis did not make that shot. So Joliet West leads by 6, make that 7. As Jeremy Fears knocks down the free throw. Gotta expect there is going to be a huge, probably almost guaranteed to be capacity crowd tomorrow when he faces off with James Brown and Morez Johnson from St. Rita. A matchup that has a lot of Big Ten flavor.
That could be another potential matchup you see in the Big Ten with Morez Johnson going to Illinois, Jeremy Fears at Michigan State. The two might see each other in some Big Ten games.
So remarkable, all those players being recruited by such big programs at such a young age. James Brown and Morez Johnson, both last year, both sophomores, already got interest in Illinois, and Jeremy Fears committed obviously a little while ago to Michigan State.
I believe Melvin Bell, another player that jumps out.
Yeah, Melvin Bell, another player to watch as well, although I did hear that he may be injured, so something to watch. See if Bell is active for St. Rita. Certainly be a big hit if he was not, as first free throw is no good, but Jackson drops the second one. 4.8 seconds left to go. I would expect one of the Fears brothers to try and make a play. They'll wave in Jaden Martin, inbound it, and here comes the Jeremy, like a lightning bolt up the court, all the way down to the end of the court, and he gets it to go! Count it! Jeremy Fears.
What a play. I mean, most teams would set up with a 4-second situation. All right, let's get the ball into our best hands, or get the ball into our players' hands, get down court, maybe get a 3-up. He flies down court and gets a layup. So he got down there in 4.8 with time to spare.
Joko, I don't have a stopwatch next to me, but it took about 1 second exactly to reach half court, and he was just gone. Long strides from Jeremy Fears, and he only has 7 points at the break, but they've been very impactful. He's starting to heat up a little bit here at the end of half number 1. Joliet West leads 29-21. At the half, we'll take a quick word for our sponsors here at the Tournament of Champions, like OSF. The new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. The new inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. And Teamworks, they're proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also for KB Strong, to help fight the fight against glioblastoma, a rare aggressive form of brain disease. Go to kbstrong-fightingthefight.org for more on how to make an impact for that wonderful organization. That's about ready to kick it down to our Uftring Tournament Central, where Gavin Russell and Latif Love will be ready to break some action down from all Tuesday's games. Send it down to those two, Gavin and Latif. You can take it away.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm here with Latif Love, and Latif getting out from behind the camera today to come talk with us for a few minutes. But you've had your eye on the games, Latif, so you've seen all the action today. It's been really exciting so far. First day of the tournament, not disappointing at all. We kind of look at the first games. Yorkville Christian Metamora. Let's talk about that one a little bit. Big win for Metamora. What'd you notice?
It was pretty lopsided. You can see like the talent differential in both in the game. You know, Metamora had a lot more talent. They coming off a state championship from last year, and so is Yorkville Christian. I think that was, on paper, it looks like an exciting game because both of the teams have just won state championships, but a lot of the seniors from Yorkville Christian had left last year.
Sure.
They have Jaden Shutt, who's at Duke.
Yep.
And then KJ Vassar.
Yeah.
So, but David Douglas is back from last year. He won a 3-point championship from last year.
Yeah.
Real good young player. He showed a lot of his versatility today. Great on defense, great shooter, great point guard. He's improved a lot with his ball handling. I just think that Metamora is way too much for Yorkville Christian. Douglas had 19 points in the first half. He was really, going crazy in the first half. I feel like Metamora in the second half really made him a focus of their game plan. A lot of plays they doubled him, try to shut him down. So he finished with only 23 points. Metamora gets a big win, 81-47. A lot of part of that is Ethan Kaiser for Metamora. He had a big game, consistent big. He's about 6'5". He can shoot the three. Very good defender. So he put the pressure on Douglas. He guarded him in the second half, and they got the job done.
Douglas is a very, very good player. Not to mention Ethan Kaiser, who's headed to South Alabama, and that's mid-major. Some people may knock that and say, oh, it's not a Big Ten school or SEC school, but to me, Division I is Division I, and he showed why today.
Everything is just a stepping stone. He might go to South Alabama, show one school some really good things, and transfer after a couple of years. Wherever you go, it's great to be playing at the next level.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's the Yorkville Christian Metamora game. Kind of lopsided, but plenty of excitement. I would say probably up to this point, my favorite game that I watched today was Moline and Wisconsin Lutheran. Moline, they're a solid team in 4A. A lot of people saying they could probably make it to the state finals. Wisconsin Lutheran, though, putting on a show.
Yeah, in the beginning, it was looking pretty scary. They were down almost 20. Brock Harden could not get it going. He was missing a lot of his shots. They were really focusing on him, making nothing easy for him. But, in the second half, they really got it going. It was a lot of defensive pressure on both sides. Both of the teams gave a lot of great effort the whole entire game. Brock Harden got it going in the second half, finished with 34 points. But what I like to see from Wisconsin Lutheran, it was such balanced scoring, such balanced scoring. So, 5 of their players were above 15 points.
Crazy.
They had great ball movement, great defensive pressure. They were an overall great team. That's what stood out for me. It felt like Moline was much more of a two-man show with Brock Harden and I forget the center's name. Owen Freeman. Yep. But it felt like they were just pick and roll every single play. They hit the corner a couple of times, but I feel like they're really Brock Harden and Owen Freeman centric this game. That's something they can work on.
You got to vary it a little bit, and I think that it's early in the season. You got to think both teams traveling a little bit of a distance to come to TOC. Got to get your legs under you. Got to start to do that. Now, you played basketball, Latif. How do these early season games compare, once you get going, once you play a few weeks, a couple months? You a little bit cold early in the season?
I think coming off from the off season, you just like a lot of nervousness, a lot of jitters. So that first couple games, you might see a team come out slow, or one team just ready to play and they come out fast, ready to get their season going, a lot of excitement as well. But I just feel like you take that things from that first game and you work on them. And so all these things go back in the drawing board, when they go back to the hotel tonight or even after the tournament. They get a lot of film, a lot of footage to see what they need to work on for the rest of the season.
No doubt about it. It's an exciting game, and we'll see both those teams throughout this tournament as well, Moline and Wisconsin Lutheran. Chicago, Lincoln Park, and Washington. Now, I think a lot of people may have thought Lincoln Park was going to win this game, but, man, Washington defends the home court. Micah Brewer was getting it going. Jake Stewart. I mean, they were a little undersized, but how about them Panthers?
Micah Brewer had a very great first half. He had 17 points on 5 threes. He was lighting it up in the first half. But I think Washington really used their home court advantage to their benefit.
Huge crowd.
Yeah, that crowd was loud. It felt like we were in a college stadium. That student section was really big. It was not that many people, but they were really, really loud. The one thing I like about this game, though, it was both teams put a lot of effort. It was It was really, really long game, really scrappy, a lot of fouls. But it was the whole game, both teams put in a lot of effort, and I like to see that from a team. Lincoln Park got down 10 points a couple of times, but they never gave up. They played well as a team, hit a lot of threes, but Washington came out with a W.
No doubt about it. That's an exciting game, and we'll see Washington again. They'll play Booker T. Washington. That's Metamora, but Washington does have some exciting games coming up the remainder of the tournament, trying to defend the home floor again. We've got some exciting games tomorrow, and again, the conclusion of St. Louis Cardinal Ritter and Joliet West coming up. The Fears brothers putting on a show already, but Ritter holding tough. They're playing pretty well so far. Tomorrow, of course, the big game, 6:15, Joliet West, Chicago St. Rita. You're not going to want to miss it. We're about to throw this one back for the remainder of the second half. I mean, any final thoughts, Latif? Pretty good first day.
Some final thoughts on the first half of this game, because with Joliet West game, it's been a lot of fouls, but there's been a lot of good defense and a good effort from both teams. Jeremy Fears, he struggled in the first half a little bit shooting, but he still had a big impact on the game on the defense end, getting a lot of blocks. He's shown a lot of his athleticism. I heard John and Joko compare him to Derrick Rose. That's kind of far. I'll probably say something like he reminds me of Drew Holiday.
Drew Holiday, okay, that's a good comparison.
You would think that Drew Holiday don't have that much athleticism, but if he was in high school, he'd be dunking like that too. So I feel like great defense, great point guard. So that's who he reminds me of.
Well, sir, exciting action coming up the second half. Exciting action the rest of the week. Thanks for joining us here in the Uftring Auto Group studios. Through today, we'll be back for the remainder of the week. Don't go anywhere. The second half is coming up. It's John Michael and John Camosa on the call. Back to the booth now.
Thank you, Gavin, for holding down the fort, Tournament Central. And Joko, I don't know if you caught it or not, Latif, our very own Latif Love, said that you heard us compare Jeremy Fears of Joliet West to Derrick Rose or John Wall. He said Drew Holiday. I think that's a pretty good comparison.
That is a good one, too.
Really?
I didn't – the name kind of slipped my mind for a second. I was going to say that, and I guess the only reason I was not comparing him, I couldn't think of Drew Holiday. Probably is a good shot blocker, just haven't seen enough of that. So
he is a good defender.
Definitely. And that speed.
100%. Two things that I remember seeing.
I think he's a mixture of a lot of different players with how talented he is.
He really is, and he's going to be a very special player for Michigan State next season. And what a road that Jeremy Fears has been on. Again, freshman year, played at Joliet West, and then went to a very popular prep school in Indiana, La Lumiere. A lot of players ended up going there. Lots of NBA players currently that went to La Lumiere, and it was rumored going into the season that he was going to play for Overtime Elite this year, and alongside some potential future lottery picks like Amen and Osar Thompson. But instead, he decides to go back and play a senior season where it all started at Joliet West alongside his brother Jeremiah. Certainly a team to keep your eye on the entire season, Joliet West.
And I really like the move too, John, because you go back as a senior, try to close out your last year of high school alongside your brother, and Jeremiah still only being a sophomore, you give him a lot of confidence going forward his last 2 years.
Jeremy Fears, a three no good, but the rebound is up and in. Didn't see who that was, but Joliet West up by 10. Here's Ritter, played very physical in the first half. Open three from Rivers, top of the key. Finds the bottom of the net. Now we'll cut the lead down to 7. Here's Justice McNair, Joliet West guard. Seen a lot of players bring the ball up for the Tigers so far. Jeremiah Fears double clutches in the lane. How about that finish? Looks like they kind of held it in a little bit and then shot it, waited for the defender to clear by him.
Yeah, really nice move there. I expect the tempo too to definitely pick up in the second half.
Short three there from James Porter, no good as Fears pushes the other way. This game's starting to pick up a little bit here in the second half. Fears again, trying to lay it in, no good. Oh my word! A stare down from Matthew Moore on Derek Rivers. Rivers knew he made a mistake as soon as he went up with that. Moore, long lane at 6'9", just utterly rejects him.
And almost didn't have to jump too much for that one. He's right on top of it.
Almost blocks it again. Same player, Rivers. He fights for the offensive board. How about the tenacity from Derek Rivers? Off Cardinal River going right at Matthew Moore.
Technical foul there. The personal followed by a technical.
Looks like Matthew Moore may have gotten the personal and technical there. So the PA announcer said he is now up to 4 fouls. We had him at just 2, so Moore will have to be either very careful or they'll have to sit him for some time. And the UNC Wilmington commit has been a little quiet, just 2 points. But again, just like his counterpart Jeremy Fears, making a difference on the defensive end. Ritter trails by 7. They get the ball back. Rivers again near the basket, no good.
Well, and that's the nice thing that Joliet West has that advantage. Some teams don't always have that luxury, but you get a player like Matthew Moore in foul trouble. He comes out at 6'9". You replace him with Drew King at 6'8". So you don't really lose that size down low.
Well, it works out for you. Joliet West also has a forward Knowledge Wright on the, I would say Knowledge Wright's the TOC all-name team, 6'6". It's a forward, also with some size as well. This one blown dead. A foul will go on Ritter, their second of the second half. They have 3 players on the court with 2 fouls, 1 player with 3. That's Quentin Parker, who just picked up his 3rd. And here comes Jeremiah Fears. Leads all scores so far. Here comes Ritter. Clayton Jackson, jumper no good. And this one will stay with the Lions. They're doing a good job of holding close with Joliet West, not letting the lead get too big. Despite some big plays, some big blocks from the Tigers defense.
Certainly seeing that.
Turnaround was tipped there by King. Another defensive deflection from Joliet West. Here's Martin for three, no good. Jeremiah Fierce, though, cleans up the mess. He adds 2 more to his total. He's up to 14 now. And the Tigers hold a consistent single-digit lead. They lead by 9, 35-26. We'll take a quick break. Shout out all our great sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Starting off with OSF. The new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. A new inventory is in stock today and at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is also proud to be the sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And for KB Strong as well, learn more about how you can fight the fight against glioblastoma at kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. Already raising so much money for the KB Strong Foundation. A couple games earlier, there is a big check presentation for the Wisconsin Lutheran Moline game. As Ritter gets a 3 there from Derek Rivers, his second triple, and he's up to 6 on the game. And Ritter back to within 6.
Certainly within reach. That one's it's another big 3.
Right on cue, Jaden Martin says hello. I'll take a 3. And Joliet West lead inflates back up to 9. Free throw line, Jay off balance. Nice job by Clayton Jackson. He's a player that, again, certainly watching him, certainly think college basketball could be in his future. Obviously this tournament, a great way to showcase talent if you're some of these players against top competition as Justice McNair gets that one to go for West as they back and lead by 9.
Great move from the 6'2" senior guard, McNair, up and under, able to get inside, and every time Ritter climbs their way back in it, Joliet West counters with a bucket.
I suppose some of the best skills you can have as a basketball team is to really just, get through it, fight through adversity. And not to say that Joliet West has faced any long bouts of adversity in this game, but when you give up maybe just like a 4 or 5-0 run, you want to get that they call that run killer, that basket that helps stop the run and stops momentum from sliding too far to the other side. Deep 3 was rejected partially by Jeremy Fears. Looks like Ritter may have wanted a foul there. They don't get one. It will be Joliet West ball. Tigers lead 40-31 in the 4th and final game of our coverage here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Tuesday. Yeah, we still have 4 more days of great basketball action ahead of us. We've got 9 games tomorrow, 5 on Thanksgiving, then 9 more on Friday and Saturday. John, I know we talked a lot about Joliet West a lot, St. Rita, a couple other teams as well. Are there any other teams that we haven't mentioned on the broadcast that you're looking forward to seeing? As Owen King hangs on the rim. Drew King, rather. I stand corrected there as he gets Joliet West up to 11. Highlight reel play there. King slams it home.
Yeah, to your point, John, I mean, obviously teams that we're going to see more again tomorrow. But Booker T. Washington out of Texas, another good team. We're going to see East Peoria, I mean, playing now with Justin Page, transfer over from Manual. That's going to be a new-look East Peoria team. Not that we won't see them throughout the year, but, you know, first time this season here. And then obviously, you know, Joliet West again, St. Rita, you just mentioned them. I mean, those are the 2 teams that really stand out, but I'm looking forward to seeing some of these teams that we're not accustomed to seeing in our area.
Yeah, John, I really like what I've seen from Booker T. Washington as well. I think they could be a fun team to watch. I think Winter Haven could also be another team to watch as well. They have a couple D1 commits on that team, so that's kind of a sleeper team that gotta have my eye on. Again, we saw last year from Florida Life Christian Academy, Hansel Emmanuel and Angel Montas. Boy, what a duo that was, as Clayton Jackson lays it in for Ritter. They trail by 11. Deep 3 there from McNair is good. And Joliet West starting to pull away a bit. They lead by 13, their largest lead of the ball game.
Joliet West really starting to find their stride.
A nice dish down low to Porter. Easy response there from the Lions. Still lots of time left in this one. Jeremy Fears, a deep 3 in and out. Would have liked to see that one go down. Here comes Jackson down the lane. Underhand and good. Clayton Jackson. Willie Cardinal Ritter back to within striking range. Is now a 10-point deficit. 47-37 is Clayton Jackson now up to 14 points on the game. Take a quick break for our great sponsors here at the Tournament of Champions, like OSF Healthcare. OSF On-Call Urgent Care understands that there are times when you don't know where to turn, like when you're traveling or for a sports injury. Their 24/7 virtual visits are a unique option for treating minor illnesses and injuries anytime, day or night. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. And the city of Washington as well welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. A new inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. And Teamworks, they're proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team, helping yours. And for Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, they're proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And real quick, for KB Strong as well. Joliet West nursing a 10-point lead. They got ahead big, but Clayton Jackson has had a great second half for Cardinal Ritter out of St. Louis. Here's Jeremy Fierce, the Michigan State commit. Down the lane, a floater up and no good. And a physical play there. King and Nashawn Davis, neither one wanted to give up the ball there. There you see looks like some East Peoria players, I believe. That's Wade Jackson, one of his teammates.
Justin Page.
That is Justin Page, indeed. Recent Cal Poly commit.
We were just talking about him. There he is, front row.
Right there. East Peoria is going to be a real good team to watch in the Mid-Atlantic Conference this year, John. I mean, you got your Washington, Metamoras, and Mortons every year, but now you got East Peoria in the fold. They're going to make some noise. Dunlap is always a candidate to hang around as well. They had an underrated. They had a kind of a sleeper of a season last year. We're a lot better than most people expected. Pekin has a couple of returners as well, so once we get into the Mid-Illini season, there's going to be some great matchups. As Jeremiah Fears, a deep three, no good. Here's Nashawn Davis. Here's the rebound. Three from Clayton Jackson. He is heating up. How about the second half that he's having? He's up to 17 now. And Cardinal Ritter is within 7.
This game's certainly not over yet.
Here comes Fears down the lane. Tomahawked it back, but ran into some blockades. Reminder that we'll have coverage coming your way starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow with Coral Glades and Urbana. Coral Glades, another team coming up from Florida. Urbana a little bit closer as well. They probably didn't fly in, although you never know. As Nashawn Davis with the floater for Cardinal Ritter, and now all of a sudden we have a 5-point ball game on our hands after the Tigers just led by 13 a few minutes ago.
Defense is big here in the closing seconds.
And the corner three there from Jaden Martin is good. He's hit a pair of big threes just when Joliet West has needed them. And down the other way comes Atkins, up and in. 50-44 is our score here in quarter number 3. Shot clock at 27. Again, just tuning in. That is new in the IHSA for holiday tournaments and shootouts. Shot clock at 17 now, so Joliet West can't hold for the last shot. As Jeremy Fears sets up the offense. They call him the floor general. He makes a move, goes in the corner for Martin. Nothing doing. Goes to Fears, off balance shot, no good. Shot clock. And
that might count.
That might count indeed. That ball hit the rim.
I think, John, you kind of noticed everybody stopped playing because the shot clock buzzer confused him, and then he still took the shot. I think he got it off.
It did, and I think what it was that buzzer went off, and you thought the players thought it was the end of the third quarter, so they started walking back to the bench. There was still 2 seconds left, so heads up by Jeremy Fears, realizing that, hey, we still have 2 seconds left, and we have a shot clock now, and he drains a 3 as time expires to put Joliet West up by 9. Joliet West leading 53-44 as we'll take a quick break for our sponsors here at the Tournament of Champions, starting with OSF. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Ufting Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises at 6 locations and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftingAutoGroup.com. And Teamworks, they're proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamwork's our team helping yours. Fourth quarter underway, last quarter of the day unless we go to overtime, which certainly is a possibility. Closely contested game all along. Jeremiah Fears from the parking lot, no good. He's not afraid to shoot the ball, Joko. We've seen him pull up from around that Tournament of Champions logo down there.
He's not at all, and I think in a close game like this, they're just looking to put the dagger. But Ritter, it's a Cardinal Ritter, they are not backing down one bit. This has been a back and forth second half.
They turned the ball over there. Ritter's played good defense. This is not a measly offense by any means, especially with both Jeremy and Jeremiah Fears. Two Division I recruits, Matthew Moore as well. He's been held in check. He's sitting on the bench right now with 4 fouls after picking up a personal and technical back in the third. And McNair turns it over. Nice high hands from Ritter. Looking in the corner, here's Atkins. Drives the baseline, goes around a defender, no good. Rebound again, nothing doing. Here comes McNair the other way, looking for Jeremy Fears. Spins in the paint, no call, no basket either. You play on. Turnover again, and here comes McNair out to Jeremy Fears, and he lays it in. As we have an injured Lion down on the other side of the court. So that may be that is Clayton Jackson of Cardinal Ritter, a little slow to get up. And limps over to the sideline. Certainly hope he's all right. He's had a great game for Cardinal Ritter. 18 points for him. And they trail by 11, so someone will need to step up for Cardinal Ritter with Jackson the leading scorer being looked at on the sideline right now.
Certainly don't want to see any injuries this early in the season, right at the start.
At the start of the tournament and the start of the season. You're certainly right, John. Here's DeMontrell Jones. He had space to shoot. Fears kind of sagged off. Here's Rivers working on Fears. Works the baseline, finds Atkins, and he crashes in the glass and gets a nice acrobatic layup for 2. Atkins up to 6 points now. See Juliet West slowing the ball down. And McNair, a quick shot. Just as I said, they were slowing it down. McNair, quick release, and early in the shot clock, a 3-pointer. West leads by 12. There's a corner 3 there from Porter, no good, but.
And this one, Joliet West just continues to make their shots. They could try to put this one away.
Joliet West leading 58-46. Scoreboard says 49. We'll get that corrected. They're going to look at one of our referees. I want to thank all the referees for this tournament. A very underrated part of this tournament, John. Again, without them, we wouldn't be able to play all these games. And, especially with the referee shortage in Illinois and all across the country right now, I want to certainly thank all of the boys in stripes for their hard work here at this tournament. As there we go, look at Michael O'Brien for the Chicago Sun-Times paying a visit. See Joliet West sitting there over in the opposite balcony. He'll probably be here tomorrow as well, Joliet West and St. Rita. I remember as soon as Jeremy Fears announced that he was coming back, I believe to Joliet West, obviously we knew that them and St. Rita will be playing this tournament. I believe Michael tweeted, I've never booked a hotel room for Washington, Illinois so fast. Yeah. There's going to be a huge crowd for that game tomorrow. Joliet West, I heard, is going to be bringing a fan bus down from the outer suburbs. So
yeah, that is a game I could tell you right now. you're going to want to be there about 3 games in advance, or maybe 2 games. You're going to want to be here early. If you think you're walking in the door at 6:15, you might not find a seat.
No, definitely not. Certainly all the more reason to either buy a day pass or a all-session pass. Watch all this good basketball, but if you don't want to, obviously you can watch home at clutchsportsloud.com. Thank you all for tuning in on this fine Tuesday night, and a happy early Thanksgiving to all. As Ritter drops in the free throws, it's now a 10-point deficit. As Jeremy Fear is now up to 16 points on the day. He's tied with his brother Jeremiah. Here's McNair, fader from the free throw line, no good. And Ritter comes quickly the other way, 3-on-1. And there's Nashawn Davis laying it up and in. And we're back down to single digits. Only for a moment though, Jeremy Fears.
How about that move from Fears? And Johnny's so quick down the floor, just a little 1-2 step, puts it in as we're on camera now. There he is.
Too. Hey.
There's Gavin.
Shout out to Gavin Russell running our camera too. You know, look up here. Oh, that's in the booth. I don't know if how well my hair looks right now. It looks a little long. I need a haircut, John. So I didn't think the viewers would be seeing that. I probably would have gotten a haircut if I would have known Gavin would have been pointing the camera up at me.
I guess you always got to anticipate that the camera comes back to you at some point. So try to look your best. I mean, we got food up here. We got cookies.
Yeah, we do. One of the best parts of this tournament of champions, at least for the media, is a hospitality room and also good concessions as well. Certainly lots of things to do here at this tournament. Obviously, you can watch basketball, but go over to the multi-purpose room and you see that's where our Off-String Auto Group Tournament Central is set up. You can go see the Den of Honor, see all the best players that have graced the floor at Torrey Gymnasium here throughout all the history at the Tournament of Champions, and obviously get a bite to eat. Autograph sessions as well. There's a big autograph table set up this year as well. So something that probably started last year when Hansel Emmanuel came to town, and you remember the entourage that he had last year.
That was hard to even kind of get in line to see him if you were a fan. And I think that's the coolest thing, especially for kids, wanting to meet some of these players that could go on to be future NBA players or great college players. They get an autograph. I know I like doing that as a kid, getting to meet Sean Livingston when I was younger.
Certainly, and going back to Hansel Emmanuel, he was playing college basketball at Northwestern State, so shout out to the Blue Demons.
A game soon against Illinois State, I believe.
They actually had 2 games against Illinois State as Ritter drains into 3. That's Derek Rivers. And now 60-53. Ritter coming back into this, but yeah, John, you mentioned it was kind of a weird as a home and home. Played about a week away from each other between Northwestern State and Illinois State. If I'm not mistaken, the teams split those matchups as Ritter forces another turnover. Ball on the ground.
Just getting after it on defense.
Bodies hitting the deck. This one's getting physical. It has been all game. Although for Ritter, he certainly got to like that they only have 5 fouls so far. Back in the first half, Julia West had the double bonus about 6 or 7 minutes before halftime. It's a lot more disciplined play from the Lions here in half number 2.
And something to note, John, Fears with 4.
That foul rather was credited to Jeremy Fears, and you're right, he has 4, as does Matthew Moore. He has 4 as well. He's on the floor too.
And Jeremiah not on the floor right now, still on the bench. But Ritter doing a really good job of trying to get back into this one, which they are.
The lead could be cut to 5, about the halfway point of the final frame. Still no overtime games yet in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here in 2022, although Washington and Lincoln Park, we just saw a close one. Washington won 61-56. Here's Martin in the 3, no good. Moore gets the offensive board and slams it home. There's a big flush from the senior. On the other side, Derek Rivers' three is no good. And Jaden Martin has his pocket picked. And no foul call there on Derek Rivers. One up physical. Doesn't like that. Oh, another shout out. Our wonderful law enforcement officers. And you look there. Camera crews are finding everybody today, John. I do love this camera shot they have though on the sideline.
Right up in the action. And John, that's another thing with some of these highly anticipated matchups. Who knows if we get Michigan State's Tom Izzo in the building or a Brad Underwood from Illinois, one of their assistants perhaps, to check out their future players.
Lots of college coaches always in attendance. I know last year Brian Wardle from Bradley, he was definitely here. A couple other coaches as well as Matthew Moore. It's a held ball, and this one will go Cardinal Ritter's way. That's certainly big having the arrow there in their favor. And Lions trying to erase what was between a 10 and 20 point deficit. They've been chipping away slowly. Haven't really had anything huge, but they've just been slowly grinding Joliet West away. That's a baseline floater from Nashawn Davis.
Another steal.
How about that? Here's Rivers, no good. And this one will be a jump ball. This will likely give possession back to Joliet West, but can't be too bad about that because in the, I'd say, likely event, we have another jump ball. It would go Ritter's way.
So jump ball or foul?
Looks like it was a foul call. It's like on Cardinal Ritter, so Joliet West will head to the line. Jeremiah Fears will shoot a 1-on-1. Jeremiah Fears, 16 points so far. First free throw on the 1-on-1 is good. And the lead extended back to 6. Joliet West played at the tournament champions here last year, went 2-2. Suffered losses to Vashon and Tinley Park, so 2 years in a row that Joliet West faced a team from St. Louis. John, this is a team that many said would be a top 25 team before Jeremy Fears even now to come back as Ritter gets a bucket there. Nashawn Davis starting to take over with Clayton Jackson. Still on the sideline. He suffered a little bit of possibly a tweaked lower body injury. Still on the bench. Ritter trails by just 4 now. Joliet West slowing it down. About 11 on the shot clock. Here's Jeremiah Fears looking down low for more. Batted around, still has it off the face of a Ritter player. And then looks like he was stepping out of bounds when that ball hit him in the face. So this one will stay with Joliet West.
Here comes Ritter. This would be a big basket if he can get it.
No good there. He's gonna take a look at some young fans in attendance. Crowd has thinned out a little bit here in Washington. Again, you probably attribute that to it being pretty late. It's past 11 o'clock. So maybe a couple people wanting to go home and catch some good rest before they come back tomorrow. Should be a great full day of basketball. Again, the first tip at 9 a.m. as a free throw from Moore falls. He's up to 4 points now on the game. Make that 5. Second free throw around and falls. That one got a full tour of the rim before going down, and Cardinal Ritter will call a timeout. Joliet West leads by 6. So our scoreboard cam went out here in Washington. Apologize for that. We'll try and get that connected back up as soon as possible. As there's a Kansas Jayhawks fan here in attendance as well. Boy, everybody's getting some camera time here on Clutch Sports Media. But Joliet West leads by 6, and it looks like John Jeremy Fears has picked up his 5th foul. Just announced on the PA system. So Jeremy Fears, if I'm not mistaken, has fouled out with 1 minute and 45 seconds left to play. Again, Matthew Moore of Joliet West also has 4 fouls as well. So, something to keep an eye on. If Ritter could force overtime, I certainly think that it would favor them with Fears on the bench and Moore 1 foul away from being disqualified, but they got to come back down 6. Joko, I know we talked about this in the last game. When do you start maybe shooting threes if you're maybe in the same position down 6?
Yeah, I know Ritter's doing a really good job at getting to the basket. I'd probably stay with where you're at there. And, you know, just trying to keep getting to the basket, getting some quick transition buckets, and obviously letting defense try to help you win this game. But right now, you know, Cardinal Ritter wants to get this game to overtime, if not try to win it.
1:45 left to go here in Torrey Gymnasium. Joliet West is leading what's been a thriller so far, and John, looked like that may have been a technical foul on Jeremy Fears. As it looks like Clayton Jackson shooting these free throws.
This is really going to make things interesting.
It really is. I didn't see what Jeremy Fears did to warrant that technical foul. Yeah, I apologize. Maybe it's caught out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't see anything. That will make it 65-61. As there's our scoreboard cam. He comes back. Ritter down 4. This one's starting to get interesting. Just under a minute and a half left to go. No good, and here comes West the other way with King. Jeremiah Fears gives it to McNair. That guard duo has played very well today, and they'll need to with Jeremy Fears on the bench now with 5 fouls. Shot clock at 17, 1:10 left to go. Ritter needing to stop. Fears a good spin move, and he has got his pocket picked. Here comes Nashawn Davis. Up the way, and that's going to be a goaltend.
It's going to be a goaltend.
That was Clayton Jackson, who's back in the game for Cardinal Ritter.
I think Fears was looking for a foul there, talking with the official. He's not going to get that, and it transpires on the other end, goaltending. So we had a 2-point basketball game.
It's been a while since it's been a 2-point game. West has held a consistent lead that's been between about 7 to 10 points or so for most of this game, but this one is, if you stayed around to watch the whole one, you've been certainly treated well. This one should come down to the wire. Joliet West gets it in. Fears crosses half court.
And you don't necessarily have to foul. Got about 20-second difference.
And that's going to be an offensive foul call on Jeremiah Fears. Ritter will get the ball back with a chance to take the lead. 51.4 seconds to go. Fears can't believe it, as that will be, that'll be his first foul of the game, I believe. The scoreboard is right. And here's Ritter, a chance to take the lead or tie. Atkins dishes down low to Rivers, out to the outside. Here's Davis, and
got it.
Is good! Nashawn Davis gives Cardinal Ritter his first lead since the first half.
And a foul. But what a turn of events. Ritter.
Cardinal Ritter after being down by 10 and a little bit more in the second half, has stormed back in the fourth quarter. They now lead 66-65, pending free throws from Justice McNair. The first one, that's big, and he thinks that we're tied at 66. Free throw to take the lead back. McNair is good again from the line. He's up to 14 as we'll get a timeout from head coach Jeremy Krieger and Joliet West. How about the ending of this game, John? Last game of the day here on Tuesday. It's certainly, I'd say, the best one we've had.
It is. It's been exciting, and you look at the game between Wisconsin Lutheran and Moline, 90-80. This game certainly coming down to the wire. Definitely topping out as our best game of the night, and John Cardinal Ritter here with a really good chance to try to win this game. They can kind of hold on to the last shot and get a basket.
They could. There's 33.5 left on the clock, and if I'm not mistaken, shot clock will be 30, so Ritter could score potentially with very little time for Joliet West, but my first thought was, they give it to Jeremy Fears. They're going to run, let's say Ritter were to take the lead, give it to Jeremy Fears, and he can run the length of the court in less than 4 seconds, as we saw in the end of the first quarter, but he's on the bench with 5 fouls. So no Jeremy Fears on the court for Joliet West. Matthew Moore, transfer from Hillcrest, has 4.
I think these are the things, too, that get you ready going forward in the regular season. You're going to have games where you get in foul trouble. You're going to have to turn to other players late. And now with Fears not in the lineup, nor Moore right now, or Moore actually is back in there now, but not Fears. So who's going to step up and make a big stop? Ritter, 33 seconds to try to get this ball down the floor and take a lead.
Clayton Jackson and Nashawn Davis have been massive for the Lions. A squad that lost 3 Division I players to graduation last year. Searching for a statement win over a potential state favorite Illinois, and here comes Davis. He draws the foul. And will this one go on Martin or Moore? That one will go on Matthew Moore, and he is done. So Matthew Moore's night is through. That's 5 fouls for the 6'9" senior forward. So 2 of Joliet West's big 3 will be on the bench for the remainder of this game, however long it goes.
Yeah, free throws are always crucial down the line. Really good chance here for Cardinal Ritter. Without Fears and Moore in the lineup, that's a big loss for the Tigers down the stretch here.
Certainly all the momentum on Ritter's side, but they're still trailed by 1. Here's Nashawn Davis. He'll be shooting 2. First one clangs off the front of the rim. So Cardinal Ritter can only tie with 17.8 to go. Pressure free throw here coming from Nashawn Davis, the junior forward. Up and off the backboard.
I like that. If you're not confident in it, just go for the bank shot. Banks in the free throw, and now we're tied. And John, overtime's not out of the question, but does Joliet West want to find a hero and try to win this thing in regulation?
Certainly, they certainly have the speed to run down and get a quick basket, although I'm not sure why you would. They might try and hold for the final shot, maybe get something going, started with about 8 seconds left to go.
Now, John, question to you. With Jeremy Fears on the bench, do you put the ball in the hands of Jeremiah Fears for the last shot if he can get open?
I'd say so. I think that, Jeremiah Fears has really showed, both today and back when we saw him last year, that he can really, he can be a shot maker and create his own shot. He's done that a couple of times. He hasn't always been successful today, but he can get it done. So I'm sort of looking, his way. Possibly, Owen King, their 6'8" forward, could be potentially open down low, Ritter could be expecting, Joliet West to maybe have a jump shot to win. That could potentially leave King down low for a little dish and layup, lays it up and in. Lots of possibilities here for Joliet West. All tied at 67 here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The best game of the first day so far.
We'll see what they decide to do, but what a game we have here tonight in the last one of the first day at the TOC.
McNair inbounds, gives it to Fears. 10 seconds left to go. Now 9 on the clock. Here's McNair, gives off to Fears. Chance to win it for Joliet West. 5 on the clock. Fears working, spins around, out of bounds, and it will be Cardinal Ritter ball. They'll have a chance to win the game with 2.1 seconds left as Jeremiah Fears can't hang on to it. Timeout, Cardinal Ritter. They'll draw up a potential game-winning play as Jeremiah Fears turns it over for Joliet West. They can't get a shot off. And what a finish this could be if Cardinal Ritter could possibly win it at the horn.
Well, if they can get the inbounds in, we're going to see one of two things. We're either going to see Ritter make a game-winning basket, or this game's going to go to overtime, pending there isn't a turnover.
Certainly, and you could try and draw a foul potentially, but this is a place where the refs are got to swallow their whistle. I'd be surprised unless it was absolutely egregious if there was a foul called on this play. Stay tuned, coming up after the game. Our Gavin Russell will have a post-game interview, potentially from one of the players here still playing this game. 67 all, 2.1 left to go. Here comes Ritter, chance to win it. They get it in. A shot to win. Here's Jackson. It's no good. And we will head to overtime in Washington. The shot looked good. He got it off in time. It just hit the back iron. Free basketball for all.
If you're going to draw up a play, though, they couldn't have executed that any better. It was a clean look. Great pass there to the outside and just off the back rim.
To overtime we go. Tied at 67 between Joliet West and Cardinal Ritter. First, a quick word for our sponsors, starting with OSF. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises at 6 locations and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upstreamautogroup.com. And Teamworks, they're proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, our structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also a shout out to KB Strong as well. As we get tipped off here in overtime, the first overtime game of the 2022 Tournament of Champions. I don't think we had an overtime game once last year, John, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't believe so.
A little extra basketball at 11:22. Fears, loud pass got stolen. Here comes Davis the other way, draws contact, no foul. And here come the Tigers back the other way. McNair takes it himself and lays it in. Nice Euro step from the senior guard. And Joliet West, that's a big bucket. McNair, I think, is a player that has to step up. And he'll get called for a foul there. At least I assume it will be on him. That would be his third. Both teams in the double bonus.
And they just continue to battle Cardinal Ritter. As they get back to the line, chance to tie this game.
Here's James Porter, junior forward at the line. First one, no good. Can Porter get Cardinal Ritter 2 within 1? Yes, he can. That one finds the bottom of the net. And Porter now up to 5 points. He's playing with 4 fouls, as is Ryan Atkins on Cardinal Ritter. Here's Justice McNair stepping up with Jeremy Fears and Matthew Moore on the bench. Fouled out for Joliet West. No good on the runner. And Ritter will have a chance to take the lead with under 3 minutes left to go.
What an exciting game, though.
Really has, and both teams, it's been taking a lot of twists. Like it's very hard game to predict, I'd say. Here is Jackson open for 3, no good. He's had a couple of those to fall today, and collision between 2 teammates. That was lion-on-lion crime right there, as Rivers and Atkins, their faces collided. Both are okay. And Cardinal Ritter, the shot clock resets. Now at 20, they'll slow down the offense.
It's about 17 on that shot clock.
Feed down low to Davis. He gets fouled. Can't get it to fall, but he'll be heading to the line with a chance to give Cardinal Ritter the lead.
I love that late in a game, you know, go inside, make them draw contact, or try to draw contact, go to the line, and hit your free throws. I mean, getting inside is what Cardinal Ritter has done, especially in the fourth quarter, and it's paid to their benefit.
That's the biggest part, Johnny just said, is you got to make your free throws. And right on cue, that one misses, so Cardinal Ritter can only tie. Both teams a couple missed chances at the line. This is a big one, though, for Nashawn Davis. Up off the front and back to the rim and in. We are tied now at 69 all. Fears bowls over a man, no call.
Fears down on the ground.
Is hurt. Looks like he slipped a little bit. And Jeremiah Fears in some pain right in front of the Joliet West bench. So not what you want to see if you're Joliet West. Jeremy Fears is fouled out. Matthew Moore is fouled out. And now Jeremiah Fears still on the ground. Tie ball game at 69. It's certainly not the way you want to see this end. Especially with an injury near the end, as this game is hitting its climax, as Fears extending his leg now. A little bit of a game reset. Joliet West led by single digits for most of this game. Jumped ahead by double digits a couple times as Jeremiah Fears back up to his feet on his own power. A little ginger, but looks to be nothing major, so certainly good to see.
Hope he's okay. I mean,
he will head to the bench. Quentin Parker looks like will check in his place. So neither of the Fears brothers nor Matthew Moore on the floor for Joliet West as they find themselves tied with Cardinal Ritter in the first game of their 2022 season. Here's Justice McNair, and he draws contact. He's been aggressive so far, and that foul looks like will go on Nashawn Davis, or rather that may be Atkins. And that is indeed Atkins. He is fouled out. So Ryan Atkins, the junior guard, his night is through with 6 points. Some young fans taking in this game. I'm sure they're excited, as we are as well up here in the booth. Again, I'm Jonathan Michael. Next to me, John Camosa. This one has been a thriller. McNair at the line. Calmly sinks the first one.
Oh, and John, if you like late night basketball, you're getting a game that's almost pushing into the midnight hour.
Certainly is. It 11:28. This game could go to double overtime. Certainly been close enough. Cardinal Ritter down by 2. That's about 106 left to go in this one. Here's Davis working on Parker. He gets one-on-one. He'll get a screen coming from Porter. Decides not to take it. Takes it to the rack. No good. Offensive board is... And Porter's floater is no good. And Joliet West can now lead by 2 possessions with a bucket. Big stop from the defense. And there will be a foul on Nashawn Davis. He doesn't like the call, so Joliet West goes back to the free throw line.
Yeah, in a game that's been back and forth, I'm sure they'd love to extend their lead a little bit.
First free throw from Parker, rather. Bounces harmlessly off the front iron. And second one up and good. So Cardinal Ritter still within a possession. Here's Montrell Jones walking up for Ritter. He'll get a screen there from Porter. Drives into the basket, looks for Porter. What a great dish, he can't finish. Gets the offensive board, can't finish again. Oh! Brutal sequence of events for Cardinal Ritter and James Porter, who just couldn't find the bottom of the net. As John Rothstein says, the epitome of brutality as McNair goes down. Joliet West calls timeout. Missed opportunities there for Cardinal Ritter.
Yeah, 2 chances, just couldn't get it to go, and now they got to rely back on their defense. Got to try to make a stop. Probably would have to come out here and foul and rely on missed free throws.
Well, Joko, they don't have to foul. They certainly could elect to. Obviously, with the shot clock reading 25. So Joliet West will have to get a shot off, or they'll either get fouled. But that's the thing, John, especially with the shot clock now in the Tournament of Champions and other similar shootouts here in Illinois and this year, is normally you'd think that Ritter would have to foul him. You have to start playing the foul game. Now, they can get by. Potentially they can see if they trust their defense to potentially get a stop, and a 3-pointer on the other end ties this ball game up.
See what the coach has drawn up for his team on defense. You don't want to waste too much time out there, though. And if you're going to get aggressive on D, try to play for that steal. Try not to pick up the foul.
Joliet West leads by 3. They've led for most of this, although Cardinal Ritter, got to give them lots of credit for the resilience coming that they've shown. They still have a chance here as they might get a turnover. And that one will go Ritter's way. How about the awareness from Derek Rivers to bounce that ball off of Drew King from Joliet West, and that will give Ritter the ball.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play right there. And that's exactly what you want. You didn't take too much time off the clock. Chance to try to tie this.
They can't hold for the last shot. Shot clock reads 26, about a 3 or 4 second difference. Straight away 3 for Rivers, no good. Offensive board, no dice either, and Joliet West will take possession, and now you have to start playing the foul game for Cardinal Ritter.
Had a great look at it once again, though. Rivers right at the top of the key. Couldn't ask for a better three-point look.
Here's Jaden Martin. He'll get fouled there by Rivers as his 4th of the game. So as long as Joliet West can make their free throws, they're sitting pretty, although as we've seen, Joko, that free throws are no guarantee. Big free throws here from Jaden Martin. Senior guard, back rim, and no good. Door still open for Cardinal Ritter.
Yeah, still has a chance.
I'd still argue, I don't want to sound like a generic basketball broadcaster, but you don't need a 3. If you can go down and get a quick 2, Ritter could still be alive. Here comes Jones. Takes over to Porter, and it was picked away. But Jeremiah Purchase, who came with a steal, slipped and fell out of bounds. Looks like his feet just got kind of taken out from under him, like someone pulled a rug out. A little mop up a little sweat there. Ritter, though, needs a bucket. 16.2 left. Great inbounds play. Davis kicks over to Porter, and he misses again. Cardinal Ritter can't buy a bucket right now from the field. And it looks like this will be was Joliet West able to call timeout? It looks like it was rather a foul for Cardinal Ritter, so barring an unlikely turn of events, it looks like Joliet West can hang on.
And the thing is, Cardinal Ritter's had some really good looks inside, just can't get anything to fall. Had their chances underneath. And even with the make or a miss here, you're not leaving Cardinal Ritter any time down the floor. You'd still have to have a 3 and another bucket.
I think for sure you need a turnover if you're Cardinal Ritter. Again, that's if you go down and get a bucket in the first place, as the first one misses from Drew King, who has just 2 points so far. That one up and no good. So the Cardinal Ritter deficit remains 4.
Gotta go.
There's a shot there from Demontrell Jones is good. And a quick timeout.
There's only 0.1 right now. They add time on the clock.
They may add some time on the clock. I think that by the time that ball went down, there was still about 1.2 to 1.5 seconds left. I think they'll add some time to this clock.
Kept running, so could even potentially see 2 seconds, but
they'll put 1.7 on the clock. So that gives maybe barely enough time for Cardinal Ritter to come away with a steal and
quick
a
basket.
shot.
You know, that's one of those situations. If they foul on the other end, you have almost no time to get down there. So you're just playing for a steal here if you can.
Certainly, and that is an option for Cardinal Ritter. They could try and foul Joliet West and take no time off the clock, but you could risk going down 3, and then you have to go the length of the floor. Both teams do have a timeout remaining, and both teams are in the double bonus. What a game this has been, and what a 3 that was from Demontrell Jones, hit nothing but net. And you go back, John, one of those close looks that were missed down low by the Lions, and you just gotten one of them. They've had at least 4 or 5 that haven't been able to go in the last few minutes. You just get one of them, and that 3 potentially would have won you the game. It's got to finish. It's a game of execution. Certainly not over yet. We'll see what Joliet West will do this. Got to inbound the ball. And fouled immediately is Jaden Martin. 0.8 of a second come off, so Cardinal Ritter, regardless of what happens, will have less than a second to hoist up I think it will have to be at 3. As Jaden Martin will head to the line.
Even barring a miss, he's a catch and a heave.
You still would need one pretty quick. Martin's first free throw, lots of backspin, up and good. So Joliet West leads by 2, although it's a big one right here. It's almost be impossible for Ritter to win here in singular overtime. That one up and good. Ritter will have one shot, one prayer to win against Joliet West. Rivers looking for somebody. He'll baseball pass on the field and Clayton Jackson, got to give him credit. He threw it behind his back.
It's a great effort.
Great effort, Clayton Jackson. A great effort from the Cardinal Ritter Lions, although time runs out and Joliet West takes this one 75-72, a thrilling ball game. John, a quick recap, and again, we're going to have a quick sideline interview. Our Gavin Russell will stand by with Justice McNair. Just a quick thoughts from this game, John.
Yeah, really hard-fought game and overtime battle there, and great effort from Ritter down the stretch. But Joliet West able to pull this one out.
A great ball game here. We'll take a quick word for some of our sponsors, like OSF. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute opens in Peoria, it'll be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country in proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It'll be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all of the Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. A new inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upstreamautogroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also for KB Strong as well to help fight the fight against the rare brain disease glioblastoma. Go to kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. But well, let's send it down to our silent reporter, Gavin Russell, standing by with Joliet West, Justice McNair. After Joliet West, a big win. Gavin, take it away.
I'm here sideline after a big win with Justice McNair, 75-72. What did it take to pull it off? It's late at night, first game of the tournament. I mean, how you feeling?
Yeah, 2 of our best guards got fouled out. We just have to find a way to fight, dig, energy, you know what I'm saying? We have to defend, overtime. It's just a big game. We put it off.
And you mentioned you lost both Fears brothers. I mean, who had to step up in that instance?
I feel like it was me and my other teammates, It was like a group effort. All of us, we came together, we played defense, we fought hard, overtime, you know what I'm saying? We just put out the win.
What do you do to prepare? You have a pretty quick turnaround tomorrow. You got a big game against St. Rita. What do you do to prepare for that?
You got to get rest, sleep, hydrate, eat, you know what I'm saying? Just watch film.
What do you got to do better tomorrow? What do you got to improve on today too?
Offensive rebounds, we got to defend more, talk, communicate, and just make the extra pass.
For sure. Big win for Joliet West. That's Justice McNair. We'll throw it back to the booth.
Thank you, Gavin. Great job by our silent reporter, Gavin Russell. Congratulations to Justice McNair and the Joliet West Tigers, who win a overtime thriller, 75-72. That wraps up our game coverage for the first day of the Tournament Champions. John, you're on the call for all 4 games. Overall, a spectacular day of basketball. It ended in a classic.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better game to cap off the night. And just the resilience by Joliet West. I mean, you look at Matthew Moore fouling out, Jeremy Fears fouling out, and they still persevered. They won this game in overtime in a nail-biter against a really good St. Louis Cardinal Ritter team. Quick turnaround, as Gavin mentioned on that interview with McNair. You got to go play St. Rita, powerhouse there out of Chicago. But 4 really good games today. Metamora, big win. Wisconsin Lutheran, a really big win. Washington, hometown team, and then they cap it off with Joliet West pulling that one out in a close one.
Certainly great 4 basketball games here in Washington, the first day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Again, that Joliet West St. Rita game tomorrow will tip off at 6:30, if I'm not mistaken. Get here early. We're talking in the afternoon for that game. That's going to be a packed house. Don't want to miss that. Jeremy Fears, Michigan State recruit, will face off with James Brown and Morez Johnson. Two players who may both be played in Illinois Fighting Illini jerseys in the future. But lots of other games on tap tomorrow as well you don't want to miss. It'll all start at 9 a.m. with Coral Glades from Florida. They'll face the Urbana Tigers. We'll have that for you bright and early tomorrow morning, and we'll have nonstop coverage all day long here from Washington at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. For all of our amazing crew that did such a good job today, working through setup and getting everything ready to go, our silent reporters, studio hosts, and everybody who stepped up to the plate today, our producer and director Joey Wright, Charlie Schermerhorn as well, our great camera operators Lateef Love, Teddy Ball, Gavin Russell, our studio host, sideline reporter, Larry Larson out here as well, a couple other Washington students helping us with camera as well. For my broadcast partner, John Camosa, I'm Jonathan Michael. Sign off on this one, and we will see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Tournament of Champions. So long, folks, and have a good night.